one jewel missing from the crown of their era.
Well, it is very clear who the crowd are, or probably are not rooting for, but that does not matter when we are entering the server, because we talk about Vitality and we say a reign of terror that they've inflicted on this half of the season. Surely, Dupree, surely it's written in the stars that this will continue
boys,
here in
I'm trying,
Austin.
man.
There's one thing that Vitality is chasing an era, and they are chasing their second major victory for the organization, but also for some of the players inside the team. But if there's one thing that Vitality is guaranteed to be chasing, that is probably to take down the Astralis era of greatest team of all time. And we're here to witness it, see if they can make it happen. They've had one hell of a season. They are the clear favorites coming into this tournament.
Literally just
Jacob, how do you see this one going down?
Do you feel threatened, Dupree? Do you feel threatened by that prospect?
Of course I'm getting a little bit threatened, you know?
I think you should be threatened. I think you should be scared. I think Apex is coming in with a clear game plan for this game as one. For this tournament as a whole, as much as I want to say it, I think everything has to go right for Na'Vi in order to win this game. The crowd can only do so much, you know. I know Apex probably not the most likable guy in here, according to the American fans, but in a sense, I think everything has to go right for Na'Vi for them to win this game. Vitality right now is playing Counter-Strike at a level we haven't seen since Astralis. We haven't seen since you were playing, Peter, at your top of your level, which is many, many years ago, for those who wondered. Now, Na'Vi as well, have they been at their best so far this tournament? Not really. They're getting better and better and better. But as fl0m said coming into this game, if you're not playing your A game against Vitality, there's no way you're beating us.
And there's a case for Na'Vi. You know, Na'Vi can play good at Counter-Strike. We know that they were the team of the year last year. So it's not a team that we can just overlook and think it's going to be a walk in the park for Vitality. Na'Vi has to come out swinging. They have to play with the confidence. They have to go in and showcase what their individuals can bring to the table, but most important, what they can bring as a team. There's a lot.
I ran an ad, sorry guys.
Right now, Vitality's obviously the favorite this one, but do not count out Na'Vi.
We don't do it often, but I'm almost going to argue that Blade is the biggest asset Na'Vi has in this matchup. I think he's a fantastic coach. I think he's been able to do tremendous work with Na'Vi as a whole. Fact of the matter is, this man on your screen right here made the team in front of him the best team of 2024. When you look at the player material, when you look at how the year started, no one was expecting that. So if someone has to do something miraculous, it gotta be Blade. Obviously, the players on the server have to deliver, but in terms of preparation, if there's one guy I trust, if there's one guy I want to give the benefit of the doubt, it's Blade.
What Blade have achieved alongside Na'Vi for so many years is just straight up incredible. He is a coach that has been rumored and has been seen as maybe the greatest coach of all time, maybe challenging Sonic for his trophy.
Yeah.
And it's a guy that brings a lot of stability to the team. He expects a lot from his players. He expects a lot from the system that he's created alongside LXCB. So for Na'Vi to find themselves in a quarterfinal now against Vitality, it's going to be a tough battle, but it's definitely a battle that there's a case.
Why is Vitality getting booed? Okay,
this
it's,
major is that
guys,
we can never
for everybody that asked this, it's banter.
So
honestly,
Na'Vi, they definitely have a chance.
Like
that battle going to be beginning on that first chosen ground.
Vile. Like it's not.
Any initial thoughts from
it's fuck you, Apex.
What has been quite a tumultuous match so far this major in terms
out
of
of respect.
overtimes, and we saw that going down back at Cologne.
It's a map that's
if you were
always
here,
open. It's a map that
I know it doesn't really come through on a broadcast. I'm sure people are like, why do they hate Vitality? It's
this
not
man on your screen as well.
Like,
you speak about consistency. You speak about a player that always delivers. Robs is a great example of a guy that will always find a way to
hate the internet. Reddit's being dumb on the cooldown about you. Never realized the conspiracy people out there. Oh, bro, yeah.
He loves to censor
I'm a Valve sanctioned cheater, brother.
Around the mid area. There's going to be a lot of mid fights, and guess who's going to face
I don't want to know
which
Reddit you're on, but you're probably on like Vaxsucks or something.
Apex in-game leader versus
would not recommend.
That duel within the game is going to be super interesting.
I'm very interested to see how the odds are stacking up for this one as well. Wouldn't be surprised yet.
Yeah,
we're quite heavily siding with Vitality. Do you
careful with some of those, bro.
In this matchup, or does Na'Vi have more of a chance?
Of course,
but it's not beef with Apex, man. Like it isn't.
The one to be taken down there, the clear.
And the crowd cheered for him in Dallas after he won it, even though it's fuck you, Apex. You know what I mean?
Anything can happen in a major. Vitality on a terror form so far this season, but is it all for naught if they can't get their hands on the major trophy? That journey starts right here.
Any fuck fl0m signs yet? I retweeted
Thank you so much, guys. What's up, Moody? Yesterday was a hard act to follow, but who better than Na'Vi and Vitality to start day 2?
The win streak that took a bit of a dip, but you know, Na'Vi, they haven't felt the wrath of Vitality so far this year. And that's got to be in the back of their minds. They need to remember where they are.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. I get to hear the boys, too. This is nice. Fuck yeah. Chat, Na'Vi or Vitality? What do we got? The answer is we all picked Vitality for the pick'ems, and they got fucked yesterday, so let's go Vitality, right?
Let's get it here on Mirage. It's a classic for Na'Vi.
It's a classic. This is Na'Vi's map. If they don't win this shit, it's fucked. It's absolutely fraud.
They made a name on these A attacks. Here's where they'll kick it off on the pistol. Rops will know.
All right, we're wasting no time to fire out. Utility over top. Little delay.
Oh, they didn't see him. They didn't see him.
The corner, backs turned to him.
Oh my God, they already got 3. What the fuck?
How
the fuck did they get 3?
And already we
Dude, do they just kill them with aura?
Talk about preparation. Oh, they look ready.
Okay, guys, right side sight smokes. We're gonna get out the
I feel like we're watching Rops like full blind on Balk and like half the team's dead already.
Say no immediately. Rops eats that.
What in the flying fuck was that?
Placed. Takes it, runs over top of the ladder, into the other corner, gets his shot off.
What in the hell?
When it comes to micro decisions and movement and getting out of very tricky situations, and the rest is just fragging. Don't overcomplicate it. Vitality, they're a team that are stacked on every front, including
Why let you in the arena? I know, right?
Round 2 comes in, no plant, so we get some Deagle buys here for Na'Vi.
Feels like
well, I'll try to yap a little bit more like yesterday, though, if you guys are down for that. No casting, obviously, but
every single team.
Not much to talk about here.
In Counter-Strike
Emma's got to kill 4 people, or Wonderful does with a Deagle. That's about it here.
Barring Na'Vi, they can look at that win streak and say it wasn't our fault. Na'Vi never contributed to that string of wins.
Yeah, JL said that they're beatable, but how does he know that? Is the question. You know, and maybe it is a benefit that they haven't played yet. And we see what a major brings out.
This could have been an email matchup. Brother in Christ, after everything you've watched in this
from Na'Vi that
like tournament, you think any of these games are locks?
After winning the last major.
We're all sitting here with fucking silver coins, and you're talking about this could have been an email?
He set for himself that could match. Sort
are
of
you fucking
dream.
high?
And props to them because obviously they ran with that win streak for a little while. Na'Vi this is after the major, exceeding expectations to continue to lift some trophies. If your motivation then fell off, I'm sure an entire season of dropping the ball like Na'Vi have, you should be ready to kick it up a notch.
Should be an easy farm here for the boys.
I'm ready for everything because, oh, we saw that.
There it is. There they are.
Okay. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't go back to where I said they had to get 4 kills with Deegs.
Off a man disadvantage.
They're right there. One more. One more 1D. It's done. Holy shit.
Round 2 of
it wasn't Emma, but it was JL and Wonderful. Close enough, boys. Close enough.
All season long. And that is why your expectations for Na'Vi versus Vitality may be set low. That's why the odds are in the favor of the guys who won't stop winning.
Oh, can you hear the arena?
Vitality, yeah.
What?
You thought they bend a knee? Now you thought it'd be that easy.
They're chanting Na'Vi while the fucking Beans on Toast just walks back in and kills them all.
That right there is your reminder at home or in your seats.
Boys, just peek them together. Peek them together, you fucking weenies. You're playing like you got AKs.
Blew that position.
Call a timeout. Call a timeout after losing the eco round that you were on eco on.
Compliment JL's.
That's insane.
Mezzy man, 1 peak, 2 peak, and then it's just
just peek off Alexi, man. You literally cannot lose that.
Force a 180 crossfire.
Why not just wait for Alexi to get caught? Are they trolling?
Coming in now 6-0.
British player.
And there's so much more that was lost than just around there for Na'Vi. Emotionally, what an opportunity that was.
Well, if they can seize this opportunity off of it, catch Vitality with only a couple of MP9s.
Yeah, to be fair, they didn't invest all the way. They were about to just win on a tempo, have some extra money on top of a win, but they were still ready to buy on this round.
I mean, you could beat yourself up for not being able to close that.
Here's the key part, fighting on the side of stairs when they take these A-ramp fights. This is what Na'Vi are so good at doing. Let's see if Vitality can counter.
Fast move from the MP9 of fl0m, tucking into sight, only player within it.
It's crazy they're going for a full execute in this type of round. This is actually kind of nuts.
But remember, the utility was low. There's that last
you have the gun advantage and you're just going into a full execute. That's kind of, it's a little abnormal.
Catches the Soul Defender well, and Zywoo's gonna eat that grenade for 40 damage. So we were already talking about economic woes here for Vitality. If you're gonna get this retake at a man disadvantage, it is with zero utility. Some kind of Hail Mary moment from Rops trying to be set up.
This is a cool call out of
doesn't
Alexi.
find any damage, so it's deep positioning from Na'Vi both on ramp and the jungle, and Wonderful's going to extend that. Sure, you didn't close the last round, but absolutely making the most of it here in the first gun round. Na'Vi find their first round early.
Okay,
Wow,
that's really
so
cool. Remember I was telling you guys, like,
what?
It's the mind games of these first gun rounds. Like,
and like you mentioned, they're even catching these exit frags.
That first round, you're expecting a default. You have gun advantage. You don't usually go into executes because there's like MP9 up close or like something could happen individually.
It's so characteristic of them.
You don't get to show off your firepower.
To be playing triple there, not finding an opponent, look in the other direction. Guys jumped up on the back of Ninja.
You don't get to show off the firepower. So the fact that he goes into a full A execute call out of Alexi B, I think he did that more so because of why they how they fucked up that force.
Is them get down to 40 seconds.
Why is that bad? Calling executes into MP9s can just be suspect. You don't have info. You're not getting. Oh, we're gonna fuck you, Apex.
Really uncomfortable. Didn't know exactly how to adapt to that.
Right. You don't get to flex your gun advantage as hard. But there was an op on the board.
After fl0m took his first peek, there were no additional flashes to come over. Nope. You know, they should be coming over connector above him so that he can peek from triple without worrying about getting flashed. But I think the support kind of stopped. They didn't see anybody. They didn't know how to put
completely out of util. The one flashbang is why he peeks left side triple, and then there's just no nades left. Convert your pistol rounds a little cleaner, and maybe. But he is left out to dry off that one flash, and that's when Na'Vi did this, again, like you're saying, these awkward little bouts of timing. JL's clean climb up.
That means the Deagles had so much impact.
All right. So Na'Vi calls a full execute first gun round.
5-7 for
Second
Messi.
round, you know the guns are saved default.
You want to force behind. I mean, Vitality are a team who they win more of these rounds than anyone else. So
not wrong.
It's really on Na'Vi to not make the mistake they did in that 1v3 on round 2.
Na'Vi looks like they've had a couple better rounds so far. We'll see. Vitality though, fishing that info on upper B.
Anybody else.
They know what the round is.
They're better at everything. That's just the facts.
That basically just confirmed it was probably a default, right? Getting spotted from there,
it's not
hanging
like
out.
This is a hard read necessarily.
And this is just best guess for Vitality.
This is a comfort zone for them.
Yep.
We got 4 players near A.
Launders is nailing it. This is just comfort like tendency. Oh, Zywoo missed. Oh no, Zywoo missed again.
He's got fl0m to work with.
Oh, he got the Palace guy? Of course. Partial blind kills Palace guy, because why not?
Rops is then into the action, playing off from the ticket booth, and fl0m this entire time just trying to serve up the distraction, but a little weird there going up the ladder, giving this opening right back over to Na'Vi, so they're going to find their plant down on default. Still a fight here for Ema, while that pressure's trying to be applied, but with a bomb.
Oh, what a fight! What a transfer!
Excellent trade.
Well played. Emma just went fucking nuts. That was huge.
Round ended when Zywoo
the kill onto Rops.
That was
150 damage on that retake.
On the ladder. Can we look at this again? He misses the first shot. This is the second. Stays. Doesn't go back to CT, and then
how many people can fit in the arena? 10 to 15K depending on the floor setup.
No chance to fight back there, sitting duck,
about
and then the peak from
2,000 flops.
Yeah, there was a lot of reliance right there on Rops to make sure, because he's the best gun in the best spot.
Nah, I would guess there's about 12,000 people in here. That'd be my guess. I don't know. Somebody probably has a number out there that's been posted.
That default plant with
I would guess like 12K.
Failing his duel.
And it is full, ladies and gentlemen.
Having to fight a couple of these rounds. And tie the game at 2 and now send Vitality to pistols.
And our standards are going to be lower for Na'Vi. Even when Na'Vi were at the top, our standards were lower because they're a team like MAJOR. They have a different player pop off every game. They are used to losing a lot, making a lot of comebacks. There's no point where you can really rock their mental more than they do to themselves, right? When you hear in interviews, they're used to playing from behind. They're not afraid of playing against really stacked rosters, and they have proved they can reach the top doing it.
Any chance you could turn down your mic 5 or 10%? No, I'm going to leave it. I think people could adjust it just a touch, but like I think a lot of people like it because I think people appreciate the crowd bleeding through. I know some of you probably don't like it.
Another round comes back to the A site. Got Vitality. They don't want to bet on this happening again. But when they're at their best on Mirage, they're going to repeat this play. And they're really good at getting away with it, as we saw.
looking clinical right now.
Even if the CTs know.
Keep it simple, stupid, right?
T-side Mirage, really that
Keep it
driving
clean.
force of Navi's success when they were winning events. I believe Maui said one of the best T-side Mirages we've ever seen. JL gonna just use
Oh,
this as a
nice. Nice little
3
eco
headshots,
clip. We love
clean
those.
as need be for half of his health. And a quad kill best he'll be able to get if he wants to go chasing. He'll let his teammates clean up, and that is Na'Vi in a lead 5 rounds into map 1.
You know what's interesting? Apex.
Yeah.
He's played against Blade teams forever.
I'm just
Talking
get
about
banned?
Apex played
No.
every era of the game. Every
Got a cooldown,
superstar, every
guys.
coach, all the way since the beginning. And at least all the way to the back of CS2.
When are you going to eat the casters? It's lunchtime.
And
True.
Yet, because they haven't played against this version of Na'Vi, you have to wonder, you know, maybe he could be used to it, but the team in general, you can't find that many sparring partners that are going to remind you of Na'Vi. They approach the game a little different, so we'll see how strong that memory is.
I mean, again, add to that they have not clashed in 2025. Not even sparring partners. You're just not getting official reps against this squad.
We've got no cat player here from Mezzy. They had vision on mid just a few minutes ago. Rob's got a clue. Oh, lots of pressure on Mezzy.
Gives himself a smoke, doesn't go for any kind of reposition.
Oh, interesting move.
Yeah, very
that's
sneaky.
unorthodox.
Then he slides out.
Unorthodox.
It's gonna
Usually you go
completely
bench off
catch
that.
him off guard.
Oh,
Good amount of
almost
damage as
got
well for Mezzy.
2.
And I'd say a key distraction
Yeah,
too,
no, that's
to get
huge
Rob
value.
out from market. He'll try to find his point of contact.
Oh, they're winning
A little
these
more
fights.
damage lined up.
Oh, they
Rob.
TK'd
there's a
it.
team
Rob's
kill
got
sprinkled
another.
in here right before Wonderful dies. He
Rob's
unfortunately
made them
shoots
TK.
Jay on the
That's
back of the
crazy
head.
work.
And Robin, down to 49 health, has a very wounded Na'Vi separated with bomb in between them.
Teammates coming in slow, but who needs help if you're Robs?
Hey, man.
Alexi a little late to this one, but still just 2 more players to take out of it.
You're just too
Trying
popular.
to climb out from the window.
No, you're
Trying to
doing
fake as
great.
if he's dropped. Try to catch them off with an
Skedoodle's
angle,
in
and
the building,
they are
boys.
on the move. These are the hard hitters of
Oh,
Vitality.
Alexi's bait has worked. But
Yep. Oh, they've kind of lost track of him, but he hasn't made
he's
another
right
move.
underneath him, he doesn't know.
Alexi just sits here so long.
What the
as
fuck? Dude, this is such a
CTs
Rob. Dude,
sink
this
in
is so
deep. We go down to 25
insane.
seconds. They have confirmation. Bomb still sits there.
Just
So
go a
Alexi's
little
just
bit
kind of
further. There you
frazzling,
go.
playing mind
There you
games as he
go.
does.
what a great round from Robs.
The suspense is killing me,
A
man.
great round from Robs, and also a great round from Mezzy.
Yes, sir.
There's a moment where you drop that Van Pillar smoke, and naturally you run back to bench, or you run back to empty pillar, and then you play it standard, and you tuck, and that's who Na'Vi are looking for when they come out. Mezzy gets the info late, so he makes a last-second protocol adjustment, runs forward through the smoke.
Yes,
takes the
Kadaddy,
guy
we could-
who's
we could
trying
ask him to
skill
hop
the
in here.
E-box, which is a
He's
key
gonna be
spot
streaming
for the teams
himself,
to
I
get
think,
to
too,
make sure you
guys.
can't come out of the door or window. And he's in a spot that they're not ready for, because who plays like that? So really nicely done.
Who does that?
If he had gone standard, it was too late to get anything out. He wouldn't be able to set up for a good peek. There would have been someone waiting for him to appear at bench over top of the smoke. And then Rops does the rest, really.
You know, ever since Rops' inclusion, we've got this new level out of Mezzy. Where does he place for you when it comes to roles alongside Mezzy?
Go.
He's incredible. He's really flourished since Rops has come on,
Reliable.
and there's something about that when we're... that's for Apex, right? There's something about that where he, you know, with Spinks on the roster, he was not nearly as comfortable. When you have Rops on your team, I think you just automatically get better because he requires so little space. He generates space. He gives it away. And now he's working alongside Rops, who he's the best in the biz at what he does.
Very quiet approach this time. Wonderful with a chance to have caught somebody in connector. Zywoo's going to be presented a couple of targets, and the trade's good, but it is also from Apex. Then the chair player dropped. Rops gets active off. Catwalk walks in on that action, as does Bit within a sight. We go back and forth. Fast game of tug of war. Both sides of the map compromised, and Wonderful's going to get the fadeaway. Now, the weird thing is Bomb is in the possession of Vitality here. Sitting inside bottom connector where the first trades went down. Ooh. Bit shows a little skin, comes back at it from the bomb site.
He wanted it right away. Bit
Been dropped down to 24
Bit
health.
kind of crazy. Wonderful, get active, bro.
Wonderful back in as they continue to
Oh!
drop. He brings one with him.
Bro,
That is so key. We're in a one-on-one now. Wonderful's hit some great shots this game. He's on and off. He had that fantastic move tracking Apex, I think, coming to the top.
All right,
of
Wonderful.
Mid.
This is what you're supposed to do.
He doesn't have a great
Don't
gun,
lose
but to
to
be
British
honest,
player with an
doesn't matter
MP9.
about the weapons right now. It's a little more scary for Wonderful, who has to scale with the SOP.
Why is it
Scale with
YouTube
this
stream
off
private?
and cannot
Shouldn't be.
afford to miss the shot.
Really comes down. He has time to pick either bomb site.
Chat, somebody let me
Mezzi,
know. It should
he's
be- it should
believing
be
it's
all
gonna
fine.
A, but
Just missed it.
just missed him.
Wonderful trying to get away from this. We go down to 15 seconds, and that B bomb site looking prime for the
And
taking.
if Mezzi doesn't go back to CT spawn, he's not going to see this. Wonderful
baby.
has made the golden move.
At the very least, Mezzi's still working with a kit. Mezzi, though, on this road through the corpses, doesn't actually pick up any bombs.
Crowd cheering kind of sold him. They're literally cheering for Wonderful's move, but I think it kind of sold him. Oh, he missed. He had a shot. Only one left.
The second one. Huge reposition here for Wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
Clutch, and also how well supported was he by Bit. Taking one down, a frame away from death, inside a connector. You've got to give Bit so much credit right there. We're going to see a great tracking shot as well from Wonderful when, look at this. He reads that. As soon as he saw his head over top of connector, he had the timing down.
Look how close it came. Oh,
Just, well, wonderful.
Mezzi dropping the nade on top of Wonderful's head as well. Talk about pressure to recover from that first missed shot in market. But also, let's talk about the pressure Vitality is starting to face.
We got a 1v3 in here to get Vitality out of a bad position. They've found two great positions since then and lost them to Na'Vi. This game's already shown us some ridiculous moments. We really haven't even started.
Can you wear that? Too big.
Let's
I'd-
call that one ambitious.
break it.
Yeah.
What's the temperature in the arena like? I don't know.
Understand.
Austin's just moist, bro. Constant moisture
Sometimes
everywhere.
Apex really does feel like he can get away with
Very
anything.
calorie dense air.
CT start to know what it is, but is it too late?
Pistols
Emma's
on the
gonna get
chase
up
out
cat.
middle.
They know he's
Eagle
coming up cat,
5-7
right?
within this site.
Oh, he's gonna. Oh.
It's an insta entry out of Bit, double down, and the bench player killed as well. So Na'Vi finding all their
looking
targets.
good.
Little
Na'Vi
lineup for
looking
Zyro,
real good,
almost
man.
collected, but only Alexi's death against Na'Vi in
Guys,
this one.
Vitality
We're talking 5
one
rounds on
pistol?
this T side.
It's looking fantastic.
And
it's
converted around they
another great
weren't
moment
supposed
that
to.
shows the how the scaling is really
Like,
hard for Vitality to gel with.
This is a nice start for Na'Vi, man.
One guy's just waiting for someone to come out of halls. Then he peeks down cat just to take a look, and then he gets shot in the side of the head. That's what Na'Vi are so good at doing. That's what makes them so unique. And Wonderful, man, throughout.
What's the air quality in the arena? I'm not sure. I didn't have time to check it. I've been going crazy.
Even when
Why
they
are
were
Vitality
at their
getting
best,
booed?
You know, he wasn't a guy leading the charts.
Just good banter with Apex, bro.
You've got those
It's-
pop-off
yeah, I
performances
promise
every
you,
once in a while, and
it's
here
not
we are
like-
in a major quarter versus the best team in the world.
It's good vibes, bro.
And look who's stepping up.
Crowd likes to pick a side. It's more fun that way. Whose map? It's Mirage, the one and only. It's
That
Navi's
tone
map
was
pick.
sort of set even
Vitality
back in the
picked
pistol,
Nuke.
right? JL
If it's
and
Mirage and
Wonderful with those
Navi's
Desert
in the
Eagles,
best of three,
2 Desert
Na'Vi
Eagle
picked
kills
it.
a pop. Put the money in a weird place. Na'Vi have absolutely capitalized on that momentum from the start of this half, and they're following through. So gun rounds keep trickling in from Vitality. But we're going to need that sort of heroic moment out of one of these Vitality players, or this half is Na'Vi's for the taking. They've not been forced away from some more aggressive starts in middle. You can see fl0m waiting out the fire, looking to get into the action. Only Wonderful leaning back, awaiting the start of stuff, but he's got to be cautious because he also carries the bomb. And as Vitality peel away from middle just before Na'Vi arrive in full force, they'll set up in connector instead. Again, contact shown over by Alexi. Just trying to threaten that B site. He takes a ton of damage. Window being watched by Apex. Eman's not going to get away with it. Rops collects the kill towards
Everybody's
B,
just looking
and
for the
fl0m
timings, and they're
Zyro
getting
combine to
absolutely
hold off
ravaged.
connector. So now we're starting to see this
Okay.
full force Vitality yet
Do you
again.
guys think Alexi B
It's
goes
found
for a
success
4-1
out for
hit,
the
like
Palace in the
either back
past,
to an
but
A
not
hit or a
this
B
round.
split?
Zywo climbs up to
I feel like
drop
he
him. This is
will.
the most convincing CT rifle round
Almost-
we've had from Vitality yet.
He's
Yeah,
been
you can
kind
see
of doing
the
it pretty
op and the
consistently,
bomb
even
and
in
the
this game.
backdrop, waiting to
Freedom
see
to
where the
players,
leads
if they
will take
lose,
Na'Vi that
takes it back.
Out of spawn, they might have an idea, but they're so flexible, they're so tricky with it, and here, Vitality, they hunt down every single
Come on,
threat.
bro, you want some food? Nah.
There
Thank
is
you.
no option now for Bit to swing out Palace and take the round into his own hands and create a
Nah,
really
man. I don't
weird
like
late
eating
round
when I'm
situation.
co-streaming that much. Unless it's like yesterday, 10.5 hours. Then I
See if
had
they allow
2
Wonderful to
glizzies.
hide.
Became a glizzy gladiator, and I inhaled that shit in like 30 seconds.
And to be honest, if
Bro,
you
they're
look at
doing
last
everything,
round,
but
the
not
one
at the same
before that,
time.
Vitality
Well,
have
it's
propelled themselves.
okay.
We've
I know
generated
it
really
might
good
sound a little bit
starts. I mean,
weird, but
staging
you don't really
has
want
been solid.
everyone to
There's
go
nothing
all
bad
at
about
once
that.
because the CTs will be ready. You're
Mentally,
trying
they should
to
feel good about what they've
poke
done. They're
somewhere,
probably just
hopefully
numerically
win that fight,
frustrated
then
about how Na'Vi have
like
got
a
back into this
domino
game.
effect, essentially. You know,
Welcome.
not that round.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
not
a lot
that
of
round,
people's
but
first
in
majors.
general, work
And,
up con,
a
right?
lot of
Work up
people meeting
con,
each other for the
get the
first time.
pick and
It's
con,
been
or get the pick window
really
right here.
cool
Then
to
your
meet
Palace guy
everybody here.
activates because they have to respect the window gap. Then your
Who
con
in
player
here
takes the
is
con
this
gap.
your first CS
You don't want to go
event?
all at once.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Guys, it's all downhill from here. So
He's not wrong.
Luckily, we've still got 2.5 more days of action. But speak of action, Hawk climb into catwalk. Zywoo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Na'Vi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was alone top mid, you've already got Na'Vi players up through connector, trying to combine again with this bit JL walkout. fl0m's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered since that awkward
Nice
ladder
fight.
kill. And this A-site goes down with nothing until the
Oh,
jungle player.
Emma, dude.
This is Ema on a tear. A
7 and
triple kill
6,
through
but I've
middle,
seen every
extended
goddamn kill. I
connector.
remember
Yes,
Emma kill.
Action, quad kill for Ema, taking rounds by 4.
check that from the third person. Crouches
Sure, hydration
Slidell
check. Let me
into
get my
a spray
coffee.
transfer, Connor. We need to watch that from Ima's perspective, but the way
Let
that
me
he
get my
put those two
fucking
kills
coffee.
together was amazing. The cherry on top was the window frag, but the round's already over from that point on. Here's the opening setup, perfect to counter exactly what Zywoo wants to do, and Ima gets that kill as well. Oh. Anyone can pop off.
fl0m, how'd the casters get out? I thought you ate them yesterday. Chat hit the sub goal, so I released them.
We're talking about a team with 5 top 20 players and 1 with none. That's what's happening right now, but we have to remember how it changes.
Bro, put
at
half
the
that on his
major.
shirt, man.
That's the only event
Coffee
that everything
dehydrates
can
you,
go
no?
out the window
Well,
when we talk about
allegedly.
championship level rosters.
Allegedly. It just
Maybe
makes
we
you
don't
gotta
talk
pee,
about Na'Vi
which
as
then
a championship
dehydrates
level
you.
roster because of this season, but we
I'm
also didn't talk about them
temporarily
like one
hydrated.
when
It's
they
just going to
pulled
go
off
through me
the
quick, and then I
miraculous
might be
run
an
in
overall
Copenhagen.
loss leader. But if you just continuously drink the coffee,
Fast moves from Bit
Huh?
again. Little electricity here
Huh?
from Na'Vi to at least just take a glimpse. There's not much behind him. Zywoo's going to get away with that opening kill in middle this time.
Yeah, pretty brave move, right? He almost tries the same thing, gets over to Cat this time, takes one out on Delpan.
Ema slipping through.
so wonderful
fl0m's
down already at
trying to take up
Delpan.
connector, dropping
Looking
the
for the
smoke
con
deep.
duel.
He'll win his
Oh, he
duel.
lost
Second
to
kill
a
of the
fucking
map from
fl0m.
fl0m's.
Important you pointed that out, right? How many 50-50s?
It got
has he
buffed.
lost
It got
essentially in
buffed.
this
It's
map?
really proven a point.
It's interesting to see Robs take up his position underneath balcony. fl0m's on the move right now. Chucking it back around through CT spawn. And so Na'Vi in this kind of a position, it's a 3v5, couple rounds left. You got enough money in the back pocket to get something in the next. Let's just keep it simple. Let's hit this site with enough utility. Problem is no smokes whatsoever for Na'Vi, so you're gonna have to burn players out of position. And with all the Molotovs, still none of them find Robs.
Excellent flash.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what they needed. We've seen fl0m's come up short because of a lack of util. Now double molly sent in for Robs once he gives up his position. And so a 2v5 between Alexi and JL. And JL's now down. It's all on the
Oh, he
ultimate
missed
leader.
the
Nade
nade.
misses.
Dude,
That's
this
fine
would
because
be
he at
actually...
least kills Apex.
Oh, he got another,
and
though.
He picks up the other
He said,
frag.
I didn't forget about you,
The
motherfucker.
Grenadier.
He said, I'm coming back.
And now a couple of kills
Ooh,
into this
sexy
huge
B.
clutch. Alexi
For the
just keeps
ace,
pulling
bro.
these things out of who knows
Alexi
what.
B,
CTs give him a
Austin,
little space. They're
Major,
banking on that
ace
off shot
clutch.
from Zywoo.
Come on.
But 2 kills into this clutch, and you know Alexi is now starting to get into the back of their heads. So Vitality, give him the space to plant, soften him up with util. What goes around comes around, and he will look for them with Zywoo. gives
Never
no
mind,
chance over.
Zywoo's too fucking
They've got
good,
him
man.
zoned in, stuck in, and dealt with.
Well,
Vitality
nice
trying
shot.
to
Go
tie
fuck
up on
yourself.
this
You're
half.
All
pretty
you can do is
fucking good at the
smile in that
game.
position. Ball banked right through default. Leads to Zywoo to put that one on ice. Very good try. Yeah, he's pulling out nades like Batman there. Like, where did he even find all those?
I don't know, man.
Oh, woohoo! He was looking for someone to pop up underneath the ledge. That's a crazy adjustment. And utility actually got really sparse right here for Vitality. Robs didn't have a second flash to peek out on. When the molly came in, he just tried to pick a timing, or maybe someone's hands were busy. Great match so far. Blade's gonna beckon on another timeout. This is kind of a game where anything goes. We know the game plan's always going to lean A side, but we've seen set B.
Zyro borrowed fl0m sheets for real, trust me. Well, no, if he borrowed my shit, he'd be getting flagged, remember? Zyro's got way better shit, dude.
What a
My shit's getting flagged. I'm getting 20-hour cooldowns after 4 rounds. My shit's clearly not good. What a shot,
Give
dude.
it up for yourself
Hell
one
yeah.
time. Final round of the half. We went to Value Village for this one. Wonderful's on a Deagle. We know how good he is with that, but there is a distinct advantage right now for Vitality. I like that.
Is fl0m sleeping? No, Nori's flying out. I'm just keeping an eye on things and making sure.
It's hard to pull the wool over
she's all good, and if she needs anything,
consecutive rounds.
Think I've done.
Yeah, you just never want to see him.
She's set up for the hotel.
That's been a huge change for him, for sure.
Driver's taken care of from the airport. We're all good,
Take the test into the B site. Rops with the off angle, try to catch him off guard as the approach comes through. Him and Mezzi gonna combine for 2 kills originally. Mezzi is pinned into this corner trying to fight.
Oh!
Beautiful adjustment.
What the fuck?
And Apex is gonna find the follow-up on
How the fuck did he
Alexi.
do
So we
that?
got wonderful Desert Eagle in hand,
Man,
Galil on his back,
Navi's
but
gonna
down
be
to
fucking kicking
third of his
himself.
health. And the utility just keeps raining.
See, this is the shit that Vitality does, dude.
Who could barely
Chat, press 1 so I know when to run the ad.
tie this half at 6.
This is the shit that they do, though. They just don't go away. They don't go away. They're there. You gotta. This is what all the great fucking teams do, bro. You have no shot otherwise.
Welcome to the Culture Clubhouse.
Hi,
we
Alex.
like to discuss the cultural implications.
We got the
of
doggos.
Counter-Strike
Trainer.
players. That's something that's
He's
quite
housed it.
close and near to our heart. Yes.
Yeah, he
No
always
play
watches
is
when we're both
created
out.
equal. So my submission to the Culture Clubhouse is something a bit different. We're going more modern day. Okay. I'm talking first CS2 Major. I'm talking a team that lost more rounds than they won but still lifted the trophy. I'm talking an MVP for JL out of nowhere. Okay, we're going to Copenhagen. All right, let's roll the bad boy. Let's roll the bad boy and get into this one. So Na'Vi versus FaZe.
Thank you, Supra.
So first map, Na'Vi on match point, and the CTs are on Eco. So it should just be over. You're casting this one.
It is David v Goliath.
This round was wild. Scrappy had everything.
Na'Vi can feel this. They want this. Just the pistol.
That was a sick little
It
adjustment
felt
out of
like
Mezzi
this
though.
was gonna keep going, right? But then JL had other ideas.
JL, can he save the day? Can he
Thank you guys for the
something up
resubs.
here?
Thank you.
I mean, picking up the bomb, how long has he got now? So 30, no, less, 18. I see this little brokey hesitation there. He's going back. He changed his mind, which gives him this little gap to slip out. Sure. Gets
Thank
that bomb
you,
down,
YouTube
and
chat.
he's running at him. He's running at him. He's running at him.
Trainer gonna make sure Butters gets his cardio in?
Causes
Yes.
too much pain to me.
No, my
It just
trainer's a
made,
lazy piece of
second
shit.
different. It
And
could
so
have
is
been a whole
Butters.
different story.
They
All
just
the
sleep on the
pressure
couch.
is on Rain's shoulders. No kit means he needs the kill. And JL
Usually our update photos are trainer dog just basically in some
JL
form
gets an MVP
crashed
at the
out,
end of this
sleeping.
major, lifts the trophy.
with
That's
both
also
dogs,
after
dual wielding
kind
both
of
dogs.
Making even just like a debut in Paris at the end of CSGO. He comes in a CS2 with a vengeance.
This isn't the history
Sith, ask
club,
me
though.
when I'm home.
No, you're dead on.
This is the culture.
Yes. Cultural impact builds up over the course of the game, right? And so this one, like, is it a good play? Yeah.
Yes.
But is it the defining play that won them the major? I don't think you can say it is.
Would you say that it's fair that it cannot be more than a 6 when that is the case?
Yeah. I'm thinking that too.
But something you haven't considered is that individual brilliance is kind of in the fabric of Counter-Strike
Trainer's watching
culture.
TikTok reels
So
about
I'm
Magic.
willing
He's
to
going to
say, like,
Magic Con, I
individual
think, for a little bit.
A 6.
4 for the culture score,
6 for the
6 for the individual brilliance.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
And then
Well, I
then
mean, that's just another
Nori's
great
sis
day
will be at the house.
in our lovely culture clubhouse. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Good.
Good show. Rippity pep.
All right, 6-6. I cannot help but feel that because Na'Vi just let them do that funny thing where they rally at the end, Vitality gets a pistol, and then I feel like I'm just watching the same shit over again. I'm glad I tried, guys. Listen, if you guys, well, there's 2
Na'Vi
VODs
come
now.
out swinging on Mirage, and Vitality able to find an answer towards the end of it. Rock solid anchoring out of Mezzi and Rops ends up tying this game up as Na'Vi started to shift a little attention over towards that B site. Austin, Texas, are we having fun today? I don't ever want to go home.
All right, let me...
It's too good. And I think right now we've seen already, Na'Vi can win this series. They have shown us so many good rounds. I think the right players are showing up. We've got X factor in clutch situations. Vitality know they have their work cut out for them a little bit, but they made a bounce back.
Redis to press up against the ramp, in with the flashbang, and it's insta-kills for Bit.
Never forgetting.
Sweet, sweet headshots with the bomb drop
Right.
in the process.
There we go.
Could not have asked for a better start to
I was
a
helping Jared. He
much-needed
wants to
pistol.
watch a major.
Visualization right there was perfect. You knew who was going to get flashed and who was going to try to trade.
Yep.
It almost felt like he took a half second just to wait for that.
No,
peek,
this
even
is
though he could have
fantastic,
escaped.
dude. If Na'Vi actually wins a pistol and converts, we're finally off script because I've
Just
seen
a
this
bit
script too many
impressed
times.
with the crosshair placement.
Upper dog,
Leave it to Na'Vi to
underdog.
know exactly what to
Whatever.
do and
Underdog's
when
the
to do
sponsor.
it.
Look at that plug. Wow. For the major, whatever. Oh, fuck you, Apex chat. I'm so sick and
Gotta be
tired of seeing the
careful,
good
guys.
team, though, or the better team
likes
basically
it.
come back and just rally with a pistol and a conversion after.
He hasn't lost since he did that chant.
He's got a smoke grenade, and he's got fl0m and Rops to work with, so they're just going to try to bound their way through the B site. Can't escape these Berettas, though, now in the hands of Wonderful. Alexi B is going to pop 2 heads, and so Rops into a clutch. Round 13 could be his, if not, for the sheer numbers out of Na'Vi. So kicked off by Bit over towards that A site. Perfectly timed flashbang and execution, and if that's not game plan, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's a story of good timing on the right tactic. We see this flash come in. This will explain everything, right? Exactly as I was looking forward. Bree to be set up from there on, and then it's a 5v3. Everything else is standard. It's the teaser on the back foot, looking for anything they can find.
All right, conversion versus Vitality. Probably actually the harder round to win versus Vitality, and I'm not... Oh, never mind. They have all Glocks. I fucking lied.
No plant on that round.
I'm over here building all this shit up because they...
They don't have the deagles that Na'Vi
We'll see.
put up after their second.
You know, fuck it. I'll
their
still
pistol
continue my
build.
point. If you guys have not seen like some of the stats that the broadcasts have shown for Vitality second rounds, it's nuts.
Damn, you
dude.
got Vitality thinking, you got Apex
They
talking.
win forced rounds like more than
Yeah,
anything
you have all
else
these tac
in the
timeouts
game.
but this is a pseudo pause. It's one of the
Oh,
best
they're booing
uses
the
of a
pause,
round
the
like
French
this.
pause. Oh wait, no, they're booing Apex. My bad. I'm stupid.
Okay, I got a question, Austin. We know how you feel about Apex. How do you feel about the rest of Vitality?
It's 50-50. Yeah, it was like 50-50.
Hey man, it's hard to hate greatness, but Apex makes it easier.
Oh man.
Oh, block kill into connector.
The whole crowd goes, oh.
This round.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Deagles of JL and Wonderful had us on the edge of our seats in the first half.
I always got a big gun.
Bit's gonna come swinging though, and it's an easy
There it
cleanup
is.
with that MP9. So underpass, bomb control though, over towards Na'Vi. Things got sketchy for a second, but not nearly as scary as in that first half for Vitality. Na'Vi stabilize swiftly. Zywoo, like you said, does have a big gun. So another player drops to the M4, and Wonderful's not too far off,
right.
so no extra shenanigans
Gun round
out of
coming out.
Zywoo. It is Na'Vi with a 2-round lead.
Alexi
to
highlights
see.
incoming.
Full test here. Vitality
That's
took some time to
criminal,
talk.
bro.
They made that round somehow
That
look
is
compelling
criminal.
for a second. As he looking down the line, he has been a stud today. The kills that he got in the first half without them, the scoreline would actually pretty lopsided,
Yes, sir.
honestly.
Look at the guy sitting next to him, bro. He glanced
That's
over the
being
camera. He's like, I'm not with this guy, bro. I don't know
Man,
this
you
guy.
messed with the wrong crowd.
Story's going to be on fl0m if this map goes on its head. Very slow day, and you know Vitality have lost a couple of maps here in their like long best of 3 streak, and in those moments, you look at Mezzy and fl0m. Sometimes start slow in series, sometimes it's an off day. Can't afford that right now.
Bro, these default rounds are too funny when they go to Apex.
Oh, very clear idea coming out here. And,
I don't have to
CT's
do
going
anything.
the wrong direction.
Yeah, bomb in the middle of it. Bit shaves off the front runner.
Oh, such an important kill.
Oh, nice headshot from
Oh!
Zywoo. A second onto Alexi even. And then
Oh my
crack it open. ZywOo's
God.
starting to find his form.
ZywOo is
Starting to
just
find a moment here. You
front,
got
man.
a
He's
glimpse of
pretty
it in the
fucking
last
good,
round as
dude.
he kicked it off with the Glock.
I just realized
Fl0m
Flames
gonna
is
get a
3
set of
and
helping hands
12.
into that A site, and there was so little contest for
Wow,
the Ramp
it's not
and
fair,
the Palace
man.
player to walk out to join forces
How do
with
they get
Khan.
Rops for
yes,
free,
Khan
dude?
had to go well, but ZywOo was in
No
the middle
buyout?
of that pack, and he is not going to stop missing. ZywOo,
Yeah,
quad
you're
kill,
good.
starting to take over for the T
You're
side
pretty
when they
fucking
need
good.
a hero.
You're pretty
Bree
fucking
just
good.
talked about it on the Destinies. The guy is very few players that can win a series of rounds just by himself. It's also not an aberration when he gets a rifle highlight. Look at this guy go. Good with every gun. I'm fine saying the most versatile player we've ever seen. So comfortable in every situation.
Sorry, I'm trying to help out fl0m to see if he can co-stream. I'm waiting.
That one really brings the pain here.
Oh my
to Na'Vi.
God. Somebody just let out like a goat scream.
But they've been kind of dangerous on these rounds.
No, dude, fucking Deagle's going crazy. Remember, Na'Vi should have won their
back on the
eco round
same
with the
Desert
Deags
Eagles.
earlier.
They found some footing. Early days, wonderful. JL, what do you have for us? They're both playing well, or at least started strong.
Okay. Doing something.
Smoke grenade out through the window. No real movement yet from that Na'Vi. B-Stack just kind of crossing their fingers. And ultimately, it's going to boil down for Wonderful having to go above and beyond.
Yeah, Campbell doesn't pay off here. Wonderful's got his work cut out for him. Can't stand to the test. Open sight here, free plant. A simple example.
We got a full eco
this
here.
will allow Vitality to tie up.
There we go.
Now, ZywOo's been with us for 6 years at the top level. First year, top 1 player, total phenom. Born on the day Counter-Strike came out. Craziest fact about him.
A little suspicious, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, made in a lab, some people say. ZywOo is...
All right, what are we setting up exits, guys? Whoever gets...
He's the
Oh,
player who
boo.
is equally good with a rifle or the op. Kind of chose not to use that gun last year, and still, when he used it, had such high efficacy. And it feels like even though he's been at the top for so long, he's only gotten the real respect from the hardcore,
I mean, dude, the boot
most
farming
hardcore
bit's
and
great when
demanding
it's a
fans
full eco
in
where people just
recent
walk
times.
around the map. There's 4 pistols alive, right?
But
Like,
we're talking about a guy who's
thank
run
you
through
for all
every
the subs, by the way,
tournament.
guys. Appreciate it.
His actual final test is the hard side of a playoff major bracket, and then you can no longer move
Yeah,
the
dude. The
goalposts.
Vitality run
This is one of the
for their
most stacked
major was
sides
definitely...
of a
It was
playoff
not their
bracket that
fault.
we've ever seen.
All the big
Kinda
dogs
jarring
fucked
to
it
go
up.
From Paris to this with your
But
Vitality.
their
But
major
when you
run
see their
to win
streak
the
of
major,
tournaments,
it's still a major.
there's
They
really no
earned it,
excuse
but
for why
like
this
it
should
always
not
has
just
kind
be
of
another
felt
run that
like,
they make.
yeah, it's kind of fucking just felt like that one was handed
Might be
over,
unfair to
bro.
put it
That
that
one,
way,
that major result felt like
As
it could have been
Apex said,
phoned in once the
before
playoff
game
bracket
started,
was
we know we
set.
can beat all these teams. It's simply about playing as good
Like,
as we did.
so
for the
we'll
last
see.
few
You know,
months.
you guys talked about emailing one in earlier. That was like this could have been an email
ZywOo's
final
also
for
somebody
sure.
who won more fans over too, and he kind of took the presence up in the team as well. I remember Zonic back in the day, even for Paris, was like saying how he was trying to unlock this side of ZywOo, where if he needs or wants something while the game is
I still
live,
love
then
the
to speak
inflatable
up
guys,
and
dude.
take that
It looks
space,
sick.
because
It
he's
actually
good
looks
enough
sick.
to justify it.
They pointed them out to
And I
me at
think just
first. I was
by
like,
default-
now that I keep seeing them,
Anyone
I'm
who's
like,
played with
nah,
a
that's
player
cool.
that's better
I like
than
it.
them, if you're calling, you always want them to give you ideas.
Sure.
To tell you what they need. You want to support someone
If they're not
like
even
that.
going to play for the
You
round,
know?
why do they
That's
not
like,
just
you wanna bring them
5-stack?
water.
Serious question. Well, I
That
think
side
they were
of
trying to
ZywOo
get
wasn't really
information to
unlocked
5-stack, and then they just guessed
For his
wrong, right?
entire 6 years of play. We've gotten to that
I say
place,
4
and look
pistols.
where he's taken Vitality.
The bomb's going to probably blow up either way, so
Not
if the bomb's
not
going to
terrible
blow up
setup
and you
here
can't
the
all
A
for
play,
sure
but
die
how fast
before it,
comes
you
out,
don't want to
big
like
now,
just
little
feed kills.
dangerous,
Also,
has to
like,
get out.
there's
But
a
if they go full
psychological
retake,
side,
it's
bro,
gonna
to
be
like
very hard
letting
here for Na'Vi.
people.
Let's see if they can get
Imagine
this
they
chance
run
down
in
to
and
the smoke.
Flames gets 4
No one inside
kills.
smokes have come out just yet.
He's having a bad
Taking their
game
time
right
with
now.
it. Here comes the volley.
You don't feed that guy
JL gets a bit of vision
at
first.
all, even in eco,
Smokes come
dude.
out.
If
Wonderful
you,
gets the one. There's a
Hold on.
huge gap in this.
Bad.
Kills are going back and forth.
Oh!
Picked up from Ticket. What is this round out of Vitality?
Bro, they
Smokes are
just,
chunk
they
and no
just like,
cover. You put Rops into
Vitality
a
seems
versus
so
three.
surprised that they got contested.
That
They were just
is
like, oh, we're
messy
just chilling. We're going to get the
CS.
bomb
Yeah,
down. And they were just completely caught off guard by Navi's like, guys, we're here. We're literally fighting you.
This sort of a win streak.
Yeah, you can leave stairs open, molly it, or just fight it from Palace if you want to. That's fine. But if now your single point of failure is the jungle smoke and that doesn't land, what's going to happen? They don't have obviously they don't have a cap molly, but the connector, yeah, just all open. You don't read past this round. You know, if you're Xtas, you go, hit the smoke next time.
Char, even though you whiff, we love you. Merci, madame. Let's go, baby.
Monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
Even though you grief, we love you.
Oh, maybe Mezzi missed it.
Must have been.
Even though you grieve.
Don't think about it, just move along. Luckily for Vitality, still coming into this next
3
one
and 13 on flames, man.
But just for the sake of the quality of the counter-strike, let's hope that doesn't go down again. Bomb left towards top middle. Vitality take up position through it.
Round 17 put a pin in it. Could they afford to miss in that moment? Because if they didn't, they had a really good exec coming in. But they still got another try. Great guns here.
Oh, there.
All of a sudden.
Okay. Well, he's 5 and 14 now.
Top ticket, reposition, catches rocks, nade.
Damn.
Just thrown out, didn't
And
have
it still doesn't matter. It's still a 3v2. Never mind. It matters.
At least there's a recovery.
It matters.
And now Mezzi trying to make up for it to work with Zywoo.
Zywoo's taking some damage. He's here in connector. There's no one on cat coming around, but they don't know they can plant.
Last two Vitality players to play in tandem. Flash is going to be perfect to blind Alexi, to stun him for a second. His incendiary goes a bit too far. Zywoo looking not to get caught off by timing. Finds Wonderful trying to get away with it. And Zywoo wants that off.
Oh, he had an MP9.
So he switches
Probably
over.
wouldn't have killed him
16
either
kills
way.
to Zywoo throughout this map. Alexi throws out his last piece of util just to get the spacing onto site, but he will remain fully exposed to Connector and Zywoo and that op, and eventually Mezzi can come out to help.
He needs a smoke.
When he chooses to. There is no utility for Alexi to grab.
Damn, 9 to 9.
So bomb too far gone. He will
Money's
catch the
gone.
Mezzi frag,
Money's gone.
swap to the rifle, and Vitality bounce right back with one alive, tying the game at 9.
Yeah, Mezzi saves that on the trades a bit. I gotta say, I love the moments that he's picking. I'm absolutely obsessed with how aggressive he's being after he's like passive hidden for 30, 40 seconds. All of a sudden, he takes this ticket peek, makes this round possible again.
FaZe Silver.
On the whole,
That's a Launders sign right there. Launders.
Obviously, after playing,
those are your people. What a transfer, man.
What
a
3
great
kills,
transfer.
by the way.
Yeah.
Great shot.
And those are,
That's
I mean, like,
of the site.
so back to that rant we were having about saving pistols.
On this T side to make the space they need.
Everybody that's ever played Counter-Strike, even if you watch a game and you know the ecos aren't as always as important and it feels like a stat pad, if you're telling me right now it doesn't feel good to get them as a player, especially when you're having a bad game, oh man.
Zywoo all too ready.
So it's like a bit of an economic decision, and it's also a bit of like a mental
Very
side of it, you
uncomfortable
know?
place here for Navi. At least the AK-47 gets picked back up.
Yeah, we got the 25 Zywoo. He had the rifle. He's had a great game on rifles, but he sees the op on the ground. He picks it up immediately. He has contributed a lot of op frags already this game.
Just a little bit of mid presence, back to A, regroup, hit together. It's interesting. I feel like Vitality gets out of that a lot quicker than some than like when we were watching Spirit Malice. The game felt so much slower in those decisions.
You just have to hope, and at worst, you always get a 4-player save out of it, but unluckily, not taking 3 or 4 rifles into it. Just a single AK from Wonderful and these 2 MP9s.
No mistakes on the empty site. Vitality going to take this one with no real contest.
Man, I hate how like one side of these are.
That decides round 19.
So mentally, they survive it. Apex is somebody that, you know, we've seen him fly off the rails emotionally all the time. And whether he's really addressed it,
Okay, one sec.
he's sort of changed his affect when it comes to, you know, talking to his teammates. He brings the energy outwardly towards the other team, but the frustration used to be visibly way too much. And not only has he's not having the best game ever, but he's really improved his overall fragging level this year. Emotionally, it feels like he's way more stable when it comes to dealing with his teammates.
I mean, one of the things that I feel like we've stopped talking about was that small leave of absence when Vitality kind of took him out of the team for a second when they said he needed a break.
You know what the scariest part about that absence was for me? The scariest part about that absence for me was when he came
Is
back.
it just me or teams not smoke ticket
came
CT
back
as much
after, like, 3
anymore?
weeks.
Oh man, you're gonna trigger my
was just
rant.
almost
No, yeah, it's usually bad.
More like,
If you're gonna take a break, then take enough
Usually,
time.
literally CTs will smoke off CT to
like
delay the
sounded or
push
was
because
put forth as like a
when you throw out the
mutual
air
decision
execute, you
between him
need
and
to
the
take
team,
jungle or con. If you
think he just
smoke
had to get some
CT,
stuff under wraps.
or you need to take CT jungle or con. Most teams smoke off jungle or
To tap back into
con,
what you're saying, that's
and
not
then
the
CT
Apex
becomes where you're trying to contest.
led
If you
this
play like a
team to
retake and
greatness
you
in
let you don't
2025.
have one of those areas, the chances of you winning the round are low.
Entry to IGL to also maintaining.
Also, like Ticket
His
just
old
isn't a
self,
strong
that
position. It's
versatility
fully
as well.
spammable. One
Okay.
molly, one like couple nades. It's a really strong
Looking to flash
position
and they
for an
look to get
opera
active.
only,
This is
but
Rops
it's not.
leaning all the way back in apartments, but
It
not one.
feels really bad to
Players coming
smoke
at
because
him.
you
It's
trap
about
yourself
timing.
in as a
Rops
tease.
lights
Oh
them up.
my god! How does
A
he
second
know?
sooner.
How does? And my
And they could have
gameplays
seen
are
him
regular.
without him
You
realizing
fucking
it, but
see
that
that,
shoulder
and
tucked,
you think my
he
shit's right?
catches
That guy's
both.
clearly
talk
got
about
something
timing.
going
Ross is
on,
a
dude.
roller
I need another
timing.
metal
Okay.
wand. What the fuck?
Well, Lexi B is going to have to step up to the plate in the
What
absence
in
of those
the
two players.
fuck?
Fire in front of him. He shuffles positions. Molotov with his name on it, unable to get anything going here in the first 3 players to fight on this A site. Now the money's being built up. Na'Vi want to try to somehow take a chip out of Vitality.
All right, here we go. Let's see if the 5-7
This 20th
snapping
round's
turtle
looking
goes
all
crazy.
Vitality all day. Again, great grenades come through. Nobody skipped any part of the process. They just overwhelmed this A site in a round where Na'Vi still are just waiting to have the tools for the job to claw back this map 1.
Yeah, they really kind of just drag it into the lead up, and all of a sudden it's very explosive. It's not like Na'Vi getting out and then fighting and waiting a little bit. Na'Vi make sure they have a clean sight before they even get in. These pistols won't do much here.
Irregularly bad.
11th round
Okay, man.
impending for Vitality.
No, I'm regularly bad. Well, I'm tilted from the Rops timing. Dude, no, that was
And again,
like
they
disgusting,
haven't been infallible
man.
in best of 3s. They've lost a couple of
That was
baps in
disgusting.
there.
I mean, that was just a
It's
round
really about the
immediately.
series.
Sure.
What a luxury.
And even though they had some down moments in this game, they're clearly not shaken.
We're going to need security for that guy. I repeat, security for that guy. Here it is. Rops. 2AT. This is Na'Vi trying to make the most of having lesser buys. Trying to cause
YouTube
some
chat, I just
mistakes
want you
out
to
of
know,
Vitality,
I
but
glanced
it's looking
over
like a
and
very well-oiled
I
machine
saw
on
the
these
word
A hits
religion.
ever since that one missed smoke.
Yeah,
And
I
I'm
mean, this is
seeing
now- we saw
fucking
wonderful in the first half.
ethnicity.
We
I
saw
don't know
Na'Vi
what
take
the
control
fuck
towards the end
happened
of
over
the
there.
first half on their
It's really
TP side.
small, but can you
I
fucking
think
figure
it's,
it out?
It's time to make a play
Hey.
happen early, make the
Thank
free
you,
of the map a
YouTube
little
chat.
bit, because Vitality are going to get a ramp palace in their mid timing on these
Super, can you
splits.
just go over there, and
They're
if anybody
likely
did
going to
anything,
win at
just
this point.
permaband
They
them.
are
I don't
doing
even
so
care.
well with
Thank
structure
you.
in that 5v5. I wonder if Blade, excuse me, is going to call a pick play here. Or if they're just going to try to plan a reaction. Problem is, sometimes you send Wonderful out, he goes only so far, then he peels back if he doesn't see anything. And the game plan morphs into something else, but you can't leave it all on one tactic. So they don't see anything in window off the jump. Vitality are changing up too.
No, don't worry. We sent over Big Daddy Super to just go read through the chat logs. The good thing with the YouTube chat is all just
they were
stays
looking for.
permanent.
Moments like these, they're fanning the map, make sure there's no pushes, but it looks like they're just going to come back to their original game plan.
Oh, man. Fucking
Getting
it.
back at that ramp as the smoke's about to fade.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some information a little bit from Alexi, I think, but, you know, not that much has changed here for Na'Vi.
It's going to be a tough round for Wonderful. No utility, M4 in hand, tucked into this position.
They just have so much fog of war. I mean, look at Bit. He's pushing his flanking window.
Like you said, they
No, the
kinda
player
gear up for it,
crosshairs and
and then
replays
it
nice.
pops.
Oh,
And so
flames.
Flazy insta-kill.
Oh, baby.
Apex's flash,
3 and
perfect
13.
assist.
No, 3 and...
And all the space in the world with this bottom connector smoke as
No,
well.
yeah,
It
it was
would have
3
been
and
vision on
13,
any
right?
other
No.
follow-up fights,
Yeah.
but no additional bodies for
Yeah.
Na'Vi beyond that util. And so Vitality are having a field day with this A site.
I'd love to know what the tack was about from Blade.
Sure.
Because to be honest, that was a pretty mellow-looking map. I think we had one peek in window, didn't see anything. Vitality did not do anything interesting to draw rotations. All they did was go back to an A site hit. And they found Na'Vi in some pretty normal spots.
Take a massive
The only thing
mistake here
I'm not enjoying
take a
about
look
this
at the
series
side
right
bomb.
now,
Way
the
too far gone.
the
Zywoo
game's
does not
close,
want
but the
Eman on a
rounds
save.
feel so
If you
definitive.
can bottom out the money here for Na'Vi, then it should be
Damn, hold that,
a smooth
Zywoo.
road to a finish.
It's actually a big deal if you can get that up.
They're going to try to keep the pressure up. Eman not going down without a
Emma,
fight.
don't die.
He will hang on to that rifle. AK,
Oh,
no, never mind. Bomb radius got him,
damn.
so they saw
Oh, because of the plant spot, maybe?
There's an off out there,
I didn't
right?
see where it was. I think he was trying to get that up.
Zywoo's in jungle.
Zywoo absolutely stepping up to the occasion once this T-side got started. We saw it begin with the connector AK-47 multi-kill.
Look, it's like clear skies, no distractions.
It's all good.
Sandwich, no one on default take attention. No one from Ticket who took an op shot.
Pulling the
There was
reverse,
just
you can.
an easy site to take.
Just going through the motions in these last few rounds. Na'Vi's defense starting to fail them. It's not like we've seen a massive change-up. But again, they're going to try to get a little more aggressive here.
Na'Vi
It's the
are
same
losing
boost
faith
that
they can win.
Vitality wanted to
I
start
mean,
with
it's just
last
they're
round.
just getting
Oh, timing
grinded
with the
down, man.
Flamesy.
Oh,
Just
bro,
before the
Flames
support
again,
got to it.
again,
Flamesy knows.
bro. Nah,
Runs up
10 and 15, and I'm not kidding. He's responsible for 3 T-side gun rounds. That's insane,
Apex has
bro.
got the trade.
It's not fair, man.
Is a massive
It's not fair.
too much for Na'Vi to survive. A fired up Vitality after that T-half. And
It's
there's
not
no
fair, bro.
denying that Na'Vi came out swinging, but now
It's
they've
just
gotta
insane
take
he
this
has
fight
that
to
bad
new.
of a game.
And
He
if
has
they
that
will
bad of a
truly
game. He has that much
attempt to
fucking
stop
impact
Vitality's
still,
major
dude.
run, it's gonna have to be world class.
It'll have to be better than that. We saw some great rounds out of Vitality, but there were questions in the beginning of the game. They answered those by the end. Mezzi to start it off, Zywoo in the middle, and the team by the end of the day. A great overall performance here on Mirage.
Nah, that was insane,
Indeed,
man.
one quick question to Mezzi. I know you want to join your team. I just want to get a temperature check because, of course, a lot of pressure on your shoulders. How did this feel, this first foray here in the Moody Center?
It feels good. I think the crowd's always loud. Whether they're against us, it's fine as well. But no, the boys are enjoying it, and we're warming up into it as well.
Let's go. I'll let you go.
Mezzi.
Na'Vi, you had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. I thought maybe we were going to get some flashes of Na'Vi from 2024, but then we move into
Fucking
the second
Flames,
and it's
dude.
Vitality of
Fucking
2025
Flames.
all over Debris.
I think this is
3
the best
multi-kills on
showing
gun
that Na'Vi
rounds.
has showcased the last 3, 4, 5 months. I think they actually tried a lot of things. They looked like they were on the same page in the first half.
Insane,
They
dude.
were playing well off each other. They had a lot of depth to their tactics. They were daring to play. They went for aggressive play. They were through the smokes. They were going for like explosive plays, and they just had the connections whenever they had the right lurks and with the right space. So I'm positively on how Na'Vi looked, but obviously it was not enough. They have to do better than that to go up against them.
It is a bit of a shame because I agree with you. I think Na'Vi, the first 16 rounds, were playing equally as good as Vitality. Some of the Vitality members, as we know them, had big moments, kept them alive in the first half. We'll dive into that later. But overall, I think Na'Vi were on par with Vitality for the vast majority of that game, which is why it's a bit of a shame why it fizzled out like that. Because then it looks like, okay, you look at the scoreboard, maybe you didn't watch the entire game in motion. Yeah, Vitality breezed over Na'Vi, wasn't even close. That wasn't the case. It was a competitive game of Counter-Strike and a good game of Counter-Strike.
I think if it could have been, you know, a different team, a
Most
different
cursed
opposition, different
pick'ems
situation,
ever. Well, no,
maybe Na'Vi
Vitality
would
is
have managed to
saving
take
the
it. But
pick'ems,
it's this
no?
ever reliable Vitality,
Surely.
not crumbling
Surely
under the
you guys
pressure.
put
They might
Vitality
bend,
winning, right?
but they never seem to break. Let's go back to that first half and talk about some of the moments where, you know, there were key individuals, Jacob, keeping Vitality's heads above water.
It was Messi and Robs keeping them alive
Yeah,
in that
man,
first
Messi
half
had
by
crazy
anchoring.
impact on
And
his
look at
anchor
Robs'
holds.
movement in this situation, right? He's right now 1 versus 4. He's then getting back up from Apex. He dies, still a 1 versus 4. He's staying alive, Peter. He's playing the smokes.
How the
He's
fuck is the
playing the
desk
angles.
outside
Gets
the
a little bit
arena?
lucky maybe with the kill and a team kill as well. But look at how he's just staying alive.
I don't think they are.
Constantly
They're
staying
inside.
alive, not
They're just like-
over-peaking, not over-exaggerating, waiting for his teammates. And guess what?
Oh, you mean like in
Robs
the
will
hallway?
find another kill on towards the bench player right here. If you ever wonder what a good anchor does and what a
It's
good
where
player
they're doing
does,
the player
look at his
intros,
round
so that's
from
probably
Robs.
why.
How picture perfect he's playing it, and had he not done that in the first half, had he not been backed up by
think it's
Messi in that
kinda
round
nice.
as well, Vitality could have been off to a very poor start.
But that's what we praised him for also coming into the game, that he's just so good at understanding the angles. In this case, was just him always, like he never exposed himself to more than 2 fights at the same time.
Yes.
And when he actually went for fight, it wasn't like a completely all in. It was more of a case of, hey, I'm gonna show my presence here. And then when the smoke gets deployed, he plays around the area. He understands his backup is coming, so he's just staying alive to keep this momentum and keep this space for Vitality that they can play off. Because if Robs falls down, they have 2 players
Rooting
coming
for
from
Fury
kitchen,
at this point.
and they have
Everything
no way
is
out
cooked.
of the
Who's
kitchen.
going to tell him?
For him staying alive was very crucial.
There was also another
him?
player who arguably had Rops's back during that first half as well. My British ghost, Mezzy. We've got to bring up William
Can I play
Merriman.
Minecraft with you and
paying
Smitty?
off
No,
massively
I don't play Minecraft.
in terms of his impact in this first half.
I mean, that's the cool thing about Vitality, and
You're going to have to go into one of the other guys' chats and ask him. They'll definitely play Minecraft with you and Smitty,
Wasn't
though.
about Apex necessarily, the in-game leader. Wasn't
In one of the
necessarily
other chats,
about
though, not
fl0m
mine.
until the later stages of the game, but the anchors, Robs and Messi, kept Vitality alive in that first half. Had an awful lot of impact, did a tremendous job defending the B bomb site. Had it not been for Messi, had it not been for Robs, I think Vitality could have been down 4-8, maybe even 3-9 versus Na'Vi, who we agreed played incredible well on the T side.
I think for a long time, Messi has been done dirty in Vitality. I think his glow up in this team ever since they got Robs has been one of the reasons why they're also playing so well. You touched on the whole angering thing. Like, he's putting up a really good job. He finds himself being alone in many situations. He always gets at least one kill, sometimes he gets a double. But most importantly, he's really good at staying alive, waiting for the backup, and they understand how to play around that. So Messi's doing a tremendous job.
And even more importantly, I'm not the only biased Brit here in the arena, as my fellow UK brother James has managed to find some more here in Austin.
Look what I found. There's more British people here in America coming from the major. I got Harris, I got Sam with me. Guys, this is a long way to travel for a major. What made you travel?
Well, I met these 2 guys at Blast in London, and then this guy from Massachusetts convinced us to come.
Oh, wow.
I'd initially said, I'll think about it, and then he messaged me about a week later going, you bought your tickets yet? And I went, sure, why not?
Okay, hell yeah, I love that. And you want to just join in the action, you all come together?
Yeah, Mezzy's player interview was done 200 meters away from where I work, in where it was. So I'm same hometown as Mezzy, so home crowd advantage with...
That's cool.
They got to
That's
bring
actually
this
really
for Messi
cool,
as
bro.
well. Okay, so Vitality's winning the major, surely.
God, no, Phaser.
Oh, he said face. Okay,
said
he said
God,
phase.
no.
You said Vitality.
It's a fight normally.
Okay, British people are always fighting no matter what. We've got a phase one, we've got a Vitality one. We'll have to see what happens. But either way, the Brits are here.
I don't want to break that guy's heart, but there's no British players on FaZe, my dude. There's no British players there.
No,
Which shows the
James made a
vitality
good
side
point.
of life.
British people always fight, you know, and that's
Yeah, but
that's the
FaZe
way
has
that's
aura.
Flip-flopping,
Come on.
clip-clapping, as you guys would say. Either way, great showing from Vitality. We move on to that second half as well. I feel like that's where, you know, Zywoo manages to come alive and show a little bit of flair too.
And that's the narrative I want to create right here, Peter. The fact of the matter is that everyone from Vitality can chime in, help. This case, it was Messi, Robs keeping them alive, and then of course at some point Zywoo will wake up. At some point he will find impact. A couple of crucial moments where he stepped up and I guess dictated the game the way we expected coming into it.
And you know, like, Messi also touched upon that. They were warming up in the game. They didn't look like super sharp at the beginning, but you know, they turned it around. And you know, when you have a guy like Zywoo in the team, you know, eventually it will just happen that he just turns 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 rounds around into your favor of your team. And that's just something you have to accept.
British people are so funny, fl0m. I wish they were real. I know, right? Isn't it crazy that they're just AI generated?
Maybe the best player in the world. He will just turn around rounds for his team. And that can be hard to cope with, like, mentally. But also, you know, the fact that he just goes in and just never, like, flaster himself in the situation of being under pressure. You know, he just knows that eventually it will come alive.
I feel like we got like a proper tasting menu of Vitality on this Mirage. Yeah, as you said it, you know, Ropz, Mezzy, first half story, Zywoo coming alive in some situations, but it was right
They've
at the end.
experienced
You know,
the joy of
cleanser
Walmart
going
parking
into
lots
the
and a
thing,
Buc-ee's.
We would say in the UK. fl0mzy with back-to-back impact, considering that he didn't really have a very hot start, right? He was struggling.
fl0mzy had a tough time in this game. He was left alone on
Super. Whenever there's a break running that, I'm going to pee real quick.
But then he stepped up when the game was supposed to be closed out, and that's how I want to, I guess, end this narrative. You know, everyone from Vitality can step in and find massive impact. This round, 21, is fantastic from fl0mzy. The last round of the game as well, a triple entry in towards middle. When you have a player who throughout the majority of the game has done absolutely nothing, hasn't had an impact, all of a sudden Peter steps in and wins 2 rounds by himself, you know that's why Vitality is the best team in the world. Robs kept them alive, Messi kept them alive, Zywoo stepped up in the mid portion of the game, and to close it out, it was the guy who didn't do anything the first 20 rounds in fl0mzy. If that's not the recipe of the best team in the world, I don't know what is.
Well, that's also where you see the difference of a player like fl0mzy and Zywoo. Zywoo will create something out of nothing. But whereas fl0m, he will excel when he's set up in a situation to just, and you know, have like an impact around. They went back to go A. They didn't do anything in mid. They just basically went back to an A execute. They had a bit of a fake in mid. And then you just have Apex throwing that utility that will set up fl0m for a success. And that is where fl0m is just really good. He's really good just going in there, believing in the flashbangs, and using that sheer aggressiveness to his advantage. And as you said, Jacob, that's why they have so many strings to play on. That is why Vitality is so good.
Was there a particular point where you felt like things fell flat for Na'Vi? Because I can't pinpoint that there wasn't like a spectacular play that, you know, made them run out of gas from the side of Vitality. There wasn't like a tilt-off moment. It just felt like it slowly but surely just kind of petered out.
Yeah, and I think that's a great way of describing it, to be completely honest. I think they lacked individual players to step up in those moments. You want to have someone who's shutting down fl0m. You want someone to go up against ZywOo in some of those fights. And let's be honest, in the first half, Na'Vi played great as a team, but sometimes in Counter-Strike, Peter, we speak about it, especially in Counter-Strike 2, it is decided by the individuals. And no one from Na'Vi stepped up in the second half. We didn't have a wonderful round where he won one all by himself. We didn't have an Imma moment, which we did in the first half, where he won a round by himself. So there was no answer from Na'Vi. And as much as I want to say it, I think Vitality and Na'Vi were 50-50 in terms of how the teams were approaching the game and the level of the teams. But when it came down to the individuals and the playmaking, Vitality are the best in the world.
I think where it changed were the quad kill that ZywOo pulled off. You know, that was that round that ZywOo just pulled out of his hat and turned things around. And that is sometimes a tilt factor for your opponents, like, because they even went up, they had the advantage in the round, but then ZywOo just shows up and gets a quad kill, turns everything around, and then you find yourself in a situation where you have to take an eco afterwards. And you need to string rounds together if you want to beat Vitality, because you need to have your economy on your side.
I'm going to be diving into Nuke with Moses and Mario in just a second down on the show floor, but just any initial takeaways, because we know that Vitality, they're very comfortable on this map, right?
I don't think there's a case that Navi's going to bounce back. I think Vitality has definitely warmed themselves up, and they're looking to close this one.
I think Na'Vi played the absolute best they could on Mirage. They didn't win, so I don't see why that should change the Nuke.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it plays out, but not before we head things to a short little break. When we are back, the final chance for Na'Vi to be bouncing back in this quarterfinal, and it's going to be a tough battle indeed. That is going to be going down on the grounds of Nuke. Vitality breaking Na'Vi on Mirage, and things only getting tougher from here on out because Vitality's map pick lays in wait.
All right, we're back.
Is Nuke. I just had
Sprite
a few
Zero.
words from Dupree and Pimp up on the desk. I'm down with
you know,
Moses and Mount
somebody
here
said
on the
that
show
coffee
floor.
dehydrates you, and all of a sudden I had to pee. It's crazy.
Jason, give me one reason why this is going to go the full distance. Na'Vi will bounce back, and we will get a third.
All right, if Na'Vi's going to bounce back, we saw a little bit of life on him on the first map. Didn't last super long. However, you get to start, if you go on that CT side, someone like JL as an anchor of that upper bomb site, you look at the way Vitality beat him on Mirage, which is those set pieces towards the A bomb site. You give that, but you get a good performance out of your anchors in the upper bomb site, you can handle some of those executes on Nuke.
I love playing devil's advocate when I'm on a podcast, but when I'm on
an official broadcast,
a major quarterfinal, I give it real. This is over. Okay, there's no chance for Na'Vi in this one. They've only won one game this entire year on this map, all right? For them to do it against Vitality, unthinkable.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall task. Which individuals are we looking at from Vitality that mean that this round of Nuke is just so dominant for them?
For me personally, I love watching the Apex and ZywOo combination outside. I think they have a ton of cool setups that they do, little bait and switches, little positions that set up crossfires. I mean, ZywOo's the easy answer. Anytime you ask that about Vitality, obviously also keep your eye on Rops over in Ramp Room. Very effective.
I mean,
you just have to
given
pee.
that they're starting on the T side, I do want to see what Apex is getting up to on outside, because sometimes he's sending himself down secret by himself, sending a distraction. Sometimes it's 3 guys behind him. The way that he mixes up the attacks makes Na'Vi I mean, they're just going to be guessing the whole time. They're always going to be wondering what is behind that wall of smokes.
That was the issue on the CT side of Mirage, is they never really felt like they had a sense of what was coming, right? They never really felt like they had the read, and it's going to be harder to get those on Nuke. It's a lot easier for Apex to mask what Vitality like to do. I mean, I'm with you. I think Vitality's going to win this. There's a slight chance we see Na'Vi kind of bounce into the game, but man, this can just be a steamroll. Vitality can actually just walk all over them.
Anything that you want to see more from Vitality? Because we were kind of, wrapping up, putting a bow on that first map of Mirage. It was very much a team effort, right? We had, shining moments from Mezzy and Rops to be starting off the map. fl0m obviously with a real exclamation point in the last 2 rounds as well. Anybody that you're keeping your eyes out who's going to have a spectacular game on?
So ZywOo warmed up into that game.
Yeah.
Ended up being one of, if not the best performer on the map by the end of it. I want to just see a hot start, okay? Because he's so known for his pistols.
Dude,
he's so known for his
I wasn't a big
abilities
fan
on
of the
those low
branding
buy
off
type
the rip
rounds
chat,
too.
but
I want
I'm
to
here
see
for it now.
ZywOo just start the game 10-1.
I think the chairs
okay?
look sick.
Assert dominance. When Donk is out of the tournament, you are the
I
number
want one of those
here.
ones up here.
It's such
They
an
look nice.
unreasonable thing to ask too, isn't it? You're just like, give me
It's
more.
a nice aesthetic.
You are the #1 player in the world, but I want more. I mean, yeah, it's. I think with Vitality, if I want to see something more to someone, it'd be fl0m, who I could equally say, give me that hot start, especially because he had a rough time on Mirage to begin
How
with.
the casters pull?
Kind of
Oh,
worked himself
HLTV
into the
has
game.
all that.
Just get off and run it now. 'cause
Yeah,
once
and I'm
fl0m
sure the
gets going,
casters
this team
note all
cooks.
of that.
It's great.
Yeah,
So you're
yeah.
saying
All those stats that they pull out.
It's not
I'm
going
not
to
saying
be
it's all
a master
HLTV,
class
but a
coming
lot
at
of
him.
it's
Blade is
facilitated
not
by
gonna be able to
third-party
expect
sites.
the
And
unexpected from
that doesn't make the
Vitality.
casters
I really only have one
dumb.
stat
They still have to
for this
gather
game
all of
for
that
you.
and
Alexi B
prep
through
it and know how they want to
2025
present the idea.
is the 2nd worst player on Nuke, period. The only person worse than him is Cadian, okay? That's how bad he is as an individual on this map, all right?
just hanging out at home going, why do you say fuck me
for that
for, bro?
outside defense when he's the one that's responsible for handling the variety of smokes that Vitality's going to be throwing there.
That's actually a really good point with his position and how critical it is. You might not get a lot of impact and a lot of production in terms of the fragging from Alexi, but in that position, he's designed to be the kind of voice to orchestrate the rotations. I'll say this for Alexi as well. Whatever his stats may be on Nuke for the year, that's an in-game leader who can call you a really good T-side on Nuke to give yourself a fighter's chance in the second half, or I guess flip that with Na'Vi starting on the other side, but he can call you a good T-side. So if your defense is productive enough to keep you alive and give you that window of opportunity, Alexi maybe can work some magic.
I think that was the thing with that first map of Mirage, right? Like some of the individuals for Na'Vi starting off really hot, but it just didn't really amount to anything when we went into that second half. And man, the on-siding so handedly with Vitality. Maui, I think that's pretty much expected, right? Is it going to be over?
I think that paints an incredibly clear picture as Vitality continue to take a step forward here at this major.
Well, can they take a step forward onwards to the semi-final? It's time to find out on Nuke.
The numbers don't lie. It's an uphill battle here for Na'Vi, but it's always been
I want to get right back in CS.
against the
Oh, you mean
numbers when it
playing?
comes to Na'Vi.
He's still around. He still streams.
We
That's
might be
my
in a
boy.
position where the winner of this match goes on to
All right,
win
here we
the
go.
whole damn thing. And
Here we go. Here we go.
right now, this is the
Does Scott ever join the
best
stream yet?
thing
No, no, we were
happening
just
in
talking
Austin
actually off
in the middle
camera
of the day.
without you guys.
And I know it's still early for everybody.
He was doing
in
a
the
meet and greet,
arena,
so he got up here late,
but
and
this
he's still streaming
afternoon,
himself.
From you, Austin,
Have you had to chill with some of the pros? Hell no.
I want to get
The pros that are still here are always focused on what they're doing, dude. Maybe the right set of circumstances today will get somebody to come up.
Nuke
Maybe.
is going to be the biggest test in this series for Na'Vi. Damning statistics coming out of Maui Snake as this one goes live. The beauty of that, though, is Brolin's stats yesterday were also dog shit, and they won that game, didn't they?
Yeah, that's true.
In-game leader who can call from the sideline.
Oh, 0 kills is fair.
It's what Austin's been all about.
Okay, well,
so CT pistol could be
looking
valuable,
good for
and
Na'Vi
a
so far.
4v2 is an excellent
Mezzy
way
duel.
to kick it
What the
off. Here's
fuck?
the
What the
recovery.
fuck? What the
Berettas,
fuck?
Excellent.
into
British
main. Just like
player.
that, we're back into the even keel. Fast
Oh,
swing,
that's a
bit
great.
right into the action.
No,
And
that
his
was clean
Berettas
movement
sing
out
as
of bit,
well.
dude. That was clean.
So we've got Na'Vi to start the
I'll do
CT
the phase.
side with a pistol.
They could have
This
jumped
is
on
definitely
that
the
and
phase
regretted
waiting
it,
room,
but,
right? We're
that
all on the
2v2
same
works
page.
out really well. Caught Apex off guard, it looked like a little bit. And, well, excellent start here for Na'Vi. Those pistol kills. Bit does an excellent job of scaling, shooting, and not stopping to make that as uncomfortable as possible. 1 AK on this map right now with Zywoo.
Love that. Let's see the man work.
The odds came down 9 to 8 off that round.
Zywoo was very critical in what was originally like fl0m's absence in creating space. We saw Zywoo crack open an A site with a multi-kill. There's no denying fl0m's found his footing back on Mirage. Good on him.
Yeah.
But give it to Zywoo to kick it off in this one. AK and Kevlar.
No, I want good matches
Show
here
us
too. No,
why
I'm done for
you
like
are
Mirage
the
was
great
good,
one.
but honestly, it wasn't cinema. They were winning way too cleanly. You know, I need a little bit of back and forth.
Spirited.
You know, FaZe is gonna
Chat
fuck up
from
hella
the
rounds.
Apex to fire
It's
him
gonna,
up.
we're gonna be losing our
Nate doesn't
fucking
do quite
minds.
enough
We're gonna
to Zywoo
be
to slow him
going,
down.
what the hell are you
Oh,
doing?
but wonderful, just
Mongols
underneath
is gonna
that
be
crosshair.
headshotting like
Good on
crazy.
Na'Vi to hang on to the ramp control. Flashbang is
Ooh,
perfection.
nice.
And wonderful.
Na'Vi
Gonna rack up
Vitality.
some early kills on this one.
These guys are all
Fast
playing
flank
like
as well. This is a clean sweep out of Na'Vi.
good
All 5 deaths for
Counter-Strike,
Vitality with no kill to
manipulating
speak of.
rotates.
So
That
I
shit
think Na'Vi are in a good
sucks. I
position.
want to
If they
see
could
him
just lean
brawl
back
out,
into a CT
dude.
side to kind of recover from Mirage. Like Moses
That
said
was
right
zero
before the game
cultural
started,
impact. Somebody check the air
Alexi
quality.
will give you something on the T side. I don't doubt that. Between him and Blade, there's got to be a plan. But you need a defense
I'll
good
never
enough
financially
to work off
recover
of.
if
I'm a
Na'Vi
little
take
worried
this.
about that.
Channel
because
points
what
on
we
the
saw
line,
on
boys.
CT side Mirage didn't really look like a master plan from Blade. It didn't really look like creative mid-round decision-making from Alexi B. And, well, I hope they can leave that on Mirage.
So FaZe is the
because
arena favorite.
you
What
expect
I've been
that to
telling
be the
people,
case.
in my opinion, I think whoever
But,
wins between FaZe and
we'll have to
Mongols
see. They'll have to
continues
prove
with the
that to
crowd.
us.
I
Vitality
don't
are
think
obviously
people will
beasts,
boo
no
Mongols
matter the
if
side,
they
no matter the
beat
map.
FaZe. They're going to boo Mongols today. I would. Well, they might not. They might not boo.
Question
Yeah, they
around
probably.
whether Alexi gets
They'll probably
help
boo today,
as it'll
but
be
if
needed.
Mongols wins
Pressure
that, they
outside
will
right now.
probably
Just gonna
also
give
be
up
the
some
crowd
positioning
favorite
in
the next
lobby.
day.
Here's the
Funny
rumblings
enough,
of this kind
I
of an
think
aggressive
that's my
state out
current
of
theory.
Na'Vi, who also chucked fire down in front of Apex. Won't stop him. They put out the flames. They turned back at Alexi, and he was softened up as he ejected out through main. Bit fast into the action. Can't control them on
Man,
the double doors. This
trades
B
on
site has been
trades, just
compromised,
clean.
and it's EMA to try to get
They knew
anything
they had
back
the timing
before
and
the
lower it.
reinforcements get here.
They knew they had that timing.
JL on the other end of the bomb site. EMA's going to have an isolated duel, but he better clear the corner. And it's not the corner. In fact, fl0m's catches him off, standing in the open space instead. Luckily,
And
JL gets his one.
How are you supposed to know Rob's going to be coming here just loitering outside, hanging out, minding his own business? JL looks like he's watching for this flank. If he comes through with this clear, my goodness, nice
and-
try.
Right? The clear attempts are good. The damage done. This is 3 wounded members of Vitality, but damage doesn't mean much.
This was all of Na'Vi. We're 1 second behind at every moment. When the play came out outside, Wonderful did not shoot anything through the smoke. There was no pressure to break open those smokes on the cross. And then the inside
got a little
push
cheer.
came in.
Then we got a boo when
everything.
Apex
No
was
one died
shown.
for Vitality. He played his position very safely. And then when they got downstairs, running through that molly, Apex
Waiting
didn't
for
even really
30
take that
seconds
much
for the
damage.
main
And
broadcast
he
to
knew
catch
that
up
once
and
he
everybody to
crossed
show
the
up.
vent,
Hey, guys.
He's in total safety.
I'm
It's
pre-firing
Na'Vi who are
this.
super scared. They had only rotated one
Oh, I
down.
met that guy
and
yesterday.
usually you can get the smoke out, the molly, and delay a little bit. But Vitality were very aware
Unintentionally
of how
had
much
a
pressure they had
meet
put on
and
the map.
greet at the Top Golf
If they're
yesterday.
going to go for lobby retake
Went to
control,
meet
they're not in a
Thrice and the
position to
guys, and
rotate
Hayes
heavily
was with
downstairs, so
Thrice
it's
and
really
everybody,
perfect
and they
call.
had a little table at Top Golf.
Apex exposed to Wonderful for
One
a second.
person just goes, "Is that fl0m?" I am
think
not
there's any denying
exaggerating,
that
guys.
Vitality have a
I
comfort
think
zone on
everyone
Nuke
at
that
Top Golf
Na'Vi would
came from
love
the major that day and
to have it their
was
own.
vibing
It's just
out.
not the case.
There were so many people there. It was cool though. It was cool.
They're going to leave a bunch of forces up inside of the lobby, maybe because they're ready for
It
Na'Vi
was
to try
really cool.
something like they did in that last round.
Guys, chat, I need you to
Little climb
go
up
onto
here from
Twitter
JL
and
as the utility
retweet
trickles
my
out
Hayes
through the
picture.
doorway.
We need to bully him
It's a bit
to come
awkward,
back.
but he still brings one down. It's Emet inside of main that lets
I mean,
it
he
go
needs to
for
come
a
back
second.
Sunday. Oh,
And a fast
Messi!
flurry of kills out from Messi.
Dude, what the
man
fuck
is
is
on a tear with
Nah,
a
man, the
triple kill
barbecue's
up
got
on
him
this upper
different.
site.
Oh, yeah,
He
man,
played
like
good in
Messi,
Dallas too.
that's
Maybe it's
insane.
he likes the calories
All
in the
three
air.
openers. Everyone else gets pushed back, but can just be left downstairs. Apex, he was just a bait the entire time. You guys like Messi, right? Who doesn't like Messi? UK's finest, truly.
He said
on a generational run here for the island these last few months. And you could say he's the piece that gets carried there. Well, no. If you were watching last map, you've seen Messi get better and better by the month. They aren't putting on this streak without him.
Did you actually hit a golf ball at Top
There
Golf?
was a weird
Absolutely
moment
not.
in Vitality when back in last year when they weren't able to string events together at all, where it was like, you know, why wasn't Messi playing as well as he was, and who was
You
going to
talked
get
to
replaced? And when it
James
was
about
Spinks instead of Messi,
not sure. I
there
gave
was
him a
people
ton
that
of
said
shit.
it should have been the other way
He's being a
around.
weenie.
He's the kind of player, like, it's, you know, you move him onto your team, everybody else drops, and then everyone else gets better, everyone benefits from it.
Saw a
Messi the
clip of
most.
someone opening cases at Top Golf last
You know,
night. Yeah,
Henry
man.
G,
It was
Cloud9
all
days,
of Top
that
Golf.
Messi
I think
was
just
always
was
a
the major
Swiss Army
people
knife.
yesterday.
He was known for having, watching his early demos, even when he was just amateur, he had a lineup for every single nade. Every position that he tried to play for himself, he was super versatile. And then what happened when he got into the top level, they started using him for the harder jobs that are actually less star-focused.
He was a real journeyman
Ooh,
in that
the
regard.
walkthrough.
Felt like he had to do everything to just make a name
Taking
for
a little
himself.
gander, looking for a fight. Oh.
And that challenge never stopped, even when he got included at the top of the space.
Cheeky.
Drops with a lick of damage.
Fast jump
Were
over
you
from
drunk?
Flames.
Nah. I mean, I did have
the majority, but there's still these lethal
couple old
M4s out
fashions,
there on the
but
field, now making contact with one
no.
in
not.
hell. Fast climb up
I'm
into the A
old,
site.
bro.
And they all came to look for Robson.
Hello.
He's just always in the last place
I'm not
he
trying
looks.
to get lit. Dude.
Map like
I'm
Nuke
just
is
like, you know.
I mean, it's a playground for a guy like Robs.
Oh, yeah.
Old-fashioned to
ladders,
socialize
just a
and
H&S
keep the
map
social
for him.
battery up, and that's about it.
He gets to show off his movement on top of his lurks. If you have to play against Robs on Nuke, I'm sure you just constantly feel like somebody's breathing down your neck. And that is the case.
Yeah, it's funny because in his career...
Thank you very much
everyone
for the
could look
scam
at
train,
Robs
guys.
now
Thank
and
you.
Look at Robs on FaZe and then look at Robs on Mouse before.
When does the
and
crowd
go,
have
okay,
a
well,
meeting
obviously
for who
he
they
was good.
decide to cheer for? I don't know. I'm not a part of these meetings.
Bloodlust,
Okay.
maybe too much. but
Okay, he's in heaven.
that's
This
some
shouldn't matter.
damage
It
that
shouldn't matter.
Vitality are going to have to stomach. Luckily, they do come into this site from multiple angles. Bomb will get picked up. All seems to be good,
Super
barring a
thank you,
bit
dude.
headshots that could open up heaven and the chance of a retake. No kit to play with. Hands busy on Apex. Is Bit truly going to take a swing at this 1 versus 3? He's cut it down to 2 players. But the smoke inside of main, which is where he chooses to come in from, really going to play with the timing. And again, emphasis, no kit.
Yeah, he has to hope someone's not watching this, and he is going to make an effort to do so, but they are. Just eyes forward on that smoke. Very smart for Apex. But what I was going to say is retroactively look back on Robs' career, and it's very clear. Like, he's one of the most important players.
Have I got to
period.
meet Oni yet? No, guys. I don't know if
Since he
you've seen
became
how
pro.
these streams
The
have
guy
started
it only makes the
last
most
couple
sense.
days, but
It only
I've had my
proves
hands
it
full.
Since he joined Vitality, right? It's the most clear upgrade that we've seen in some time. The start
Like
of
I
this
always
year,
tell you
there was
guys, no
debate about
downtime.
Whether or not FaZe and Vitality, which one would be better?
My only
And it was
downtime is me
fine
walking to
entertain that
Ubers.
because you have FaZe very stacked. They're changing roles. Rob's going over to
No,
Vitality.
I'm
yeah,
sure
but
me and
Spinks is
Oni will
also
run into
really
each other.
great,
We just haven't
and they have
yet.
a major with
It'll
them.
happen. Don't
Who's
you
going to
worry.
be better? Well, now it's like, well, obviously this was the
You'll
move.
know. You'll get an alert on your phone about an earthquake in Austin.
Just
It'll be
building
lit.
off of really the
See
wins
about that grand finals.
he brought FaZe Clan, right?
Yeah.
So he's already kind of got that
They'll
one
be
in his
like,
back pocket,
they're
and now he's
not-
trying to take it to this whole new height.
Chili without. Okay, chat. Fuck it. Let's do it. Chili with or without beans.
CS2 Major
Personally, I'm not gonna lie to you. I prefer chili without beans.
Everyone gets so well-rounded now. You know,
I have grown up,
more well-rounded.
and I'm an adult now, and I will eat chili with beans in it. But I would definitely always prefer it without.
More well-rounded. Mezzi's become more well-rounded. ZywOo has become more well-rounded. Bringing out the X Factor, taking things into his own hands.
You gotta say his name.
Doing any podcast this weekend? I'm
True.
trying to schedule Talk
epitomizes
Encounter with Sponge and Moses.
That is why this has become the most winning team in CS2 history. But it's all about this Austin Major.
Right.
Or there will forever be a smudge on this season.
Damn, chat's all with beans. Fuck,
Move
dude.
up from Secret, perhaps, yeah. Emek gonna clip the wings of Apex. Ramp challenge for Bit to have to handle. He is very much alone. And
damn,
pack of Vitality players are gonna get through him before he can
big five.
truly
I'm really
retreat
surprised
down
Bit just didn't
into
get
the
out
helping hands of
entirely.
Emek, who has
I
done
guess he was
this
feeling it a bit.
silently.
Yeah, ZywOo's actually coming
That kinda
back
felt like an
around to the
overcommit though,
lobby,
right?
Which is not what you normally see in this position. He might try to get into Secret or something like that, but here he's coming in basically late to Squeaky. JL is waiting for him. No way. Does
Never
ZywOo
seen
clear
so many
this?
Americans feel so strongly
This
about
actually
beans.
opens
Oh
up a way
no.
back up if they want to go.
Oh,
Emek's making a
no.
move though.
Oh,
Shadow
no.
advantage for only a second.
Oh, and he saw him door.
And then that
See,
single
this is what I
defender
meant.
towards door
This
at
is what I
45
meant.
seconds is hoping that the commitment and the
Bit
bomb
didn't
comes
throw
towards
this
him.
round,
They're in the
but,
gold
like,
zone. They can make any decision, make it work, and they take down stairs at the
He
same
didn't
time.
have
I
to
mean,
do
talk
that.
about comfort zone.
He
You
didn't
just hit
have
that
to
big
do it.
pause button. You wait a second, you let ZywOo find a chance, some sort of a thread to pull on, and then the pressure of losing your piece inside of lobby, you see what it does. Forces Emek into what was 2Ts waiting for him.
It's a chain
Chili without
reaction,
beans
right?
is called
I can't believe
tacos.
ZywOo finds that option because normally that guy would come
No.
late Secret, cover it,
Jesus,
catch a
what
mini
in
player
the
rotating down the
fucking
long way, whatever.
Taco
Instead it goes back
night
to
with
lobby
pre-made
and hard
shit
for
at home.
JL, who's
Brother
pushed
in
in.
Christ, you need Jesus.
That's just beautiful gameplay out of
Okay,
ZywOo.
all the people with
Absolutely
beans,
amazing.
that one guy
And then, obviously, Image starts
absolutely
pushing
fucked it
because
for all of
they're
you.
confused.
We're
Back
done
to
with this
lobby.
argument.
Well, now they open up
What in the
vent, they
fuck
can
did I
leave.
just read? Bro doesn't know what a real
I
taco
love
is.
that element of ZywOo's play. He's, somebody we speak about as someone who always has his like
Bro
third
goes to
eye
Taco
open
Bell, he's
in a
like, this
round of
authentic
Counter-Strike. Doesn't
Mexican
seem to
food
get
is
caught off by
insane.
timings. If you can shoot ZywOo in the back, usually I feel
Nah,
like
man,
it's because
I
one of
really
his
do feel like the
teammates has
first
missed the
domino
timing,
that just
not hitting
fucked this up
himself.
was Bit. I'm letting them be real.
Add to that, Rob's just collecting kills.
It's one of
down
those
towards
deaths
B.
where
ZywOo
like
makes it feel like it's an upper hit.
Mm-hmm.
Then they start
it
punishing
didn't
players
lose
who
them
are
the
trying to
round,
rotate
but he
back
had
up, right?
control of that.
Pristine here for Vitality once again.
Chat, that was Assist Master 98-4 with that take, just so you guys
It
know.
is
Oh
easy
my
being a
god.
Vitality fan right now. You know, yesterday we had our expectations subverted with a 5-0 down Maus into a comeback into a really clean third map. Not really getting that same energy out of Navi just yet.
Here we go, fast play. Vitality think they've got a chance to punish. Got to be careful. There's threat on the field of Wonderful and Bit. You're already down into the B site. What's this MP9 gonna do?
Yeah.
Long range challenge against Robs? Yeah, I don't think so. So bomb planted a minute 30 in this one. Clear-cut game plan from Vitality. Total read of the situation, and they
guys.
keep Navi at bay.
They have their cake and they eat it too with fl0m pushing through the squeaky smoke. That's that art play, right, from old school Furia days. He goes through the squeaky smoke, everyone else behind him goes down there. And
we
the
were
CTs
spoiled
are forced
yesterday,
to fight
man.
the guy
We were
who pushes
spoiled.
through, but they can't stop three
We
players
were
from
so
getting
spoiled.
downstairs. Here, he pushes through. No one's there to fight him. No one's
I'm
pressuring
watching
the
vent
at all,
dives.
so he just goes back down.
I'm watching vent dives into
No deaths in this round
Just
for Vitality so far.
full saves, trying to get guns out of their hands at the
Yeah,
end.
they were playing to sack fl0m in that play. So, neat and tidy here for Vitality.
You got Mezzi tapping back into the potential he showed us on Mirage. Strong start out of him. You got ZywOo winning the rounds he's supposed to.
Well,
that
they
old school
listen.
Furia.
Nico and
2019,
Monacy in
that's
front of
old
this
school
crowd
free
would have been
sports, right?
cinema,
I
but they
think so.
kind of fucked up.
Counter-Strike moves fast. I mean, the updates don't, but the esports does.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it's just excellent. In and out.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get into this, but it's like
just-
these rounds are
And
just.
what it really shows you is that Navi were just in no way prepared for this option. They obviously didn't have
Streamer
the greatest
can't
guns,
read.
so
I
it's
said
good
chili
call from
without beans
Vitality.
is as
Cupid
bad as
sneak
the
down the
take is
vents.
calling tacos mid. Oh.
Really having their way with this T side so far.
Oh, the way you
Comes
didn't.
back in
Okay,
hand.
you didn't put that you were missing a few words in there, and
now
at
he's
glance, you're right.
Alexi
I'll
B's
take the L,
struggles on
but
this map
also
specifically, and we've gotten more of it.
I had to fill in the gaps.
Critical position outside
Your
every
message
single
didn't
round.
perfectly say that,
Nearly finding the timing
but
to get the
I'll
better of
take
a
the L.
duel, but it's only 20 damage. Luckily for the Na'Vi side, you've got Wonderful's opposition
I'm just happy you
downstairs
didn't really
early.
say
No
that, to
pressure
be honest.
on
I
the
feel a lot
vents,
better now
really
about
allowed
you
for
as a
that one to
person.
happen.
And they're going to see the bomb.
So it's all about a recovery
I was really,
here in
I thought I
round
knew
number
you,
8,
Assist
and that
Master, and
bomb
then
gets
I thought I
right
had to
back
throw out
up.
everything I knew.
But still a challenge for Flames. You got a Garage player tucked really deep in there,
Ooh,
and
nice.
so many
Nice
others
little double
ready to go
challenge.
for the swing.
Emma with a
this
nice
is
little
Na'Vi
bait
kind of
for his boy.
frothing at a chance to win a round to get this
Oh, wait, no,
CT
Emma
side
got it.
back in control.
Mom was texting
And
me, let
with
him be.
5
I'm just
players
keeping an
still
eye on
standing
Nori's
versus
flights.
only Zywoo. I mean, guys, it's only
Let's just say Nori
Zywoo.
traveling by herself is already an
This
adventure,
one
and it's
should
funny.
be Na'Vi's third. Don't you
Says no to the upgrade.
$11,000 in Zywoo's bank.
Swagger from Zywoo. I'm here for it. Can he piece together anything else? 35 seconds on the clock.
Obviously, they're still worried
These
about
rounds are so one-sided, they are, man.
A-Site very occupied. To break through Alexi's angle and then into JL is a tall order, but a second kill right there for the taking. JL's going to save him. Alexi a sitting duck, but he makes a great distraction.
Throw a couple back for Na'Vi. That's a solid round. Oh. Okay.
Oh.
I said Na'Vi, we're frothing.
Hopefully the floor is thirsty.
Bruh.
Yep, that's what he was feeling.
So that
That's
streak
what the
of
French do, right?
Yes, of course.
Or they're about to do something sneaky.
It's all in the hands. And
all
the
in
French,
the
they're
hands.
a sneaky people. 5 terrorist round wins in a row for Vitality comes to an abrupt
it only
halt.
schedule? I
That
think
doesn't
so,
mean
yeah.
it's going to get any easier for the rest of the half.
Dance.
Wonderful, just trying to
can
dodge
dance
these
all day, I
bullets,
can dance
gets
all
away
day.
with it at half health. Exposed almost on main, but Flamesy's got the coverage from up above. Alexi B is crossing paths and he doesn't know it.
Apex had
Suddenly,
his knife out.
somebody's going to find themselves back turned, and there it is. Apex with the element of surprise as the outer yard falls to Vitality's favor again.
Oh,
JL
wait.
is
That's
desperate to get
that's a
into
nice
the
find
action,
back.
and while he peels one off of lobby, there is spam coming through main. JL going to turn back to that duel, and it's going to set up a Mezzi situation to perfection. So frantically trying to get into these rounds, but Vitality slapping him left and right.
Yeah, and that was the conductor right there of the orchestra in that round. The credit card swipe from Apex to get underneath the scope of Wonderful. All these cross smokes outside had Na'Vi so confused. Full control here for Vitality. The watchful eye of fl0m on mini. Huh?
Am I crazy, or did Apex cross through that smoke with a knife out?
Yeah. He literally walked through the smoke with a knife out, then
Okay.
switched out, got underneath the scope of Wonderful. Just knew what was going to happen next.
That's
you know?
sane.
It was like a bad movie right there. They just knew everything was going to happen.
This is why I love watching Nuke.
Na'Vi
This is
with a
also
second
why I hate
timeout.
playing
Blade
Nuke.
wants
It's a tough
in
map, man.
Somehow, some way, you have to fine-tune the CT side to get more out of it.
Now, Vitality,
A
literally,
pistol,
I'm
a
telling you, dude,
conversion,
tactical
a singular
loss,
CT round win since
tactical
that is
fucking
all that
loss
makes up
from
Na'Vi's
Legacy,
And that's a
or
round
from
that shows
Vitality to
can play
Legacy,
any type of CS,
to
whether
get
it's structured,
all the
fast,
pressure out of the way
creative.
early, and then they just get back to
And-
their win streak.
And now Na'Vi have to show us they can do that.
Yeah. God, this game is
And
millimeters
Na'Vi's
and
just not.
milliseconds.
Bro, Na'Vi is not. If you told me Na'Vi didn't make the playoffs this major, it wouldn't have surprised me.
Inches, yards, and miles. Fire in
Remember,
front
guys,
of
they
him.
also didn't make Shanghai, or they didn't make Shanghai's playoffs, which was surprising. But
This is a stressful position for Na'Vi. Nuke
it
is
just
a
feels like
map that can
Na'Vi
take
is
all the
not
utility and all the time, and
versus
they are
any of the top 5
on good
teams.
guns,
I
but
wouldn't
very
favor
low
them.
on
I
useful
think-
grenades. No mollies
I
left.
can't
here
remember
for
who.
the
I
CT
think
side.
one of the teams in the top 5. They've kind of have a positive record
Really
against,
going
but
against
it
it all
just
here, especially in a default.
feels like they're not in the same class anymore.
And there's nothing on the cross right now.
I need you. No, dude, I don't chug beers. You don't want me to do it, Spool. Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't drink beer, and I definitely wouldn't want to chug
Upper
one.
hit will be easier to stop or not, but that's what's coming.
Oh, nice little fuck you Apex chant. While we go for upper.
Here it comes.
Nice little upper hit.
Fire
Oh,
to deal with.
what the
For
fuck is
JL.
happening?
Beautiful damage here from fl0m. It's Rops to finish it up. Zywoo right behind him. And again, it is just a scrambling Na'Vi. You know, there's so many different
nade.
looks from Vitality.
Oh,
and
God.
their hits come
Almost
in so
naded his
suddenly,
offer.
playing with time, tempo, and direction. And every single piece of this Vitality formula
Isn't
is
Alexi
coming to
lack of
fruition
fragging a
in
huge
this
problem at this point? I mean, he's at 3 and the top fraggers at 6. That's not why they're...
A man had a pre-aim
No,
on the save up the stairs.
I always have to talk
Can't
about
even
this
leave
Na'Vi
on
rant.
his watch.
I do. Guys, they had 3
And it's not like
riflers in
Vitality
the
are
top
egoing
20
them. They
last
played
year.
that round
I don't know if
carefully.
any
They
of them
drew
would
up
be
tons
top
of
20
utility.
right now.
That was...
Donk in the building, dude.
That guy looks like he has a future in Counter-Strike, if you ask me.
That guy's pretty good.
I mean...
I'm not saying Alexi B can't be playing better, by the way.
What could happen next.
Wait,
Vitality
Super, I think Twitch chat's trying to take YouTube
so
chat's
many things
crown.
at
I don't know. I'm like
because they had
glancing
this
over and it's dumb shit.
Great economic advantage, which they continue to have.
Gonna have to start to see some
Fuck,
acts of
you guys
desperation.
are-
There's
you
one
guys are-
flash
give
through, but the
Super a
flash
break,
goes
guys.
into the other room of lobby.
Help him.
Mezzi and Rock's able to hold this back, keeping Na'Vi at bay despite
Ooh, the double radio
continuous
getting
aggression.
squeezed.
There we go.
There you go.
Want it, you gotta
Nice.
fight for it. And
Some
Na'Vi
lobby
will do
control.
exactly that in the dying few rounds of this CT side. The second attempt of MP9 aggression breaks through. Bit takes to the rooftop. And of course, Vitality leaning as far back as need be.
Yeah, he's sitting in spawn. Is he gonna read another
From Ohio?
like
The heck you don't chug beer?
super
Nah.
long timing?
Unbelievable.
He's got the push
His
outside.
hands are
This
off
is
his
gonna
keyboard.
Make it a
He has
2v2.
one hand on it. And that's why it gets away for a second. All too easy
Oh,
for Zywoo.
Scott.
This round is very much alive.
Holy
you
shit.
know, you
Al,
would
thanks for
never
the 5
expect to
gifted.
find
Thank you,
someone in
dude.
that spot. And now they can create a connection into Squeaky. The map's opened up a lot. The CTs will be guessing. They're looking to go hip to hip on this. And instantly, control is brought back to the T side.
Just gonna mosey their way into the open A site. Na'Vi trying to make moves to stay close. Alexi could be the hero of this one. Never mind, it's wonderful.
What a
And it's
shot.
Zywoo to a clutch.
Zyru, 1v2.
Wipes his forehead and knows the work's about to begin. To push this one over the
Oh.
line, they start to emerge. And Alexi's gonna best him.
Muscala got his ass,
Na'Vi
dude.
fight for it. Those MP9s put Vitality on a back foot. And at the very least, it's 4 rounds of a CT side.
Great deagle shot in from Wonderful. He made it look easy, but if he didn't hit that one,
True. YouTube
probably
chat, don't
isn't
forget to
gonna
like
get the
and
kill.
subscribe. Thank you. Twitch chat, you're doing great. We've seen a lot of follows, and you guys are going crazy on the subs. A little one
This
tap
was
here.
such a good kill, such a good. I don't know how they're recovering these spots. Almost always Zywoo's
What a-
moves,
what a
honestly.
1v got a
One kill
wonderful
and
though,
everything
man.
like that. But Na'Vi need every little bit
I swear
right
he
now.
did the beer boot challenge before. Nah.
Trying to get whatever they can.
No,
Fifth is
genuinely,
possible.
guys. I
We'll
don't
strike
drink
by
beer.
coming into round
If you've
12.
ever hung out or
Look
like,
at the
yeah,
end
you,
on a high note.
you ever see me, you'll always see like whiskey
Would give you that
/ bourbon
extra
of some
sliver of
kind.
confidence for what will be a difficult T-side ahead.
Oh,
Winning
well.
the op duel is Zywoo.
He does it all, man.
But Alexi B has slipped into a
Oh.
very curious position. He decides to execute Apex. Looking to capitalize here, but he is stuck in, and they will not let him go for
I
free.
appreciate
And there's
him
no
trying to just,
support
like,
in this
take the fight to
situation.
them,
Alexi
though.
goes full commitment with
If
nobody
he just
else
sits there,
nearby.
he
Next
dies
up's
no
gonna
matter
be
what.
Eman.
I
Hopes to
appreciate the
blindside
effort.
Zywoo
Oh,
will do
nice.
exactly that.
3v3?
Oh,
there we
that's
go.
nice.
Now we're getting
They
it
know
back.
they're weak somewhere else. There's only 3
7-4. We
players
get
on
our
the
first
map,
like
so
real back
secret
and
push
forth here.
immediately. Emma runs away from it.
This is what I like to see.
This constant back and forth, this tug of war that's going down in his last couple
Oh,
rounds.
Vitality reading the rotation so well. There's players outside, one downstairs. It's just JL. We saw the sign up for him. JL hasn't gotten in the series yet.
Bomb
It's
is just a
time to shine.
hipster.
Here's his chance. He
I thought
swings
hipsters
in
only
as
drink
they line
IPAs
up.
and shit.
And that's one of those shots that just could have been so much more.
Isn't that?
Fast reaction at a Rops to drop him back sight.
Flip, we got to get you out more. I think.
And they're still kind of
I'm not
considering
an
the
expert,
potential
but
for
maybe.
Vitality to have dropped. Bit sat there for a second, pressed against the wall. Now bomb planted front side sight. They're trying to hunt down the points of contact. Eman's going to catch a back turn to him. Another clutch moment here for Vitality. But
That's what I'm talking about. There you fucking go. Now we're playing fucking Counter-Strike.
Some way, building a foundation to build off of.
Chat,
And it
press
is an
1 when you hear this
uphill battle for
so I can do
second
the
half.
thing.
A T-side
Prime for beginner, now's the
awaits.
time. There we fucking go, dude. Now we're getting back and forth. That's what I want, man. None of that, you just kill 3 things.
Before we start, can I hear the questions? My scriptwriter he's not here. I have to be here on my own.
Scriptwriter?
I don't know. I don't know. No.
You could talk about the barbecue.
The barbecue? What's that? What do you want me to say? Is there something you like to hear? My writer just usually comes up with something charming or that makes me look a little bit better, but...
Yo, bro, I've got something for you.
That's crazy.
What is the deal with graffitis these days? Dosha Fionade. Wow. Oh, you defused the bomb? Insane. No way. You bought 5 ops? I'm sitting here. Third map, 4 headshots, saving the day. Major MVP. Where is my graffiti? Thank you very much. Can I go now?
Not bad. Not bad. They're showing, I think they're showing Apex. Oh, wait. Oh, JL. Apex. JL. Apex. They're far. I think you kind of get the gist now. Me getting nervous because I made a reservation for Nori and I don't remember if I put it to the... Okay, I did. All right, I did. Chat, I'm not dumb. I'm just doing the thing where you overanalyze things and think you're dumb and then worry about it. Liking this major? Yeah, dude. Just glad as well. Well, they're back farming again. Can you help me with my math homework? Brother, I dropped out of college for a reason.
Oh, they love to dangle a little hope in front of you, this Na'Vi
right,
team.
here we go.
2 rounds at the tail end of that half, shutting down the clutch attempts of Vitality. Diffuses needed. A 5-round CT side is not a lot to work with. Na'Vi gonna have to dig deep to pull this one out of the hat.
They really will. I mean, all the stats stand against them. We, don't want to talk about out of both sides of my mouth. I know I said it's a major, everything like that. We also have to recognize that Vitality here, they're very excited to play the CT side. There's no questions for them. Lots of questions for
Is everything
Na'Vi.
truly
They've gotta
bigger in
answer them all
Texas?
right
I
now, or
am.
this is going to be
So-
a quick day in the office for Vitality.
In every
if
aspect.
You're a Na'Vi fan, get loud.
If you know, you know. Oh, hell yeah.
And stay that way. Fragging a Molotov for Alexi. Apex ready to answer to anything that he sees coming. This is a well-stacked ramp room at the moment. You got Mezzi and Rops on a crossfire, and just because of the presence there, just because of that util that bounds out of Vitality, they're gone. What's the backup plan here for Na'Vi? Because we do have wonderful downstairs.
Chat, if you want to be a major winner, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to drink, all right?
But if they can't make the
Lock the
connection
fuck in.
out of the vent, they need to try to do the outside cross. The fun part about the outside cross, maybe you get some kills along the way, maybe you lose the round there, but at least it makes it easier to properly get a plant in. It looks like Wonderful might join them for, yeah, I mean,
they're just going to walk
just gonna play it
outside.
standard.
Try to cross.
And that's all 3 spotted with the bomb as well. How are the rotations looking?
Yeah, they know they can't go down the
them
vent,
off
right?
guard, but
Yeah.
Obviously, at this point with the timing.
And with double ramp setup, they got 2 down already.
So Mezzi just leans back. He's going to give him a little space so that they can take that step out. And then as they do, he's going to try to pluck them off the bomb
fucking
site.
rocks.
Missed shots
Wait.
at Rops, so he
We're
opens
still
the
on. We're still on.
They got
of a Na'Vi pistol.
Big
Take this
find
one by
from
the horns.
Wonderful.
Bomb's getting planted. How are you going to 2v3?
Beretta's over
Oh.
towards single, gets the retake going. Zywoo won't miss his shots.
All right.
Zywoo won't miss a moment to
We're
shut
staying
down
on
Na'Vi
schedule
early.
today, boys.
A challenge that just suddenly grew far greater as Vitality take the second pistol.
Yeah, just another round in a series of amazing rounds out of him. This is the biggest threat, I think, for Vitality is, like, Rop's the best ramp player ever. Then you have Mezzy, who's in amazing form. This setup is so good for the rotations, for holding on to ramp itself. A very popular spot to go on pistols. It just takes so few resources.
Simple graffiti shirt. That's cool.
At least they got that plant down.
There's so out of energy, it's crazy. It's just what Vitality does, man.
Nothing but an M4 for Zywoo. He awaits your
I don't know what they're
attempt.
chanting, actually.
Huge challenge here for Bit. Top silo with the Deagle.
See, the CTs are happy to play reactive right here. Na'Vi pose a threat absolutely with these smaller guns.
This series will be over by the first map of yesterday. Dude,
really
yeah,
on
that's
them
what I'm
to
saying.
prove
Like,
they can find some great shots.
Nothing coming out of him just yet. We hit the minute mark.
I think they moved the second game up, but I'm not sure, guys. I'll be real.
Bit could have hit it, but
It's a moment where Lexi B needs to be thinking about the next round and what they're going to do from here, but they've got this. They got a lot invested.
yeah, Tech9 to try to set up the AK. Eman
Mini
could be the
split,
hero.
mini
We see
split. Here we
Tech9's
go.
in front of both of the rifles.
What do we got?
in
What do we got?
fact.
MP9s. I already got
Space
one.
Creators, and then the kill takers, but nothing. Couple kills on the approach. Vitality so
was a
quickly
force
to
buy,
the
too.
answer, ready to react to whatever Na'Vi chuck their
looking
way.
like.
And with the
Looking like Na'Vi knew they were the waiting room too, and they just didn't want to. They just didn't want to be rude, guys. They didn't want to stop us from phase Mongols.
I mean, it's not really any good reason for Vitality to be nervous on Nuke versus Na'Vi.
Oh yeah, they are chanting. Turn the lights off. Oh my God! It's because the ones up top
So
they're
even less to
leaving
work with
on,
here
and I think.
in round 15, Vitality on the brink of double digits.
Well, they are aiming at the halfway point in the arena, but it's kind of close to the people in the upper. Are you doing a meet and greet? Yes.
It's been earned. All the reps they
Tomorrow's
put in, all
the meet and
successes
greet
they've
when the
seen,
doors open, 11
all
at the Liquid
experience
booth.
they have, and even getting that wonderful moment at Apex saying, even if you whiff, we love you, fl0m, and then for him to go on to actually bounce back and get some really key frags on Mirage. Just shows you mentally what kind of place they're at.
So similar start to the last
Is it
round.
going to be a
Na'Vi
rolling
just looking
schedule?
for
I
that
think
point
so.
of contact.
I think
Any
so.
kind of weakness in the defense could be Apex if he
Hungover?
drops the ball.
No, I'm
with the
not
promise.
hungover. Okay, what do we got? Let me fucking put this over there. Trying to fucking get
Slow
invested, but
approach to the
fucking
rounds.
Navi's playing like so dick,
Na'Vi
bro.
does not want to give any
Give
of
me
these over
something.
for
Give me
free.
something to believe in,
That
man.
end, no one from Vitality are trying to cross any lines here.
They're just simply not giving Na'Vi what they're looking for. And then eventually at 45 seconds, Zywoo sets up Apex. A blind Imez not going to get anything going outer, and then a desperate four-player ramp hit meets Zywoo.
Zywoo has been straight up prescient about every piece of routing, every timing here. 21 frags, most beautiful scoreline on the server across the
We're
series so
speedrunning
far.
this game,
Zywoo,
bro.
he's the
We're
one.
speedrunning this
Couple
one.
of rounds at the end of the first half gave false hope over to the Na'Vi fans.
The way he's led people into bad decisions or found a timing on a flank or just gone out of prep to do something that the moment called for, it's like he's just casting miracles over and over again.
Quiet crowd
This
equals
one's
lame
just
crowd,
an
loud
ego,
crowd
but
equals
in the
annoying crowd.
zone.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
If
it's
you're
just
Na'Vi in that
it's
case,
just a
they've got
stomp right now
grenade
and
in
then.
front of you, and Zywoo's accurate bullets somehow hitting all their targets. But let's go. Gun rounds for Na'Vi.
The highlights are always going to be flashy when you're out of position. That's why they're not with Zywoo.
It's going to happen. It should start now, but Apex floating out here, bolstered by Zywoo.
It's a good block on the smoke.
Flashes just keep popping. And Zywoo gives up his original angle. It is Emet yet again trying to get the ball rolling outside. It's a huge ask of him to try to contend with the pressure that Vitality will put on you outer, but the nade is a little late, so Emet's found a small bit of sanctuary.
Did it nice and early, though. Didn't see anybody else trailing in behind. Late to come back to ramp, but
Very uninspired, but what can you do, I guess?
could just be a
Just
bit of a
nobody.
bait
Look at
here.
the
Maybe
kill
Na'Vi
distribution.
have
Somebody
something good
mentioned.
going.
Somebody literally at the start of this game said, "So surely
they're
Alexi
just
B's
trying to
fragging has
disarm
to
and
be a
get
problem, right?" And it's
upstairs.
just like, dude, this is
It
what I
looks
mean.
he's
Like, look,
actually
dude.
Successfully done that.
They had 3 top 20 riflers last year, guys.
Well-timed main hit
3.
here from Bit, so pressure onto Zywoo, 21 and 8. And so as they trickle into the bomb site, he's going to go down to nothing. It's fl0m to try to catch him. Another vent player inbound. Tons of damage by Ross. Ooh, it's not pretty from Apex. But Rob's
Apex
there
killed
to
no
stop
one.
it, to slow it down. Eagle
What?
denies him anything else.
Well, they know where Apex is coming from. He should be dead
Only
now.
18 health here for the IGL. First one basically free.
Nah, no way. Literally no way. No
Quick
way.
move
No
by
way.
JL with bomb to head downstairs, but what that does is splits up Na'Vi. Apex gonna get caught off by Emet lingering. The first gun round from Na'Vi's T side, and it works.
That was one of the messiest rounds we've seen in the Major. There were a lot of missed shots there from multiple players.
Talk us through it.
But I want to skip that part actually, because the setup here for Na'Vi is actually wonderful. They had to use all 5 smokes before a minute's timing just to make sure they had the cross covered outside once that block smoke came in. They got Imma downstairs and then made Vitality feel like it was going to be a lower hit. They actually completely tricked them. So they made that as weak of a sight upper as possible. Mezzi was pretty much the only guy there at the time that the pressure started coming in. And obviously he wasn't going to be enough to stop that split. So this is just a feather in the cap for Na'Vi. They fully tricked Vitality for once. That was a solid T-side round. They kept it 5v5 for a long time. And you can see right here, a guy with his feet on fire running into a mini fight as a solo site player for that moment. That's how you know you've done something right.
So we're gonna rip Bozo in the YouTube chat. My bad, guys. I finally saw it. About time. Vitality are getting bored. that's true. That's
like
Vitality only lost that round to
Flames,
feel
you ready for
something.
that?
Okay, wait. We might be on. Apex in the smoke.
So off man disadvantage.
Oh, that should
now
be a
Vitality.
trade.
That elusive 11th
Do they speed
round.
up into mini? They're not really set up to end.
Rounds.
They got one guy door, but the bomb's trailing behind outside.
This is what they're looking for.
What are they doing? You have numbers. Oh,
Very difficult
they
for
saw
Na'Vi
each
to
other.
string them together. Frag grenade should
Good
land
nade.
right on Emet.
Oh.
Yeah, that's 51.
51 for the road,
Perfect
buddy.
trajectory with a step back as well.
They turned off the lights.
Squeaky smoke is so important.
They
to
turned
help
off the lights.
stabilize
That's why the
situation.
crowd
All your
just
mini
cheered.
rotations, anyone coming up from the vent, it just keeps this tease in the
That's
dark.
that. The
especially
crowd
if
just
they're
erupted on that side because they turned
relying
off
on
the
that
fucking upper
information, and
lights.
JL was watching it. Looks like the actions come in the way of Leilu here on the ramp. 21-9.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to miss the timing, huh?
Does he ever really miss the timing?
No, he doesn't. That's what we just kind
They
of
said
talked
thank
about
you,
back
light
on
guy.
that one. And as he oversteps, that first player in Alexi B getting past his expectations, we get the scramble out of
Emma
what's
with the
left
late
of
flank
Vitality.
on the
Emet gonna
Mezzi's
hear
filthy.
that first player run. Rob's trying to get down into the B site. Emet wants to secure A, and now they've both gone down the vents. 15 seconds.
What?
Unbelievable.
What the
That is
fuck was
Mezzi.
that? No,
Suddenly,
no.
a
Lose
wrench
this
in the
round.
works of
You do
Na'Vi.
not
They
know.
thought this A site was under wraps.
No.
But instead, now you've got Mezzi and Robs both here side by side to work
No.
with. JL gets off of the bomb site. And in doing so, he's going to leave Alexi on his own for at least a little while. Vitality turn around. And it's damage done, but 5 health for JL is enough.
I do not want
Mezzi,
them to win this
do
round.
you have this in you? Taps the bomb to try to frazzle them, and Alexi B's got to come take a look. He will find it. Na'Vi recover regardless.
There we go. Now there's a reset.
Crazy
Now we got a
move up
fucking
there.
game. Come on. Come on.
Merry Man or Spider-Man? I don't know how he pulled that one off. I think we need an icon for that.
Is that just pure luck? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, he still did it. Look
Well,
at that's actually
it
that's a
took that
great
kill
shot. That's
to
a great
make that
shot
round
from the
close,
crowd.
But Na'Vi,
Here we
they
go.
did stabilize. They did stabilize. 2 in a row. They've got Vitality now saving. They put themselves in a great spot.
You a Na'Vi fan or a Vitality fan? I'm a fan of whoever gives me a good fucking game between these two. I guess Vitality because by default I do think they're the better team.
Apex down. 5v4 versus still just a couple of upgraded pistols. Not for fl0m, and it looks like he's up next. Trying to do something about main control, but you can't hide, Mezzi, not this time. Zywoo's Desert Eagle is alive only for the one.
Great shot.
And so they'll get their footing
Nice
on
shots,
this
nice
A-site.
shots,
Na'Vi
nice shots
cutting it
from
down
everyone
to
this
a
round.
2-round lead. Austin, I think we've got a game here.
Yeah, very good, Na'Vi. Super solid, especially starting off in that full strength rifle, tricking Vitality.
Yes.
Now earning themselves an eco, building some momentum here from the hard side, from the T side.
You a fan of MR12? Yeah. Yeah, I am. I just want to put this in perspective. Like, when the games are good, yesterday's a prime example of what I always talk about. We got straight to the overtimes. We got going. Although I do wish the overtimes in the major weren't 10K.
Let
But
himself slip up, keeping it.
if games are good, they're good. And they'll deliver on MR12 as well. And it gets us out of the bad games faster most of the time. Think of how many cosmetic comebacks we even see in MR12.
Not always an easy
and like,
thing to do when you are down a map. Not an easy thing to do when your season
we had
has
guys,
been
the best of 3
atrocious.
yesterday with Mao's Spirit lasted almost 5 hours.
It's one of the longer standing rosters now in Na'Vi. This is a major championship roster in Na'Vi.
Yeah, and are very late
When the
in
games
history,
are
you
good,
know,
they will
first-
be good. And on
First couple
MR12,
of years
I
of
think.
CS2.
Also, it makes
All right, round 19.
best of 5s digestible, which obviously I
Are we
have
gonna
no
build
problem
momentum?
digesting
Alexi, this
anything
game
if
is
you look at
still
me,
not
but
won yet.
which is nice. Although
Talked
also
about the struggles that
Valve devs,
Alexi
please
may have
make
had
the
outside,
final
but
best
for
of
now, it's
5.
kind of an Apex
Maybe I
who's
need to
been
get the
pulled in
crowd to
different
chant.
directions. He's going to try
Give
to
us
get
a
away
best
with
of
a
5.
similar position, and he's going to hear this stomping going down, but if he thinks there's only 1 or 2 players, he's about to find a rude awakening.
Oh, my,
At least
he almost
Wonderful
got
from
2
behind is
with
able to
Wonderful
catch it.
right
Apex
there.
brings
That's
bit with him.
nuts.
But watch the CT activity now, because that was a 3
Yeah,
players
they're
confirmed
not
outside.
entirely
Wasn't
sure.
just one crossing. Na'Vi in the spot last time. They were very shrewd, didn't immediately commit lower, found a way upstairs to isolate Mezzi.
Vitality playing lower, super thorough. You can see the caution that Rob's had.
These are the weird spots you find Na'Vi in that you just don't really see as often from everyone else, and it's kind of hard to search them out. You know, maybe everyone would have normally crossed the secret and found just a place to chill there, or they'd start to peel back to the lobby. Options are wide open.
It's not like Vitality have been inactive this time. They sent Rops lower to clear it out. He's now very close to Alexi, just misses the timing. But that could open
I
a
wonder if he
window for
heard it.
Rops.
Nah, he didn't. He doesn't know. He might see Shadow.
Feels
He
like
said,
he has confirmation.
oh, the
Concerned
fucking
about up top now,
timing
suddenly
in
Zygo
every
won't have that
direction.
support. He's going to get compromised.
There's his
Messi
heaven.
turns, and he's going to at least
Oh.
kill the Heaven player.
The molly's bad.
Vent, the jump up denied. Not this time, not twice,
Holy fuck,
not
man.
again. Na'Vi one
The
round
Valve employees
shy.
even go to the
go,
major?
Na'Vi.
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's quite a few here.
Looking tough out here.
In fact, they always
Putting the
go.
squeeze
Just
on that
Gaben doesn't
A-site
go,
again,
though.
slow.
From those spots, looking comfortable, looking confident.
Yeah,
Catching
since
the
forever.
punishes.
I was actually just talking with Scooterdoodle yesterday, and we were talking about how he literally just had like a 7-hour conversation or something with the devs.
Back on Mirage, it was
after 2018
Na'Vi who
and
didn't have
shit
info.
like
It was
that.
Vitality
They're
who were
always at the
taking everything
majors,
and
always.
forcing them
They were at
to
Shanghai.
hunt,
They were,
but they weren't
yeah.
doing it. Now Vitality are the ones looking around in a few of these spots. Blade immediately jumping to another timeout.
Who do we thank for having at this event? Blast.
Right now, outside cross is causing problems for them, and they played secret 1 or 2 times versus these rifles, but it hasn't always actually worked. So we'll see. The easiest solution, the most direct solution, is to start secret, try to get a peek off, see if there's people outside, or catch a lurker. Oh, but that's a pause.
Yes, sir.
That's followed by a save here. An MP9 for Rops.
We haven't had these kinds of rounds go Vitality's way this series.
So who's working on the game? Have you seen Counter-Strike updates? Nobody.
Na'Vi has dodged these tragedies.
That's why they're here,
effectively.
dude.
It's waiting for the push. Ramsey doesn't look like he wants to overstep that yellow line. Keeps himself tucked in.
Played the spots once before, but it's supported by the Raptors player.
A little bit of shoulder.
Little
Sets it up.
5'7".
It's a
Wonderful.
Rob's
Got a pick on the
casualty
right.
trying to push
Oh
the ramp.
my
Frenzy, though,
God,
will
the
give
snapping
Vitality
turtle, bro.
a glimmer of hope on this one.
Don't let it be an eco.
He-Man's looking to wrap around Zywoo. Zywoo's ready.
What a
They
fucking
have
shot.
effectively won these rounds until now. Maybe 50 seconds for Na'Vi to still recover.
It looks like he knows the game plan entirely. He's running outside.
It's an AK for Zywoo. He's going to move that rifle, and as he's in transition, it is going to yet again have to be those pistols from within this A site. It is a good amount of ramp control as well for Vitality. JL is trying to slip up, and as he does, Flames, he's going to collect it. Not like this. Not with Heartbreak. And again, Alexi into the action, but they've not gotten this player off top hut. They're going to find them on both sides. The AK-47 still out there in the mix. And Apex on the lurk. Blocked by fire. Bomb goes down. They have evened this out, but Wonderful is barely alive. 1 point of health. With Alexi on the backside. Does he have them nervous? Can Alexi keep them?
He got Zywoo in the back.
Fucking Apex, man.
They pulled it off.
A costly
Oh
mistake.
my God, dude. Apex with an MP9.
Just as Na'Vi felt like they got the ball rolling.
Ooh, that one's gonna sting.
And IO doesn't, I mean, remember where I live, IO. As
I'm
long as they
surprised
actually are
wanted to
licensed and
keep
doing shit
trying to
right,
go
which
back
they're
upstairs,
here, so
especially when it was
I would imagine,
this
yeah, they are.
Flamesy
So that's
Mezzy
good.
setup,
It's
and they
fine with
saw
me.
both. They didn't know about Zywoo, so maybe
I don't
that
care
was
what you
a
have to do,
worthwhile
but
risk, but
tell the devs minus Inferno minus does too, and an
that
MP9
one's
jumping
just
nerf.
gonna hurt.
So
That
you
one's just
want
gonna, the
Inferno
Major's on the
2,
line here. They made
Dust
this
2,
comeback
3,
happen.
increase crouching accuracy and jumping accuracy, and have it
They
shoot
got
faster and
that
be more
other
accurate.
eco out. Now Xtaz is amped about it. One timeout left for
Any
Vitality.
insight on why they aren't improving
Might
the
be
game?
Blade's
Sure,
last
honestly, the
chance to
game
speak.
is terrible and everybody hates it.
Mental resilience is what won the major for Na'Vi back in Copenhagen. That's what they need to tap into
Not a
now.
singular improvement. Not one.
They're the guys who work overtime,
Zero.
extra hours.
I mean, literally, I just
They
tested
know
it
that
the
they're
other
always
day.
gonna
Their
fight from
AI
behind
anti-cheats
versus
working
these more
great.
stacked
Got my ass for
lineups
20
in
hours,
terms
you
of
know?
talent. 5 top 20 players versus
shit.
none right now here.
Apex with the scout,
David
Apex
versus
with an
Goliath,
MP9,
and
what
they
can
are
a guy
this
not
close to
do?
bringing us to map 3.
Actually,
Luckily for
I got
Na'Vi,
nothing.
still working
I
with
got
the
nothing.
buy. They have found success outer. Will they try to take it there again? You're not going to find Apex in the corners of the red box. Not going to find him trying to test you around the sides of main. He is in the open floor of garage with that op not too far off. Wonderful does not get a chance to clip him, but he's going to have to cover main. And he lets the contact
Oh,
happen.
he can't reload his gun. That's what he can't do. That's what he fucking can't do. I didn't know. Oh my God. Oh, that is insane.
In this second half.
Oh, Rob's looking for lurks. He's actually in a spot to catch ramp off. JL, does he hard clear this?
He's not looking the right way, and his barrel's full exposed.
Okay, Na'Vi.
Move.
Okay.
It's a gift here. Apex.
Yeah, man.
That
Take
mistake.
the gift. Take the gift. Are they going to go for it? 2v4? You're looking?
Zywoo and
you're
Mezzy to
feeling
save
different
it.
right now, huh, buddy?
But it looks like Vitality have just delivered a gift to Na'Vi.
What do CS players hate more?
Question
Current
is, did he
state of
cancel the
things or
animation?
any
Did he
attempt
just
to make
forget to
changes?
reload?
Oh, I don't flip a coin. That's probably 50-50.
And he may have gotten the 1 kill, but he knew he let a second player cross. And in doing so, tries to change position, gives himself up to Wonderful, gives outer over to Na'Vi.
Yeah, well, this totally makes up for that last round. Absolutely. Defends against map point. Wonderful to take out Zywoo. 1 player left.
Well, Zywoo gave it a
Here
look,
in
and he
Mezzy,
got
a chance
caught for it
for
and
Na'Vi
lost his
once
gun.
again.
It's
Felt
pretty
like it was
important,
over
man.
for a second.
That could have been valuable in the next
Apex
round. Just one
missed them
M4
coming
now.
through the smoke on the side of
Yeah,
me
the
as well.
Vitality streak's over. They lost the
And
legacy.
If he had even got that bullet off before his teammate died inside of Mini, it would have still been fine.
Double digits secured.
All right, let's go.
And Apex better be able to find his nerve after that one.
Best recent success for Na'Vi is taking the Spirit to overtime, and I think losing on Nuke.
Why does the community hate change so much? I never understand it. Bro, I mean, me
One
trying to
bullet
overgeneralize
gets the
it and
kill.
boil
Wow.
it down.
Gun is empty.
Oh,
I mean, that's
It's
even
he
worse.
actually got the
He
one
misses
tap.
with the one shot he had.
I think it's because
But he knows
don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of differing opinions on what people think should and shouldn't happen with the game. Because despite how people type and act on the internet, everybody has different versions and things that are important to them. So if you change anything, there might be a group that likes it, but there will be also a disproportionate amount of people that don't like it because they don't want anything to change. And that wasn't it's either change they don't like specifically, or they wanted other stuff changed, so then they're upset that you didn't change the thing that they want. Right?
Nothing's going to stop them from getting some kind of footing down towards Secret already.
Yeah.
Anybody else take a swing at it? No. No more spam. No more challenge on these smokes. It's 2 players locked in with a route towards B, but Bomb's still back on Alexi.
Been loving Na'Vi in these positions 5v5, getting the outside cross secured. Got Apex copying and pasting his position from last rounds. They have to get the double ramp going because Apex is not in a good spot to rotate. It's a great spot to cover outside, cover the lurks that could take place, and help Mezzi on upper. But he can't really move from here safely. So right now, ZywOo floating around help. There's a lot of pressure on him as a loose piece to rotate, get some info back in case Apex needs it. 45 seconds.
The voices
they might
in my
actually
head.
go into Apex's plan.
Oh, wonderful. Could have had an opening kill.
That?
ZywOo
I guess he flicked off. He did. He flicked off.
He's trying to offer up utility.
Apex going to love to see that smoke. If no one crosses, he's got full vision of it. ZywOo's now making the rotate downstairs.
Ema sitting and wait. This is forced Na'Vi down. ZywOo's trying to scramble for some sort of positioning. In some way, he has to cut them off. Bomb is going to approach site from the other side. ZywOo nothing. Bomb is here
quick
in
trade though.
hand to at least
Very
get the
quick trade, but Bit just ravaged the Woo. Oh my god, and he wins out with the MP9.
Bests Ema and on the hunt between the lurkers. Mezzi looking to lock horns with JL, trying to get this road down to the B site. Both of these players will eventually be needed. At the moment, it is Apex with the kit.
Oh, he tricked him.
Mezzi gets it up, 4v2, cut back.
Man, Vitality's so fucking good. All right, wonderful. Let's go. Let's go. Only kits on Apex. Oh, you gotta hit that. You gotta hit that. He hit that one. Oh.
And if he had hit that one in the
fuck,
backside,
man. If he hit the first one, then Shark, thank you very much for the sub. I've been missing a lot.
Apex. This is one of those moments where you can have that smoke on Mini, but it can be used against you if you
I think that guy's been checking him.
Play. They didn't need to throw that down. They used it as a fake, and because Apex played back fake garage again.
No, it's true. I actually just make messages up to make myself seem smarter.
Even though ZywOo doesn't get a kill, they had 2 chances to win.
And then I pay some people to just put like dumb comments in there so I can flame them to seem
That's the moment
smarter
that could have
too.
been for Wonderful.
Smart.
And also, Mezzi tricks JL. Looks
Chat
like
type
he's going
1 if
out
you're
wide.
a
Comes back.
fl0m industry plant. Thank you.
Mezzi turning into the MVP of this match at the moment.
Fast cross for him again.
Stepping up to help ZywOo, who's propped them up with so many frags. We're going towards ramp here. Na'Vi on the brink of an elimination.
Apex running for this to help out Robs. Does he need any help?
Robs is dead instantly.
Man, Bit back to back. Great openers.
Worried about somebody else
Love
in
to
these
see
corners.
that
There's
for him,
nobody
man.
home towards ramp. Flamesy with an angle over from single. But this whole pack of Na'Vi players on the approach. Oh, gets caught.
He got it. First bullet.
Good on him to at least reopen
Everybody's just getting
the single door
instant
control
kills,
for the
man.
side of Na'Vi. Bit of spam comes out from Mezzi. Gonna have to make this happen with a man disadvantage.
Look at the money, though.
Do they save?
Yeah, I don't even think they want to go for this.
Do we go round 24?
We go
I think
round
they gotta,
24,
yeah.
folks.
That might.
Incredible.
Nah, they
here for
can't really
Na'Vi.
hunt,
Great
to be
shot from
honest.
Bit to
No,
take out Robs
Na'Vi
like
should
that.
not hunt this. They actually need the guns. They won't have
Much
full
needed
util
instant
if they
kill
don't
out
keep
of
3
Bit, and
guns
it's not
alive.
like he's been taking over, and I'm not just talking about this map, I'm talking about this season.
And this is why you can have a style. You can be slow, you can be defaulty, but you have to throw in tempo changes.
9 map
Otherwise,
pool, in
people
my
are not
opinion,
gonna
only
use their
makes it
free
worse,
mollies
not
and
better.
nades too often. And right here,
Already,
Na'Vi come
we
out
have a
with the
great
red hit
veto
so
system,
quickly.
and we have a great.
Every other round we've seen from them has been taking red control, getting him on the
feeling
cross outside, and they still
as
managed
a
to do both.
community
That's just beautiful play here.
for how
Ima has
difficult
only
maps
10
are to
kills, but
play.
He's been so successful at
Definitely
taking
would
secret,
argue
using
that we
against
should
Vitality,
rotate maps
really
more
stressing the
frequently, but a
rotations.
9 map pool I think
And
only
they've been
dilutes the
isolating
game. It doesn't make it
these
better.
places to one player. Robs here inside of ramp. When Apex is running in, Mezzi on upper, that first round that started this comeback.
It's already
Na'Vi are
too
getting the
difficult
isolation
to be
fights.
good on all 7 maps. Every
And that's even a spot where
Dynasty and
Robs gets
team
one.
you've ever
It's
seen
still
play
hard for him to
Counter-Strike
get a
always
second. They've got
has a
so many players
permaban.
ready to trade.
Final timeout. Xtaz saved it. but you open a door
My
for
personal
Blade to
favorites are the
fine-tune
dynasties
system.
that
Absolutely,
have a
man.
permaban,
And,
then start
I mean,
losing
it has been a
confidence, and then
great
they say they're
tapestry of T-side
reinventing and
rounds here
going to a
watch for
7-map pool, and then they get
They
worse.
put together a very solid game plan.
I've seen that
I'm seeing
happen
a lot
twice.
of confidence from them
That's
in the
my
reads
personal
and the
favorite.
setups. And there is tons of pressure now on Vitality to answer back.
Na'Vi yet again here at a major to defy all odds. With a mere
What are you guys calling here, man?
CT side, they take to the attack.
What are you calling if you're Alexi B?
Exceeds all expectations
A lot of
statistically
success
on this map.
through secret and ramp right now. I feel like you definitely stay away from
round
upper.
of regulation. Come
Upper,
on, Austin,
upper.
make some noise!
I definitely feel like upper's just not
Edge of our seats
been
for this
kind
one, and Apex wants
to
AR
Na'Vi
action
right
again,
now.
just constantly trying to block off these smokes.
Based on how they're set up, I think
Yeah,
Alexi B
Yep.
vehemently
Well
disagrees
done.
with me.
There's the effect. And when Secret has been so instrumental to Na'Vi.
This just saves you so many nades. They'll throw another set of cross smokes here. It's going to be mirroring
Forget-
another round that they played earlier.
Guys, Vitality is
A round that they won, by the way.
Sure.
That's
They're
the one
playing
where they
retake.
isolated Mezzi upstairs.
Zywu Flames are going to
Cost
walk
more
radio.
utility.
They have
Zywu
nobody
off
in
the
lower.
leash, him and Robs. What better duo
What a
could you
gamble here,
ask
dude.
for to win such a critical
Nah,
round?
imagine being
As they
Apex
take
and
over
making that
trophy, the rest
call.
of Vitality also inching ever closer
Now
to
they
this
rotate
challenge. but
Zywu down
the
now
numbers
that
are
he
here for Na'Vi
got
as
Rops
well.
into radio.
The late ramp rotations that have come in before.
Early
this
warning
is
system to ramp with
preemptive.
radio.
They've got him in such a good
Zywu
spot.
looking
When's he
lower.
trying again?
Can
Robs
reinforce.
on trophy.
But
They're
Apex
gonna
actually
try
went
to
down
time it
too.
so
They have
both
too much
attack
down
at the
there.
same
They have too
time.
much down there.
JL thinking about going for the
Ooh,
swing.
this is kind of weird.
Right, who's gonna go first? Oh, with a nade. JL is lucky to be standing as he
Oh,
almost got
now
toppled with a nade out.
I think they were.
Killing the clock. 35 seconds.
They
now.
were
Now
trying
we
to
have to make
go
a choice.
upper.
Swings
Are
in
they
the
still
same
going to go?
corner
They're
he's
going.
played in
They're
the
going.
past.
They have to.
Wonderful. Right here in Hut. Meanwhile, 8-4.
Oh, there's one though. Messi, the beats! Holy shit!
Vitality's king. He sits here as bit response.
Oh my God, they're just back silo ravaging. Messi's still alive, bro.
And with 15 seconds, he's got to somehow grab that bomb. We've got
Doesn't have it.
Messi, and they end it right here, right now.
Nah, that's crazy, man. That is fucking crazy, dude.
Vitality one step closer to the crown jewel. This team is built on greatness, and greatness knows no bounds.
Absolutely amazing work here by
Fucking
Vitality in the
Mezzi,
final
man.
moments. Na'Vi tried
I might have
and
to start
worked
putting
so
beans on
hard
toast
to bring
or some
that to
shit, man.
fruition. But who other than Mezzi to get the final word in that game? Amazing performance from the one UK player here on the stage. Absolutely amazing gameplay from the perspective of mechanics, anchoring map to map.
Insane,
He had
man.
even more to give. You could see it. That was crystal clean rifling.
Listen, we are all here to sing the praise of Robs and his ability to unlock Vitality into winning ways. But this series, even though Zywu propped up Nuke early, Mezzi on the brink of surpassing him by the end of it after rock-solid defense back on Mirage. Give a bow, Vitality. What a win.
What a win indeed, and Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Thank you, Apex.
Listen, they might say that, but you see the signs there. Love you, Apex. Maybe Apex isn't a bad guy. That's their true feelings.
Yeah, that's okay. They can say whatever they want. I don't give a fuck once again. Just scream on us, boo us, do whatever you have to do. I don't give a fuck once again.
It doesn't matter to you guys. What does
They're
matter
cheering
is,
them
I
on.
guess, how you react in the server. And I want to ask you specifically about how you motivate your guys, because fl0m on Mirage did not have a good start. And what are the kind of things you say to someone in that moment under that pressure to make sure that they're on again?
Well, yeah, I think Mirage and, both maps were pretty close, but we stayed calm and focused on Mirage, and we made the comeback possible, slowly, and won, did a really good T-side. And then on Nuke, we played a bit scared, I would say. We let them a bit too much space, and then they could do whatever they wanted. So that was a bit hard for us to defend the bomb site, and yeah. But then we won, what a crazy run from Mezzi last round, and it feels good to be in semi-final.
Absolutely. Good round by Mezzi. You also made them miss their smoke, so it was all going well. Mao's up next. You've played them so many times, but it looks like maybe they've turned a new page, kicking out Spirit. How do you feel about that matchup here?
Yeah, I think of course we have a bit of mental hedge on them, which is normal, but it's a major and you never know what can happen. So I think they delivered really well yesterday. They played a really crazy game. And for sure, like the last 6 games will not count on tomorrow for us. We're not gonna get this extra confidence or whatever. We're gonna give our best to go to the final.
Eyes on the prize. Thank you very much, Apex.
Yes. Yes, it's true.
Next match is in 2 hours. I'm not sure.
I'm standing here with the side of Na'Vi. I do believe there were some Na'Vi fans in attendance today, and this does end their run in Austin. JL, how goes it, man?
We let you down, but you showed up for both the teams. You cheered for both, so thank you for that. It was amazing to play in this arena. And what's the question?
Tell me how it's going. Obviously, you've just taken
Follow
a big
the script,
L
follow
here
the
on the
script.
stage, Mr. JL.
Yeah, it's a huge L. Yeah, the L in the JL stands for loser. Hey, you take some wins, you take some losses. Yeah, we played well. I enjoyed the game actually, but it wasn't enough. They were just better.
Well, tell me how hard it is to beat this Vitality squad. What is it that's making them so ferocious?
1 hour? Yeah, okay.
I will be very honest.
So rolling schedule.
They seemed very beatable today. Yeah. Today though. Maybe on the other days they were a bit better, but yeah, we played worse than them and they won.
And so for this side of Na'Vi, obviously this is your run in Austin, but I want to ask you, what's the difference between this Na'Vi and the Na'Vi of old?
This Na'Vi and who?
The Na'Vi of old, the one that picked up a major in Copenhagen.
I feel like the opposition was a little bit weaker. I mean, for sure we play better now. We're more prepared, but yeah, the opposition is just really hard, and we're in a bit of a slump right now. But yeah, we made quarterfinals. That's a bad result.
That's about the way it goes. Hey, JL, a whole bunch of people standing around here. A whole bunch of people want to hear what you have to say. Ain't that right, Texas? Does that sound about right? So let's do it. Quiet, please.
Thank you all for being here. Honestly, this was one of the best experiences ever. We only played 1 game here, but you for sure showed up, and I hope you show up for the other teams as well, because today was a banger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, JL. That's Na'Vi.
He was sunlight for a second there, dude.
If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Bro was
The Na'Vi
remembering the
fall
script.
short of that task. It goes the full 24 rounds, but heroic play from Mezzi seals the fate of
1 hour,
Vitality.
1 hour.
Yet another semi-final, potentially grand finals berth for the black and yellow squad.
Crazy.
We've got Zaiwu up here to celebrate yet another win on your record. First of all, congratulations. I just want to start
The
off.
woo.
Crowd love you here, obviously. I just want to start off there. JL just said you looked beatable today. What do you want to say to that?
I think it was right.
Yeah?
I don't think we played the A game we want to show.
That's
to be
fucking
honest.
terrifying.
And we were a bit shaky on some rounds. That's why they come back a bit at the end of Nuke. And I think it's also the major pressure. We didn't listen too well sometimes. We make some mistake, individual mistake. We didn't feel the game as well. So I think we didn't play the best game we showed since we Vitality played.
What do you think that is with the Na'Vi game plan? Because that was one of the first times I feel like on their T side, your CT side on Nuke, where they actually had you guys scrambling a little bit. Like you didn't always know what was coming next, it felt like.
I feel like they play a lot of rotation. They tried to put pressure down, like secret. We didn't really know if 1, 2, 3 guys secret, like come back inner or main. So it was a bit tough for us to know that. So I think we missed team move to try to take info, to try to make a move, to know what they're gonna do. And I think we missed that. And yeah, they were pretty annoying to play, to be honest.
Talk to me about your boy, your teammate Mezzi. He had and obviously, I mean, the closing round was absolutely disgusting, but I mean, even go back to Mirage, she put in some pressure punches in the first 4 rounds, delivered for you guys there. I don't know, it's got to feel like you just have a safety net behind you at all times.
Yeah, maybe he didn't show on the scoreboard, but I think all the round he did, it was really insane. Like he pulled off really important round, like the 1v3, even on Nuke, he was kind of alongside, he killed 3 or 4, I don't remember, but that's what we need as well to be one of the best. I mean, to have one guy like this, not maybe thinking about only scoreboard and be able to win some kind of round like this. So I think he did a really good job today.
Yeah, look at him shine here. Look at him.
He's really good.
That's a British player.
And he's moving with mouse too, guys. You need to move that. Think about that.
He's moving with mouse too. What a
was
freak.
insane. It was
Have you
insane.
yelled
So
at him about that
unnatural.
yet? Tell him Quake's dead. We don't need to be playing it anymore.
Yeah. I tried to play on this config. Actually, you lost your mind.
I want to know, you guys called a timeout at, what was it, 12:11, I think Xtaz got on the mic. What kind of stuff is he, what kind of wisdom is he imparting in those moments? What's he saying?
Like, it's kind of like to stay, like, not humble, but to stay in the game because we are trying to get comeback at this time and just to not be focused about the scoreboard and be focused on the present because it's a fucking major and the pressure can be on us when you're leading like this. So just being like this, just being on the present, not thinking of the scoreboard. It could be 29 or 12-9 for them. We don't care, but that's just play round by round.
I gotta. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
I gotta ask you, just because I haven't even talked to you about this. I mentioned it in the pregame before the series began. When I was at HLTV, the award show this year, Apex told me that secretly you were pretty pissed last year that you weren't involved in the conversation, that you weren't even like really entered into the competition. So is that a goal for you this year? I know historically you've always been like, I don't care about being #1. I don't care about beating anyone else out. But hearing it from Apex, was that something that you felt in the back of your head, like next year I'm gonna get him?
I will say yes. I will say yes. When in Initiative Award, I will be pissed when I see #3 because I was not used to it. In my mind, I was just like, I will get this year. I will get it.
Yeah.
No matter what, I will get it.
Good, man. I think you accomplished it.
He said these motherfuckers forgot about me. Hold on.
Just call it right now.
Yeah, might as well. Just end the season out right now. Zawu, you mentioned the word pressure just a minute ago when you were talking about that Na'Vi game. Considering that you've been on, like, I mean, you've been in every single grand final. You've won every single grand final. There's been a match win streak on the line. There's been the Grand Slam on the line as well. Tell me about how much pressure was on the line today, maybe compared to some of those other moments. Did you actually feel it today?
I would say it was even less than the Grand Slam Major. Grand Slam, I mean, because you could feel it was, I mean, the opportunity we had in Melbourne was really rare, but this time, like, I think we had the pressure when we almost end the game. I won't say we have pressure starting the game, like in Melbourne, but this time we have the pressure of the major, obviously, but I won't say like it's the biggest pressure I had. I think Paris was even worse.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So already at this tournament, Monasi's gone, Donk's gone, but a new, but I'd say familiar challenger is approaching in Simple. What does it mean to see him on the other side of the bracket?
Oh, I think,
and what
yeah,
would you
FaZe
think
just
about
came
a
out on the
collision
stage.
course with you two in the grand finals?
That's why the crowd was
I
cheering.
think it would be a great final. I mean, we got the possibility like to play in final, I think. So I think it's going to be a great show. I think everyone is excited to see it. So hopefully we got there and hopefully we play against him. And now, to be honest, for now we are focused on get Mouse because it's going to be the next challenge for us. So I'm not too much focused about FaZe for now. Obviously the next focus is Mouse and let's see.
If you actually do end up in that final against him and you just dumpster him and you just destroy him in terms of numbers and everything, do you think you just take it from him at that point?
I don't know. I mean, it's also tough for him. I guess it's the one tournament since 2 years, so I don't expect anything, to be honest. Yeah, he can destroy us. He can destroy him. So that's why he was one of the best players as well. So we need to expect that also for him. So I don't really expect anything, to be honest, for now.
Final question, just because you mentioned it, Zawu, obviously Maus on the horizon, very familiar opponent, going your way every single time this year. Do you think they look like, they looked a little bit shaky, right? Obviously the performance versus Spirit yesterday, an amazing comeback, but they've had to make those comebacks themselves, right? They put themselves in those situations. Do you think they're the same Maus that you've had to face in, grand finals, semi-finals before?
Maybe not. Maybe Rhinos have a better mindset because to come back every game like this, you need to really be strong and to be strong as a team as well because everyone can live like easily the game. So I think the mindset is really there. They're ready to fight every game for the major. So, but for me, it doesn't matter if we beat them for 6 times in a row or whatever. I think the major is different. So I think for us, it's just gonna be the new game plan. So that's how gonna be our mindset. It's the freaking major, so it doesn't matter.
You can't fuck around, man.
Leave it on that, Zawu.
You never know. You end up being Legacy's fucking dinner.
Congratulations once again. Guys, give it up. Zawu!
All right. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, chat. That coffee got me feeling different. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
An absolute
Super, you're in charge.
masterclass on stage today, and a very well-deserved spot in that semi-finals. I feel like it was a date with destiny, you know, the fact that they're going to be facing Mouse in that semi-final, maybe an opportunity to face FaZe in that grand final. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Getting a little bit ahead of myself, but it's understandable.
The script is just so beautiful,
I know.
Can you blame me?
It's all lining up to look like it could just be an absolute excellent finish to the major. I don't know, I like it. There's something about, there's some quality to him now that he's playing this way in 2025, like finally just being the badass of Vitality, but then he's still humble when you hear him talk on the desk, where I'm just like, there's kind of a cool element to that, where like, you're humble, but I can kind of see a little bit of cockiness in that humble nature of you.
I mean, he doesn't even expect anything really of Simple or FaZe going into that grand final.
Like
I mean, it was of course getting ahead of ourselves to bring it up, but we don't get many opportunities to talk to a guy that's vying for GOAT, so have to get every single piece of information we can.
I liked his take on that Mao's question as well, like, because you could say on one side, yeah, they look shaky, they don't look like, you know, themselves that we've seen going in those semi-finals and grand finals previously, but he brings up a really good point that mentality is clearly so strong for Mouse if they've managed to come back from those deficit situations that they found themselves in so many times.
I liked his statement that the major is just different. Like, it doesn't matter if we have this kind of streak against them. That's a nice talking point for us up here, but as a player, once you get to the major, those matches, they change everything. I mean, I think you could even see it in Vitality. Like, I don't think Vitality's losing to Legacy at, you know, I don't know, I Am Dallas, at Blast Rivals, Blast Show, whatever it is. He's not losing to him in those events, but the major gets here, and yeah, you can get caught off guard. If you take your eye off the ball, another team is going to take that step forward. So I just like that sentiment that he knows the major is just too much stakes and too much consequences to take a game for granted.
I think Mouse are going to be in the head-to-head, the bookmakers' closest underdog to Vitality. But really, the pressure of the grand final, if they get there, is probably going to be really their truly biggest enemy throughout the rest of these playoffs, even if they're facing a FaZe clan, even if they're facing a Mongols that seems to be powering up.
I feel like we've had this tradition of, you know, kind of giving Vitality a grade after pretty much every single one of their series. Was that Vitality's A game on the server today?
I would say I would probably go with maybe A-, but we really, what the thing is that was a Na'Vi A+ for me.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the best I've seen from Na'Vi all season.
Which doesn't bode well.
For Na'Vi it doesn't, but for Vitality it bodes incredibly well.
Yes.
They were tricked on a lot of those rounds. Individuals had to claw them back. They were winning with tactical outplay, and if they were losing in the tactics, they were winning with individuals at times. So they had both sides of the equation when it comes to winning CS.
Yeah, close but no cigar, unfortunately, for the side of Na'Vi. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of James Banks.
Na'Vi put up a fight and certainly tried to come back there in the end of Nuke, but it isn't meant to be, and the run ends here at the quarterfinals. First of all, commiserations to you, Alexi. I know how much you wanted this and how confident you were feeling before the game. I'm going to try and cast your mind back to Mirage. I would say, right, in the first parts, maybe the first like 13, 14 rounds, it looked like you were doing the right things, like you had them. Then the CT side starts to let you down. I'm wondering just what it was like from your perspective. Was there a disconnect, or you guys not playing off each other the way you wanted to? Was it just them being better?
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. So just didn't play off of each other. We won the pistol the round after, and the first gun round, I just think that we played a very sloppy round. After that, we managed to win a gun round, and since I think they just won every round. And you know, I didn't have a good look at it. I was jumping on B, and they ended up getting like these untraded entries. I just think we got maybe caught off guard a little, but also maybe we didn't have the plan on how to exactly fight them. We were more like saying on TeamSpeak like, what are we holding, but we were not necessarily saying like what we should be doing if they make a move. Okay. And the guys were speaking about some timings also after the game. I didn't want to focus too much on that because I still knew that, you know, 2 maps remaining and you can't dwell on the past. Yeah. But yeah, just they just ended up playing better in the end.
Talking about you saying them playing better, right? On Nuke, at the beginning, yes, they looked like they were playing better, but you guys were fighting back on this T side. It seemed like you were making the right calls and you were getting into the right situations. How comfortable did it feel at one point for you guys? Like you could do this? Was that full belief in it?
No, it felt very good. Yeah. We also knew that we have some rounds up our sleeve that's gonna surprise them. You know, I still feel like I should be playing overtime on the stage. Like, kudos to Messi. What an amazing last round by him. Yeah, I felt like we put a fight back. They were running with the momentum on the CT side, but we clawed back. and ended up making the comeback, and we played solid, I would say. But yeah, ended up losing, and that's all that matters, so now we're out.
That is the end of the season for now, right, for you guys. Looking at this, you were the best team in 2024. You had this amazing run, so many deep runs and playoffs. I can see from your reaction already, right? Now you look at this, and I'm sure in your minds it's not good enough, maybe in Navi's minds as well. Your overall thoughts on the season, like, can you just give me that?
I'm proud of the boys. Like, in the end, like at the end of the day, we worked super hard, so many travel days. Countless of hours of us just being together, and you know, it's been almost 2 years now since I joined Navi, and since I've been with the core of the team. And yeah, we fought. We had our peaks, had our lows. Not gonna be too naive. I think something's gonna happen after this. Yeah, but we just have to wait and see. You know, now we have to calm our heads, accept the fact that we fought, we did our best, but now just looking into the future, and let's see what happens.
And I don't want to sound cold-hearted when I say this, that, you know, I enjoy hearing Alexi B exit interviews because they're always so insightful. Even immediately out of the game, it feels like he's done that post-match analysis already. He knows exactly what went wrong. And my heart bleeds for him when he says, you know, I feel like we should be playing overtime up on that stage right now.
Yeah, anyone who's competed or played, that one hurts. That one's like a dagger in the heart because you know that feeling. Yeah, that one's rough. You know, it's funny because I actually took a little bit of a different angle. I got the sense that Alexi was sort of grasping at straws in that interview of what went wrong, right? Like, maybe we don't have the plan. Maybe, like, these 2 untraded entries. He's talking about Zywoo coming up con. Maybe we didn't have the plan. Maybe we get caught off guard. He's kind of trying to search because I think he echoes the same sentiment of JL, that this was a team that felt beatable today and felt mortal today where otherwise they haven't looked it, and he's kind of scrambling in his mind to find where they missed the chance to take control of the game.
And that's been the story of Navi for this entire year, even extending into what happened at the Shanghai Major for them to try to relive or recapture what made them the most dominant team in the middle of 2024 has been a task that has just been too tall for Blade and Alexi B. And so at this point, though, like, that ending statement for you, do we all hear that?
Yeah.
Like, that is crazy. I mean, we kind of knew the writing was on the wall there, that Navi are looking for some kind of change, but that really might just be the last time we see this iteration of Navi in the server.
I was going to ask you, to put your Navi managerial hats on and give me, what would be your solution? Would you be making changes? Is a quarterfinals enough for this iteration of Navi? Or, because I feel like all season long we've been saying, okay, are they going to make changes in the lead up to the major? That time passed, right? They couldn't do it. Is this now the opportunity to do so?
I mean, I think it would be, obviously, because obviously every major there's a massive, free agency, or people are shopping around, players and teams are shopping their guys around to see what they can get. So I think, one, those changes, it's always nice to say this team wants to make changes, but then the other side of that coin is who can they get? Is it actually a meaningful upgrade? Is it going to change the results? Is it going to change the way they play to make that kind of a change? Something does feel different and frayed when I see this Navi versus the Navi of last year. I can't quite put my finger on it, to be honest with you. I think the bigger question for Navi is the conversation of where does this team go? Like, what changes would you want to make? How does this team want to look different in how they play? Do they want to go the route that everyone else is going and look for firepower? Do they want to stick with this more system-based strategic Counter-Strike? That argument over, like, the soul of what Navi's going to be moving into the future is far more important than who they're going to pick up.
Go on, pick a side, Jason. Pick a side. What should they do?
I mean, I've already kind of mentioned, I think firepower is the king. I think you have to make a change and you have to kind of move forward with it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple options that are floating right now in the air. One is that they have a rising prodigy in Makaze, who's on their academy team, who definitely could be seen as an upgrade for somebody like Ema. Maybe if Heart's not in it right now. I don't really buy that JL's not in it. I feel like JL's playing really as well as he can in the system that's created around him. But I feel like there's other kind of more left field options that are out there. Simple is still technically on loan from Navi, and as far as I know,
that's very left field.
It's till the end of the year, and really in some of these big moments for Navi, like, you need that X factor opper that's going to get you over the line. And I'm sorry, Wonderful has had so many opportunities to show that for the past 9 months, and he's putting up good numbers, so it's hard to call him out.
That would rely on Simple wanting to go back to Navi, though. Kind of sounds like he wants to go to FaZe.
That's true. Well, here's the third option for you.
The nice thing about contracts, Freya, you don't always have a choice.
Yeah, it's true, it's true.
If we really want to talk about firepower upgrades, one obvious one is that Alexi B is playing very poorly as an individual. Like, I know I called him out for, like, being the second lowest on Nuke. That just kind of moved him up to 4th worst on that map for the year. Like, okay, if you want somebody else, Ema is an incredibly vocal player right now. And again, these are like really left field options. Okay. But if you're really trying to explore what's out there, like these are possibilities that are on the table, and they aren't actually even that hard to really justify.
I like your creativity. I wish we had like another hour, 2 hours to be diving into this one.
There's nothing big going on, is there?
The show on. I'm so sorry. We do have quite a big game coming up shortly. Let's check in with the playoffs bracket just to see exactly where that does leave us, though. Final thoughts, Jason, on the prospect, or the actuality, rather, of that Vitality MAUs semi-final. Can MAUs do it? Can they take down the Kings?
Look, they're on the same boat as Navi was coming into that quarterfinal series, where it's like, we know you have it in you, we just haven't seen it yet, you know, and you have a great job clawing back, and that seemed to give them the edge they needed to take down Spirit. Once again, if you go into this and it gives you the edge to take down Vitality, you're going to look at that 0-2 start and be like, thank God we got wrecked on day one. They might have actually just powered up.
Well, that one is going to be going down tomorrow, but don't you dare go anywhere, because we have a big game and a big welcome, I reckon, on the other side of this break. That is because FaZe and the Mongols are going to be gracing the Moody Center.
Batman is back, I know.
I mean, of course he is back.
Oh, that's good.
He's reaching the he's back thing for sure. I think he's back.
He needs time. We can say that he is back. He only qualified to the third stage, like with the 3-2. It's not like there is no wow effect.
I don't know if he's like obviously back to his old form.
I still love Donk's answer for this.
The scene, you know, for a while competitively playing. But
what the fuck? They were gifted subs while gone.
Sanic, thank you, dude. You know, and feeling the recoil through his body when he's shooting his bullets. You know, but I think he's having inconsistent times here and there. But you know, the sky's the limit for him. He has the mindset of the best sports athletes even out there in the world.
You get these POV shots during the major, like from the back, when the guy's playing the game and you see him playing. I feel like, you know, he's having those moments really hard to play against him just because you know he's gonna hit the shot like no matter what. And he has a lot of flashy plays. I don't think it's gonna be like it was as before. Obviously, there's gonna be glimpses, but maybe not the same.
Since we're gonna play against him, I don't want to say, but he's back. I think like he was always capable of doing it.
I still hate the face zooms, though, man.
Just give a break.
The face zooms are too much.
When he comes back, he was one of the best players in the world for a long time. I'm not worried, but I'm excited to play in the server again with him. So that's why it's gonna be a good matchup. Many trash talks and everything, but it's good to see him around.
This roster mania is going to be wild. The fl0m clips and highlights channel will be feasting. Oh, one sec. Making sure. Okay. Nori should be landing here pretty soon, chat. Let's go. Well, not pretty soon. Maybe, honestly, depending on how this game goes, she might not be able to see FaZe Mongols. We'll see. Can we get the camera guy to do a fl0m mouth zoom? And well, I am the camera guy, so that's me. And no, I will not be zooming into my lips. Love the analysis yesterday. It was cool to hear you read out the rounds in real time. Yeah, I was trying to do it today, but a lot of the rounds were so fucking definitive. It was easier to do yesterday with MAUs and Spirit because action, duel, pause. And that was happening a lot where Vitality in the Navi game was kind of a bit more like abrasive in the sense that it was kind of all or nothing in a lot of the rounds. You'd have like 2 or 3 kills go out, save. You know?
The final 2 teams ready to grace the stage for our
Sanic,
quarterfinal
here
in
$10
day
gifted,
2.
bro.
Talk
Thank
about
you.
raising the roof. I think the crowd are ready to blow it right off with the arrival of the sure fan favorites of FaZe. They're going to be taking on the Mongols to see who will be our last semi-finalist
World's biggest laptop? Like, what is that?
Austin. It's been such a crazy trajectory to talk about, Dupree, the fact that Simple returns, FaZe making it to the playoffs, and we know a thing or two about North American majors. Anything can happen there, right?
Anything can happen, and it's great to see the way the Simple has bounced back and the way that FaZe has made playoffs. You know, he came along and wanted to join into FaZe because he wanted to try and get a comeback. And whoa, the way that he has done it and come back throughout Stage 3, and now I'm just excited to see him go into the playoffs. But also just the fact that we always have a thing that FaZe Clan will always show up for playoffs. If there's one team that you can never count out in a playoffs, that will be FaZe Clan.
On the other side of things, it is gonna be the Mongols arriving in style in the arena. So let's get a few thoughts courtesy of Senzu.
Senzu, red carpet entry to the major. I see some Mongolian fans here as well. Nice experience?
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. Yeah, good.
Now, you broke records with your performance against G2. You know, a great performance at the major. Does that fill you with more confidence?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable, but just play CS is good, you know. Like team play. Yeah, teamwork.
Good team play. You have good energy.
Yes, of course.
You're ready for it?
Yeah, ready.
Well, this is a warm welcome, Ray.
Look at him.
How does it feel coming on the red carpet like this?
I feel it's really good. It's good to be a home crowd favorite here in America for once.
Now, playoffs phase is always very scary. Does it feel you guys have extra confidence? And also, you've got Simple with, you know, back to wanting to play on the stage?
Yeah, I think we're all super excited to play on the big stage again. It's been a long time for all of us, and especially for Sasha, it's been like, what, 3 years, I think, or plus, since he was on the stage. So, excitements are there, the feelings are there, so it's going to be fun.
You guys been cooking in the days off?
For sure. Finn's been doing a lot of cooking.
Okay. Yeah. And you ready, you sharp?
Ready and sharp.
Okay, let's see it, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
I'm not surprised to hear and see the roars of the crowd when FaZe arrived here at the arena. Maui,
rolling up in the Sprinter van. Damn, look at this aura, bro.
I think this is going to be the most packed out, the loudest crowd we've bore witness to so far.
He's just trying to handle the heat.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, people have been proving with their eyeballs the view counts are there. Simple is breaking records. He's making sure that every single game, it becomes must-watch television the moment he loads up in the server. You could have your best team in the world, you could have your streaks, but we got aura here.
I mean, we have the perfect combination of different attraction power. You have at least the
not
only NA
rooting for
player
Simple,
left
you're
in the
wrong.
tournament. Obviously, the crowd
My
is going to
bald eagle,
support him.
dude.
They're going to go
My
crazy
bald
for him.
eagle.
Man on the picture right here. Simple, as you said, breaking record in terms of viewership, maybe coming back alive as well. Great comeback so far during the tournament. And then Kerrigan, who's likable no matter where he goes. Singapore, Hong Kong, Denmark, Sweden, America, it doesn't matter. Wherever he goes, he is liked. So, of course, FaZe are the fan favorites.
Oh, the storylines just write themselves, and they're so
Dude, party
beautiful
astronaut
for the
shirt
side
with a
of
FaZe
FaZe.
shirt,
But the
that guy's
Mongols,
actually
they could play
based.
spoiler. They could stop the run of the most hotly anticipated team, I would argue, arriving here in Austin. We talked about it, obviously, you know, Senzu breaking records back in the group stage of the major. That was pretty wild to witness, wasn't it, Maui?
I mean, what Senzu did there on Dust 2 was just something that only legends usually end up doing. I mean, I feel like you get so few of those kinds of 50-plus kill performances in the history of Counter-Strike. To do it in a match to qualify for the playoffs, in a pretty much a must-win situation for the Mongols, that
95
is
and
where
humid
he
is
is now
crazy.
just
Dude, it's
punching
gross.
up
It's
into
gross.
that super elite player tier. I can't put him there just yet, but a win versus FaZe, a couple wins in an arena, and the conversation has to start including him.
I'm nervous too, bro. FaZe.
Also a player that's been under a lot of
Oh,
critique,
man.
you know, for not always showing up in the playoff, for not always showing up in the big games. Perhaps someone wanted a little bit more from him most of the time, but I think Senzu slowly but surely has shown us and shown himself that he can definitely perform against the best of the best. Now, it is against G2, and I don't want to take anything away from this performance, because it was fantastic, but doing it against G2 in a group stage game, in a studio environment, is different than doing it against FaZe game in a playoff. So he got still something to prove, but if it doesn't build confidence within Senzu, then nothing will.
Text
And
it
for me,
Nari real
that's
quick.
maybe also a
There
little
we
bit of the storyline of the Mongols. You know, there is just still.
What do you think the
something they
possible
need to prove,
Na'Vi
you know.
roster
They
changes
have
are?
played in playoffs before.
Anyone.
But they have taken down teams that maybe haven't been of the greatest caliber. You know,
Anyone.
like some people
The
even
only
go to the
person
distance
that is
saying
not
hey, does
replaceable on
even
that
count,
roster
right? You
is
know,
Bit.
Mongols find themselves in a place where they are just extremely mechanical gifted. That is what stands out to me. And then when it comes to the pressure and playing these high pressure games, making the right decision as an individual, but also when it looks like what you have to
and
deal
even
with
Bit
inside of
would
the
be,
game.
but I think
that is where
Bit's
I
just
feel like they
too
start to crumble a little
important
bit,
to
and that is
Na'Vi as
where
like a
they still
brand
need
and as a
to have
player.
some kind of adjustment.
That was going to be kind of my next question to you, Maui, right? Because, like, sure, it's really, really solid that we've seen them making top 8 at the major, making a playoff stage once again. But have you been satisfied
Dude, you
with,
can't
like,
say
the
fuck
growth
Iowa.
of this team? Like,
The hell,
ever since
dude?
we saw
Scooter
them
was
back
right
at the
next to
Shanghai
me.
major, where maybe we were looking a little bit too much much on our crystal ball saying, oh, you know, Major over in the Asian region, maybe this is their chance to grab it. Have they done enough improvements in this first half of 2025?
What they've found, which is so fleeting for the top teams in Counter-Strike to me, is consistency. And sometimes that's even more important and impressive than just a high peak. If they won one S-tier trophy, but then just kind of bombed in a lot of group stages, I don't know what to think of them, but they have made 7 out of 9 playoffs, including the Shanghai Major, really since that occurred. To me, that shows that even though they can play a system that maybe relies a bit more on the individuals, there's a method to the madness. They understand how they want to craft rounds, Mara behind them, trying to instill some sort of game plan and chemistry between them. And I feel like a lot of them, people like Mazinho, people like Techno, they're just role players to the highest degree, where they can have pop-off moments too, even if the plan doesn't serve them in the perfect way.
What's Gauze next
It's an
year?
exercise of managing your expectations, in a sense, and nobody is expecting the Mongols to be the best team in the world, but for them to be in the conversation, for them to be top 5 is very impressive.
Do we know the bands first? There you go. Looks like Mongols.
Any surprises? Any
Mirage.
curveballs you expect? We don't Karrigan in the server. Did you expect this Anubis pick?
Ancient?
I think that it's a map that I've seen some strength on from FaZe. I feel like the problem with FaZe is I'm still constantly learning stuff. I'm a little bit surprised nobody went with an Ancient pick. They both showed some strength on it, but it's great to see that as a handshake. And I mean, I'm going to say this. I desperately hope we get a third because both these teams do love this map, and it was really what kicked off that series last time they played against each other.
That's exactly like the point. Like last time they played Ancient, it got so
maybe
close.
I don't know. I don't think he doesn't know what he wants because he doesn't coach.
They got off to the right. Like
I asked him some different stuff, but he wasn't sure.
Back and eventually got up to the winning point. But obviously, having that as a third map is good for both teams. Whether or not I like that FaZe is picking Anubis, it's a map that I know that they can look strong on, but I also feel like they have their weakness there. I know it's a map that Symbol has not been very far enough. Maybe it has changed, but at least that back in the Falcons time that we got to play with him, you know, he came from a time where he hadn't put that much time into Counter-Strike 2. Now, of course, he's been grinding and trying to find his footing inside the game.
Let me check something, by the way.
You know, when it gets down, you're also playing inside the arena when there's a lot of pressure and when the communication's not flowing and the things not going inside your team. That could be where he maybe doesn't, or at least can't rely on the things that he's so good at, and that is feeling the game on a map that he's maybe not too comfortable.
Well, let's get some thoughts on a few topics, including the veto courtesy of Mazinho and James
as well, yeah?
Mazinho, you're here in the quarterfinals of the Blast TV Austin Major. You're ready to take to the stage again. Tell me just your feeling right now.
I feel so great.
There we go.
Second time in the major playoffs and playing against the last and I hope FaZe, the ultimate Aura Max team. Yeah, it's feeling great. Yeah.
I like that you said this, last North American hope. So you understand, and it's also in a North American arena. But yesterday, when you stepped on stage for the walkouts, there was a lot of cheers for the Mongols. You think you're going to get some love in the crowd?
We're going to get love, I think, and not getting booed, I think, yeah. At least not getting booed, but I think we're going to get love, I think, yeah.
Now tell me, what have you guys done as a team the last few days to prepare? What did the schedule look like for the Mongols?
We were just practicing for our...
Is it actually 25 minutes to start?
Like Anubis,
yes, it is.
And we're just practicing and fixing a lot of mistakes, like playing in individually, yeah.
Do you understand when last time you played FaZe, why you got so destroyed on Anubis? What was it? And how you can improve on that because they picked it again here?
It went wrong since map started, and everything goes their FaZe side, and our game wasn't just looking good. Like we didn't play usually as we play. Yeah.
But you feel confident that you understand what you need to do now against FaZe,
much better.
And also you picked Mirage. So you are confident that you can be better than them on Mirage?
It's got to be so tough to do this interview.
We talk a lot about picking Mirage or Ancient, and it's both fine for us. And looking at their stats, maybe we can pick Mirage first, and this other map is Ancient, it's fine. But we're going to manage to 2-0, yeah.
I love that confidence coming out for you.
Hell
There's a lot
yeah.
of Mongolian fans in the arena. Anything you want to say to them?
Love
that. Thank you for coming and cheer for us. It's in USA, it's far from Mongolia, and coming to cheer for us is really meaning a lot. And thank you for coming up. Yeah.
And if I get this right, it's ooh hey Mongols.
Ooh hey Mongols.
You know what, Mazinho? I think you're right. If you were facing any other team other than FaZe, the crowd would absolutely love you. This is a really rough draw for them to have. I like the the notes on Anubis. Obviously, that was the last time around back in stage 3 of the qualification for the major. It was dire from the Mongols, right? They've begun on that T side, only getting 2 rounds to their name.
Pick'em say Mirage
need to be
is
showing up with a better
FaZe
game
pick,
plan
What do you mean
I think they
Pick'em
will.
say?
They've had some time to digest that game,
Mirage
obviously
is
look
FaZe
into the
pick.
game and figure out what were they missing.
know
I
what
think
you mean
Simple
by
had a great game in
pick'ems.
that one as well, if I recall correctly. Won a couple of clutches. Vitality, sorry,
actually
FaZe Clan
insane
won a
how
couple
well
of
he's
rounds
speaking.
where
Yeah, dude.
they probably shouldn't have won. So I don't think the Mongols are too scared in that sense, which is also why Messinho is saying that, listen, a 2-0 is definitely possible for us. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that the Mongols are probably a better team than FaZe are right now, have a deeper strat book, a deeper playbook, a deeper map pool, but are the individuals going to show up in the playoff environment, in that pressured environment where we know FaZe players
Mongols
have
haven't
experience?
looked
That's
great,
kind of how
though.
you can sum it down.
Well, let's get into some of the
Mongols
minutiae
at the
of
start of
Anubis
this
and
year
how it
looked
went
a lot
down
better than
last time
Mongols right
around.
now,
So
I
we do
feel.
have a little
At least
clip
compared to
from
the rest of the
Huntington.
field.
Yes, that's right. So FaZe beat Mongols last time on Anubis, and it was really off the back of some calculated aggression. Let me show you what I mean. So it's going to be round 7 here, or rather round 8. First starts off with the lead. He's pushing up here towards his canal position. He's got the smoke up from his teammates. But more importantly, he also has Simple here towards the backside. Now, a Simple trade happens here. Simple gets the first kill. Leech finds this next one, or rather he gets taken down. And right here, he gets taken down from Blitz. What you're going to see is something a little bit unconventional, because what you'll see here is that Simple, he actually moves up off of that kill. He moves up, and at the same time, you'll see that Kerrigan does the same thing. He actually pushes past that smoke. Now, he pushes past the smoke, and the reason why here is because it's off
back
of
on
a read.
the stage,
Typically, when CTs are in this 4v4
Kerrigan.
position, they tend to want to actually play back, but they actually push up, and the reason why is because it's Blitz who gets the kill. The fact that Blitz gets this kill here means it actually reveals something about the setup that Mongols have. Because typically on their defaults, Blitz is normally their mid-default player. Because he's actually not there and he's actually seen here towards that A side, it means that Mongols are likely going for more of an A take. That's the reason why Simple actually moves all the way up here, and at the same time, Kerrigan actually pushes in on towards that backside position. This actually contains the Mongols here towards the side here, and FaZe that basically know what's about to happen. Simple, he catches a player who's crossing down towards that A main side. It forces Mongols to actually push in towards that A side. And you'll see that for Rain here, he's behind the smoke here. They try to blow it open. He finds the kill. But Simple, because he's already here from that flank, from that information, he's able to get that flank kill. And once he gets that flank kill, he continues to push up. And the reason why is because he has Kerrigan already towards that backside. He already has his back. That allows him to continue pushing, finds his next kill as well. And from that point on, Techno, he's left in a 1v3 situation, and that's basically the round. So the reason why FaZe are able to dominate Mongols so well is because they had these reads. They saw here in this particular situation that Blitz was there towards that Rugs position, knew that wasn't typical, and they actually did the more unconventional thing and actually aggressed instead of playing more passive.
Thank you so much for another expert breakdown, Danny. Yeah, it goes to say,
Mahone
Simple,
zone
he had
is
an
real.
absolute field day,
So
Jacob,
back.
on that map
I wonder where
last
he's at.
time
It looks
around.
like
And
he's
I'm always
up high
guaranteeing
as
on the big
fuck.
stage, he might just be able to repeat that same feat, right?
See, I want to question that. I want to question everything we know about FaZe Clan. I want to question everything we know about Simple as well in that sense. Because yes, I agree with you. He's been heating up. He's been looking better on stage 3. But the whole conversation surrounding Simple and FaZe is that everything as it's always been. We know FaZe Clan to be the comeback kings. We know them to be a guarantee in the playoff. We speak about the playoff buff that FaZe is always getting. It's not the same team anymore. It's not the same aura. FaZe Clan have throughout the entire year shown that they can close games. They look,
even
you know,
said in his VOD,
disastrous
Simple
when
said
it
I'm
gets to
pushing for
11-11.
kills, and
So
Kerrigan
this
said,
whole
okay, I'm
notion
coming.
that FaZe is the same team they were half a year ago, I don't buy
That
it.
doesn't
Nor
mean
do
it
I
wasn't
buy
a read,
necessarily
though.
that Simple is going to perform well at the playoff, because he was saying that he's never felt more pressure. When we spoke to him, when they moved from stage 3 into the playoff, he said
Not
he
even
was
saying you're wrong.
feeling
I'm
the
just
pressure
saying, like,
more than ever. So who's to say that Simple can withstand the pressure now?
Much
trying
better
again.
just to be
Obviously, we've seen
like,
it done it before.
I'm
but I wanna
going.
see it one
You know
more
what I
time
mean?
before I
Then,
buy it.
guys, I'm doing this thing
There's
right now
no case,
because
like,
of this.
obviously, Simple has been playing on the biggest stage and has been part of some of the greatest team that's ever been playing in Counter-Strike. But I love that he's just being honest that he's nervous about it. You know, he's such a big carrot and he's such a big idol for so many people. He just straight up goes out and said that there's a lot of pressure on me. But if there's one guy that I could actually point out that I think could live up to the pressure, that could be Simple if they get a good start. I'm actually more worried about the FaZe Clan as a team because he needs the players around him to also feel it, because he's been one of the guys that's inside this team has been going and saying, like, I don't maybe always like the way you approach the game. Like, Rain has been like, well, we're playing the FaZe style. That is how FaZe has always been approaching their games, and that is how they like to play. And I don't think it's necessarily like a system that Simple finds himself playing well in. It's more that he just steps up individually and puts up the numbers instead of like the team around him does it.
He's only played 36 maps in Counter-Strike 2, Maui. There's not a lot of sample size. It's a small sample size.
Of course.
In all honesty, we don't really know where he's at, right?
I mean, of course not, but I'm just going to
Mike,
say
I don't know which
that
one this
there
is.
has I mean, 2 months ago, we saw Simple on stream
the brand.
drunk. Allegedly drunk.
Allegedly.
Okay? He was
Allegedly.
cussing at his teammates. He was swearing at them for messing up a nade or everything like that. He was slurring his words. He was missing shots. But all I know is that he's back right now, okay? So there's 2 things I need. 1, I need Simple to continue this because this tournament needs him, Counter-Strike needs him. And 2, I need whoever he talked to between 2 months ago and now, I need that guy to talk to Kanye West. We need to fix 2 people here.
Well, he's going to talk to James Banks right now, as we do have a few thoughts
All
from
right.
Simple ahead of this game.
All right.
Simple, Rio 2022 was the last time you reached the playoffs of a major. This is your first major and major playoffs in CS2 as well. How much have you missed this feeling?
I miss it a lot, as I said before. I just waiting for this energy, and I'll do my best to transport this energy into the game.
In terms of that, when we spoke last time, when you qualified, you said about having some nerves and obviously the pressure around you as well. But you know how to handle that, right? So how does it feel today on the day when you're about to soon step on stage?
It feels much better. I don't feel it like I felt it in stage 2 or stage 3. I feel like we're gonna show face magic on stage. And I know that fans will support us, and we'll do our best to not disappoint them.
And I have to ask this, it looks like it, but are you enjoying playing Counter-Strike again? Are you falling in love with the game again?
Yeah, I love it. After stage 2, I said, or after Dallas, when I said that Counter-Strike is healing me, and I'm glad to see all of you today. And as I said, I will just wait for your energy, and I'll do my best.
Looking at you played Mongols before, right? It was the game
Bro's
you got
got me
qualified.
tearing up.
You had that
Got me
crazy
tearing
comeback
up.
on Ancient, and then you dominated on Anubis. How important is it for you guys as a team to not get too overconfident from that?
I mean, as we said before, we can lose to any team, we can win any team, and we just know what we need to do. We never underestimate, especially Mongols. They're like top 5 team in the world right now. They shooting hard, and map's gonna be different today a little bit, and just looking forward, as I said, because I feel like they will have more pressure than us.
And I heard on the Karrigan video logs that you were being very vocal, right? In the games we hear the voice comms and stuff like that. How important is it that you're having a voice and a say in what's happening in these rounds, especially with the role you play?
I'm just trying to help my team when I read some rotations or when I see the gaps. And now it's much better from my perspective, because now I finally say info much faster, because now I have, now I remember actually call outs, you know, like on map. So yeah, I mean, that's really nice when my teammates listen to me and trust me.
Well, you're wrong, Jacob. Did you hear him? He ain't feeling the pressure. We're going to get a Simple masterclass on this stage.
I hope so. Counter-Strike needs it, you know. I would love to see Simple unfold himself and play at his absolute best. But saying there's no pressure in this game for Simple or FaZe Clan, that's just wrong.
I think there's obviously an additional element of pressure because Maui, as my North American representative, you and Elige and Moses somewhere in the arena, I guess. Just you guys left.
That's it. That's all we've got. I mean, Elige making it this far with this FaZe Clan is what many people, including myself, wanted to see when he joined and donned the FaZe jersey. From moving from complexity to now joining a real championship contender, it was rocky for the first 4 or 5 months on FaZe Clan. Now we're seeing the potential here. Elige is still an immovable object, in the words of Thorin, and now when we are seeing him alongside a dynamic Opper, it feels like Elige is freed up a little bit more. Even though he's still the tip of the spear on so many different plays, he isn't that singular force that's trying to break FaZe into these rounds. So it's great to see Elige finally, once again, competing in the playoffs and in front of an American crowd.
Oh,
Well, let's
God
get
damn.
a few words from Elige himself. It's him with James Banks.
Looking at you, you've come in looking individually sharp. Is your confidence very high right now?
I feel pretty good overall. Yeah, I feel like I'm making good decisions, putting as much work in as I can, and just going to keep trying to leveling up myself. I think that I can do better, can always do better, and that's going to be the goal. Right now we're starting the quarterfinals and hoping to keep on improving as the tournament goes on.
And looking at this, you're facing Mongols today. It's a rematch, but what do you need to be careful of here?
Well, they're changing their veto now with what they wanted before. I guess they respect our Ancient a little bit more after that comeback. And I mean, anything can happen on the stage. I think that they might even feel a little bit more pressure. We might feel a little bit more pressure. Depends on how it starts off. But at least we're planning to come out swinging. Hopefully they're going to be max pressure on them. I mean, we're going to have pressure as well. That's just the nature of the game. Yeah. But it's all about who handles it better. And they're a strong team. They have a lot of like sharp shooters. They can hit shots. They have good fundamentals. And we just have to come out stronger than them.
Anything you want to say to all the North American fans watching in the arena right now?
Get hyped, guys. So we're about to bring a banger. It's going to be cinema. So get ready and phase up.
There you go.
Dupree, I feel like you've been on your fair share of like home crowd stages, right?
Yeah, 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
Excitement and nerves for Elige right now.
That was definitely, but
where's my
for me,
walkout?
It's always been like when I went to my home crowd. Yeah, sure, you had the expectation that you wanted to do, you know, in front of your family and all your fans, you wanted to do good, but it also just
Chat, I want to run an ad to just make sure we're completely set before anything happens.
You just hear like everyone's roaring for FaZe Clan, and maybe even you because you're the last NA player. Then I mean, like it just does something to you. Like,
what about the pressure? You never really performed with Astralis in Royal Arena. Is that like extra pressure?
Of course, it's a pressure. I mean, it's more like, let's say that FaZe Clan was a full NA team. I think that would be the more thing. Now he's like the standalone player in that team. But it's more difficult when you're like a home crowd. If you don't turn into something positive, then it will just be like a deficit for you. And I think that Elige, you know, he's confident. You know, he's tried it before. You know, he's a guy that's been around for a long time. You know what he's capable of. So I don't think he's just going to go in there. He's going to go in and enjoy it, and he's going to bring that fire.
But just put your points in the bag, MJ. Shut up.
Have there been any notable changes in terms of how Elige has
Mongols
been
pick. It's
approaching
fine.
the game since Simple has actually entered the server?
Simple said himself that it feels like he's playing with a different guy now. A guy that's matured, a guy that's more calm in the server. It doesn't get as flustered. I'll say from the eye test of looking at player cams, he's biting his nails less, okay?
Right.
I feel like he's a lot more centered in his approach day-to-day, which has translated to me in terms of the way that he's just kind of playing, and also being able to pivot on a dime from being a guy that's taking space to realizing, now I'm the Joker player. That's how a lot of pros like to call it, and he has to wait then for everybody else to activate. He's not just sending it stage, like he's slowing down a little bit. Like on complexity, he didn't know when to stop.
I mean, one thing we know for sure is that the Mongols is going to show up with a lot of firepower, so someone from FaZe Clan will have to answer back with firepower, and I think there's a couple of players who can do that consistently. That would be Elige, that would be Frozen. Those are the two who we know consistently can show up. The rest is a bit of a question mark. Kerrigan as an individual, we don't really rate him that highly. He's more like the motivator, the in-game leader. He's going to contribute in that department, but
the motivator.
Simple is a question mark to me.
It's like
can
the
he show up with firepower in order to match the
moral
Mongols?
support badge at the end of
Counter-Strike needs
Premier
it, Maui, the
games.
viewers needs it, the viewership. Everyone would love it, but I want to see it before I believe it.
The storylines, they just continue to write themselves, because I was just reflecting upon, you know, Rain saying, hey, it's nice to turn up to a North American crowd, them actually be cheering for you, because remember what he had to face when he was in a major grand final in NA last time around, him and Kerrigan versus Cloud9, the Cinderella run. I just hope he's not getting PTSD here now.
I mean, of course you don't want to see the same fate befall FaZe, but for them to even be in a winning position on a map 3 of a grand final with this FaZe Clan lineup, I feel like is almost more miraculous than the Cloud9 comeback that we saw back then in Boston.
I'm rather like if
By the way, chat, when I checked the mics earlier, they both worked, right? You could hear me on both headsets?
You're thinking there, Jacob? You're thinking long and hard to be unlock some PTSD in your brain?
No, I'm just thinking, you know, the more I think about FaZe, I want them to win for the story. I want them to win for the crowd. I think it will be a fantastic story as well, getting into the grand final, etc., etc. But the more we speak about them, the more I talk about them, it's like, sure, you made top 8 at a major. That is impressive. It's a step in the right direction. But you look at the lineup, you're playing with a stand-in. We don't know what it's going to look like after the summer break. You only made top 8. You're FaZe Clan. You're supposed to win trophies. You're supposed to be a stable top 4 team. It's like we're almost glazing a team for making top 8, which is the bare minimum for a team like FaZe. So as much as I would love to see them win, I can't glaze them before they give me something to glaze them about.
Okay, well, before we continue the glazing, apparently, according to Jacob, we do need to welcome the teams into the arena, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we are back, prepare your eardrums, ladies and gentlemen. It's FaZe and the Mongols.
Fucking Pimp's like, give me some glaze to glaze about the glaze. We're glazing. Did Nori land yet? Nah, not for a little bit. She's texting me she's in the air texting me a little bit.
Hey folks, welcome to the Culture Clubhouse.
Hi.
We got some clip I think we have to watch. Let's get to it.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, Shanghai Major.
I predicted that already, Finn.
David, you want the flash?
Yeah, flash me in. Oh, what?
He's blind. Insane flash. Why you don't commit, David?
Yeah, man.
That's fine, we got this.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, peek long now? Oh.
That's the pressure, bro.
Unlucky. I mean, it's pretty important round, some might say, no? But I wasn't nervous here. I think there was like 75% chance to win this round still. Oh, but honestly, this round is insane. Yeah, and this jump shot. It was really quiet on TeamSpeak. No, he didn't even say he killed side, no?
You could just hear the crowd going wild.
Yeah. I remember there wasn't that much of a count between the two. But here, Magus thinks Rob's 1 HP, bro.
Oh my god.
1 HP. Not even close. But meanwhile, Brokey's biting his fingers off. Making a jump shot in a tight moment where if he doesn't hit the shot, he probably dies. We lose the round if he dies, so get spammed through the smoke. So people remember this round just because it's 12-10. If we lose the round, we out. But that round is, in my eyes, one of the highlights from the last few majors, and I think therefore it should be a high culture.
It is
rating.
a crazy clip, but also they still lost.
Won the major, but
the impact it had and the arena, how loud it was, because I don't see what's happening. I just see the crowd goes really wild. So for culture rating, you don't get a more exciting clip in the most important round of a major. It's third map, it's 12-10, but I will give it 8 out of 10, just for the impact and how many people talked about the round, and I think people will still remember this round in 4 years.
It would get much higher, you know, if you would have won.
That would be a 10 out of 10. If you won that in overtime, that would be 10 out of 10 as one of the most memorable moments of the major.
I think 8 is pretty fair. So what, moving to the individual brilliance, I would go like 7. 7 for me is...
I think it makes sense for 7. I think Rain hit some good shots, and Rob's deciding at what moment he wants to jump. He jumps after Rain gets the kill, so he's playing off his teammate, try to get the second. So yeah, I think 7 makes sense. So more culture impact than individually performance.
This was Culture Clubhouse.
Checkmate.
I actually don't remember the chess piece moving at all, but whatever. All right.
Who you want to win today?
Mongols! FaZe!
Let's go Mongols!
Mongols!
910! Yeah!
I'm telling you, dude, I think the bald caps.
FaZe up!
Mongols, baby! Woo!
Simple! Mongols! FaZe up! Go Kerrigan!
I feel like the crowd will cheer for whoever wins this series for the rest of it. So that's where my fucking
Moody center back in.
bodysuit went, bro. What the fuck?
I'm so happy that I'm gonna play on stage in front of United States people.
Simple gets out with a double kill, rip-roaring and ready to go!
I always think about what should I do for my team.
Senzu back at it. Beautiful stuff out of the Mongols. Ace demanded of him. Shot, that's offside! FaZe have a date with playoffs. Mongols, unfortunately, shattered like glass.
The best test that you could ask for the Mongols.
Believe your eyes, Austin. You have your hero.
Hello, Austin!
All right.
Tell me, are you about ready to see FaZe?
I knew that's what you all came here for today. It's what it smells like in here. It smells like FaZe Clan in here. And that's a good smell, I think, if you're a FaZe Clan fan.
We hope. But we would be amiss if we didn't say something about the Mongols. Also have the hope of a nation on their shoulders. And I think they've always been on the brink. And I've seen they have a couple of fans as well. So hopefully they get a warm welcome too.
Hopefully. Now, if you are just watching for the first time, if you have just joined us, this is a rematch from just 6 days ago where FaZe did, in fact, get the best of the Mongols. However,
I don't think that's going to happen twice.
Because now they do have this
I don't know,
rematch in the
maybe though.
bracket.
They do. And for FaZe, obviously, the question is, will they be activated enough in a playoffs, with a FaZe playoffs form, with someone called Simple on the lineup?
Wow. Yeah, Simple, almost at home, I guess we would say. Hey, North America, do I got your attention? All right, we're gonna go for something here. Can we do something from the top ropes? Boom, boom, clap.
Wait, I'll tell you.
Keep going, why'd you stop? Oh, it was me. All right, well, with that said, let's keep this
Yeah, no,
quarterfinal going
Sana,
underway.
we'll work on that. We'll workshop that. Bro said, why'd you stop? He's like, oh, wait, I did. Oh, yeah, it's loud. It's loud. I don't know if you can tell, but I think they want FaZe to do well, guys. I'm gonna be real. I don't think we need the claps. Holy fuck. Yeah, another like chant USA. Holy fuck. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we're farming. Jesus Christ. Bro, it is so loud. I got goosebumps, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Could just be the shorts.
The last American in the home major. This lone cowboy stands with a reborn goat.
Oh shit. Jesus. Fuck. I was gonna say, they're probably gonna get booed. They'll get booed today. Sensor's like, he was clapping, he's like, okay, fine. It's claps and boos. Nobody's... The boos calmed down a little bit. I thought seeing Sensu start clapping though and then realize he's like, nah, maybe not. That was funny. All right.
A team in search of a breakthrough event. And what grander stage than the major?
With the weight of a nation on their shoulders, FaZe kind of truly arrived here in the arena. The crowd ready to blow the absolute roof off. Talk about a reception, but on the other side of things for the Mongols, one of the first arenas I've ever heard these guys get booed in, Jason.
I mean, what a test for the Mongols. You want to talk about stage struggles? Now all of a sudden you come into what's going to be a hostile crowd. The support for Simple, more importantly, support for Alige inside of this arena as the last remaining North American player. How does Mongols even think they can handle this?
As soon as he's just on camera,
Kerrigan's farming this side of the crowd right now. He is farming this side of the crowd. Okay, you can see it. Okay,
this arena's going to explode.
Oh, they're going to blow the roof off of this building. If we get some screen-shattering flicks from Simple, if we've got a Kerrigan masterclass in calling, you know that the fans are going to let them hear it. And man, I'm going to be honest, Mazinho in that interview before this one, I couldn't believe it. He thought he was going to have some fans. They thought they were going to get something. I'm sorry, this is FaZe's building today.
He might have already been humbled on the walkout here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a mental reception. And I mean, you can understand why. Obviously, the last representative in Alige, but more than anything,
well, it's because if you guys don't know, Dallas cheered for Mongols like fucking crazy. I'm telling you, I think the crowd will cheer for Mongols if they actually end up beating FaZe, or they become the enemy. I'm not sure.
Legendary conclusion to this story for him to come in after being so long out of the competitive action and deliver the way he has for FaZe. This is something very unique that we don't get often in Counter-Strike.
I don't know whether it's just because we're standing in front of the FaZe booth. I don't know whether it's just because I'm surrounded by two North Americans. I'm in a sea of North American fans.
You feel it too, don't you?
I feel something special in here. I feel the magic.
This is what patriotism feels like, Fran. We didn't choose to be born here, but we have to represent when we can, okay?
This is just incredible scenes. And for Kerrigan, I mean, Jacob put it perfectly. He's just loved in every
Mongols
single
are
arena
camping
around the globe. He is going to be a showman tonight. What do you think they're going to be showing? We've obviously talked a lot about that first map of the Nubis. sorry, the second map of Anubis. We're going to be starting on Mirage, though. What are FaZe going to be showing here?
I'm going to be completely honest. FaZe have not looked hot on Mirage. When they were playing at Dallas, you could see the disconnect between Simple and Skulls. However, we've got Rain now. He's adopted the cowboy mentality. We see him walking down in the hat. I am sure that he's going to be picking up the slack when it comes to establishing crossfires and letting Simple know, hey, someone could walk out ramp.
Yeah, you know, I think I've never really seen Elige get that excited about like an opening game plan that they have the way he was in his own interview. He seemed really pumped to be like, we're bringing the heat, we're bringing the fire really quickly in this round. I think they want this crowd rowdy. I think they want them on their feet really early in this match. I think they want all that pressure to fall squarely on the shoulders of the Mongols, who have not yet shown they know how to handle it.
You've had some experience with Elige on a team who shall not be named in this arena, apparently.
Sure.
What was the keys to getting him going and kind of getting him in the zone where we know Elige can become a stone-cold killer?
I think he likes to be comfortable with
yeah.
He likes to know what's happening early on.
Holy shit.
Oh, and he likes this crowd.
And he loves
He loves this crowd.
You get him comfortable, you get him feeling like he knows what's coming, what kind of game plan you're coming in with, and then he can kind of settle into things, be patient with his own plays. And I swear to God, when this crowd pops off at an Elige clutch, it's going to get 10 times worse.
Bro, I hope it doesn't become a double-edged sword. I hope it's only good and not bad. Because this Holy
this is
fuck.
something special. The
Jesus
question that it
Christ.
begs, though, how on earth are the Mongols going to handle this? When you're talking about a team of 5 excellent individuals on the other side of things and an arena of 10,000 chanting against you, how do you make sure you don't crumble under the pressure?
That's where the vets, that's where the older guard has to step up. People like Techno, people like Blitz, where they can calm the nerves of the younger people that are on the team. Senzu, he's been difficult to activate in these kind of arena moments. He hasn't always had the best showings, but if someone can just lay the groundwork for him, if Blitz, if Techno, if they can inspire some hope, then Senzu will follow, Mazinha will follow,
Yeah,
and
dude.
you obviously need 910.
Yeah, the building's full now, boys.
Toe-to-toe with Simple. He needs to have
It's
some
full
sort
now.
of impact here, because they need to quiet these guys down. They need to quiet this moody center down.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wondering where the arena aura leaves the odds flying as Kerrigan before we get in this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see them, tipping in the scales of FaZe. I think the crowd would
Shit, dude.
definitely agree with that.
This is just farming at this point.
Yeah, obviously, always unbiased entirely. And then Kerrigan's going to get these guys on their feet, and that's the big difficulty when you talk about trying to ignite the guys on the Mongols. You're not going to keep this crowd long. There's too many damn good players on this FaZe team for them not to create a moment to erupt this arena.
Gentlemen, I think it is
Bro,
time.
please
The
play
crowd
good.
have waited
Please.
long
Dear
enough.
Lord,
Let's
baby
kick it off.
Jesus.
FaZe versus the Mongols.
Please.
Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing. Austin, Texas, baby. This is Counter-Strike commentary Christmas. FaZe, Simple, big stage, American in the playoffs of the Major on home soil. It all comes together for an exciting concoction.
Oh,
We have
shit,
young
bro.
versus old, experience versus potential. And Austin, you know, entertainment is a guarantee. What a top 5 team of the
Here we
season.
fucking
and
go,
it's
man.
not
Here we
who you
fucking
would
go.
expect. FaZe with the Hail Mary pickup, awakening the Undertaker with the aim to win the whole damn thing.
God
It starts
damn.
on Mirage.
Direct into A. Simple. Rain on the site.
Thank you, Alex. Thanks for 10 gifted members. Here we
Carrigan
go.
ready to rotate. Flashes for Carrigan at the ready.
Fully
They're
hit.
expecting this.
No pop,
Good
no
read of
pop.
the
They're just going.
situation,
Oh, he missed the
Simple.
jump. He missed the jump. Oh my fucking god. That's perfect. They're still going. I can't hear shit.
1 on 3, nothing for 910. The multi-kill. Perfect defense, perfect read. They're in the right places. And so is the bullet from Carrigan.
Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah, we're going. We're fucking
Simple
going.
hasn't been blessed with this feeling. A playoff in a
shit, dude.
major in
Simple's-
952 days.
You
The
know,
last
Simple's
time he
loving
was
it,
the
bro.
villain.
Oh, the
This
over the
time he
shoulder?
wants to be
Oh,
the
yeah.
hero.
They missed the jump
And what a
out.
way to kick things off.
Mongols missing the jump out with the movement is not a good sign for the nerves.
Simple though. The whole point of his position there is to get that initial first. Never mind that, he gets 2.
Bomb doesn't go down, we know what that means. Slow start for the Mongols, not what they'd be hoping for. Aggression from FaZe, let's push back early. But would you listen to that?
Deegs across the board.
This is the home team.
It's kind of interesting. Mongols bought 3 Deegs. Most teams don't do that. Most might just be a money thing.
And this is the toughest task for the Mongols all season.
3 Deegs and just upper B instead. All right.
9 Tier 1 events,
There we go.
7 playoffs.
All on Kerrigan. Maybe it's because they know that he might be solo.
Yeah, only 4 wins in those playoff games. They're exploding onto Kerrigan. He's on his own.
He is on his own. And now he needs
There you
more
go.
than that. Does find Mazinho.
There you go. There you go. Farm it up. Ice cold. Ice fucking cold.
Casual, flawless, shrugging off the eco.
Fuck yeah. Honestly, there might be slight favoritism here. Yeah, that's fine. They might need to X-ray this game a little bit.
Let's get down to business, shall we? Rifles out. Top cat smoke, window lands. Heavy lean towards A on the bonus.
Yeah,
Searching
check
A
this
ramp.
out. Rain and Elijah are immediately going to go looking for answers. Facilitated by Simple. Deep smoke, suspicious.
Zinho's just going to call that out. Senzu gets island box, blitz in through the underpass.
There you go. Default early for Mongols. Remember what I told you, first round, everybody usually does a default. Like, that's usually the move. When you feel like you got gun advantage. But on these runs, you have to call something early in because you don't have util.
Yeah, they're going to be tested here, and the nade doesn't look
Volley
bad.
off.
Bit of chip damage
Oh,
onto Senzu, gets
they
across.
missed.
Pressure
They missed the
amplified
nade
now onto
on the
Kerrigan's
smoke.
position, and Frozen, the support network, not far away.
They have 2 here. The third's coming.
Kerrigan, he's feeling the scrutiny now. The rotation
Oh, what the
fuck?
fuck?
Delivers.
Senzu got him. Oh my god.
Surely it. One chip in from
All right, well.
But the site taken first gun round, flying success.
Senzu's here.
That's what you need for the Mongols if you
Senzu's
are
here.
looking to win this matchup right now. It's Senzu in form. Those playoffs matches we talk about, the
So we wrapped
arenas
up
that
the-
they get into, he disappears. This team, they're a massive underdog. They're against
got
a
a little bit
hostile
quieter.
crowd. But they play comprehensive Counter-Strike and they hit hard. Mazinho takes away Rain.
Well, the
Wipes
crowd
the
can
board,
help, but it
and
can
the
be a
bonus
double-edged
round dealt
sword,
with.
guys. It can.
FaZe hedge
Like,
back in. Now for a couple of rifles, SMGs again, so they can contest for this. But this is a good start now for the
I
Mongols.
definitely don't think it's necessarily bad,
Really
but
good
it
shooting
can.
for Senzu. Carrick just steps out
It's
to
not
his
only
demise. And we all
positive.
saw him breaking records against G2. Extremely rifle heavy purchase. Take a look at this. One piece of utility right now for FaZe.
Does that mean they have to fight?
You're either going to give up the space, play very late, or get stuck into Jules early. You might want to try and deal with the lurking piece. You know Mazinho's on his own and they're pushing him now.
Oh, the push. Nice.
Gets the job done.
Info on 2. Do Mongols react immediately? Looks like they're sitting back, still going to play out this mid-round, not just snapping into a B push, and understandably so.
Yeah, they
Rain
weren't
is
set
taking
up.
so much space.
Well, they
This
weren't
is
set
all
up
about the
too.
extremities.
They don't know Rain's here either.
Seriously,
This is
CT
insane.
aggress constant from FaZe.
This is spawn based with Rain up here, I think.
Gonna have to reroute, gonna have to allow that clock to tick on down. Still, the util advantage lies with them, but how are they able to edge back in? Bomb heading back towards A, 2 up through connector. Over a minute left on the clock, but when the environment is like this, the rounds play awfully quick.
If Mongols can rectify a 4v5 disadvantage so early into this, that would be a building block to confidence up against FaZe. Blitz, spotted out, boosted into that window, and has Frozen down to
uncomfortable,
38.
dude. He has no help.
time
He has
to work
0
with.
help. I guess a little bit.
Simple to be tested, especially now Frozen's finished off. They start to accelerate. Simple with a decision to make.
Yeah, truck, that's fine.
Fight or flight. Stays tucked. It's Elige, removes Techno. Keeps
Text
that man
me for the
advantage,
new
but
one,
for
by the
how
way.
long
I moved.
9-10 puts him down. They still need this finish, and they can't seem to get past Carrigan.
There you go.
2 trying to enter the A site. They can't get past the M4, and 9-10 tail between his legs.
Looking into the save, still hanging around for this. Rand's going to come up through ramp. Simple's going to start perching out and just going to get shot in the side of the head here. 9-10 any second. There he is. Simple closes it down.
There you go. Oh, yeah. And you can see how locked in he is, dude. He's looking. He's searching for those guns. He knows what he wants.
You can understand why. This is
He knows what he
the most
wants.
entertaining team in Counter-Strike history. And the last-ditch attempt to have a competitive major after an unsuccessful season. Simple.
Hold on.
Already
I got to
finding
tell
impact.
Troy.
This was the Karrigan kills we missed. Pushes through the jungle smoke. Oh, Blitz. Not going to be happy with his spray there.
Oh, these nerves are going to be higher for the Mongols. You're going up against the hometown. Couple of MAC-10s. We'll make it one at Tech-9 and rifles. Again, the utils there. Worried about mid-aggression. Senzu. Supported by 2. Extremities again. This time, Mazinho going through ramp. Techno through the underpass. Smokes start to fade. They get their space. Again, another heavy A lean. Frozen the unknown piece. Traditionally the short player. Sandwich over towards A.
Tech-9, MAC-10. Where are they? Where's the Tech-9 and MAC-10?
Finish going to be
under window.
Left on the clock.
A ramp. So it's got to be an A end, right? Just through con.
He actually has a look on that break and does get spotted. Techno, position noted.
Okay. I wonder if Mazinho goes early or he waits for the con. I feel like he has to wait for con.
They can quickly pipe up through connector into this A split. Blitz has got util ready. Flashes over the top of con and they go.
Here they come. Karrigan actually elects to play forward of this, so he will get a little bit of an opportunity. Very small window of opportunity, but he does!
There you go. There you go, Karrigan. As we all expected with Elysian Simple in the server, Karrigan would be 7-1.
Stunning individual sequence out of Karrigan. He's at the top of the table.
That's fucking right. The smile, bro. The fucking smile.
Always a showman is Karrigan.
Dude.
This is what this team gets out of bed for.
That's what's so crazy, Chad. The whole team collectively vehemently believe that there is something changing in the playoffs. And they regularly prove it too.
Splice jersey. Holy shit.
The question right
Some
now
of you
is
weren't
why
even
not?
born yet.
You win this. Pain up next. Very obtainable phase. Looking for back-to-back-to-back major final.
Back-to-back-to-back, yeah. Once they get to the playoffs, there's a reason they're feared. Can Mongols find their stage legs under those Friday night lights? Rounds like these are typically a gimme, but on the big stage, bombs can get messy. If a Deagle headshot's hit, Techno has a go, doesn't connect.
Confident stuff. Staunch, aggressive, in your face. They're just against these Deagles. They're going to mop them up now. 2 tumble, 3 to find. Oh, there's a shot from Blitz. Is that a way back in?
Well.
Frozen has to dip off.
All right.
Support necessary right now.
Whole crowd felt that one.
Another one of those to start considering this a round win, and then even in a 3v3, it's very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean the rifle
We get it,
will be
Flom, you're old?
equipped. I
Okay,
think it's
man, my bad.
retrievable. Oh, and you know what?
been
9-10. Yeah, he could actually have a pot shot here. Simple's been caught out.
Oh, no.
Sitting in the open, and
no,
9-10
no,
connects.
He's got that AK now.
No. Don't
Frozen
fucking
has stuck around to try and apply pressure to Blitz's position. Senzu hides just underneath.
No.
Side by side, a jump
Nah,
Frozen's not looking in the AK. It's another one equipped.
30 seconds. You have to find the finish. You need to do this as a team.
You know
Two players
Karrigan's
to get
alive.
past.
You know
kills are still available.
Karrigan typically lingers on B. And with 20 seconds left, that bomb is alone. Where is the support?
Need this
Mirage,
kill.
Ray's got his back turn. 9-10 pulls the trigger. The bomb is heading into Karrigan in a 1v3. Now they know. Put him on notice. He's got his knife out and Mongols pull it off.
Snatching that away.
How has that gone wrong?
Yeah, the crowd doesn't like the way that one tastes, but that's a massive round.
Holy!
Huge Deagle frags. This is a 3v5 against an eco. This is just some upgraded
like
pistols
this,
and some great
man.
shooting.
This fucking team.
The timing working against Frozen right here.
They really are a
Tearing
North
the crowd.
American
He's
Counter-Strike team,
swinging on a
bro.
dime, but just getting deleted, and that is a positive sign for the Mongols.
That's
you need to
bananas.
see these individuals hitting shots exactly like that, and you've humbled the finances of FaZe.
They were so split up.
Well, right now for Mongols, this is an opportunity to take a breath. You don't really know what the buy's going to look like, but once you identify
Home,
there's no
sweet
utility
home.
being lobbed back and you find out it's pistols,
Come on. Do
you
something
make this a
fucking dumb.
one-round game.
Just do some dumb shit, man.
Shooting And Age right now, the signature wiggle of Simple.
Yeah, it's just a byproduct. Those swish, simple flicks. Golf clap for his receive of the smoke. Elige plays ahead of it, hoping catch Blitz out on his crawl.
Well, this is where you'd say FaZe have the experience in terms of being able to
not easy.
up the crowd and use it to their advantage.
fl0m is too worried. It's only 4-2. Dude,
On a light
adrenaline's a hell of a
hoping
drug.
The Mongols can waltz on by, and Blitz continue to find impact now.
And they're all going to have it, but trying to
all eyes are gonna
ride
be on
the wave
Senzu in
can
this
be
one as
scary.
well. Want to see his
Because at a
individual
certain
form
point,
continue
the wave stops, you know?
being such a demon in that group stage.
Yeah, well, we're always
And
going to return
that's,
to the conversation.
you know,
of the
it can
Mongols, is
happen
now
at
or
different
never,
points.
right?
Yeah.
Is it a question of a
And
habit
an
to
eco
have
like
the
that
heat
can
for
just like vacuum a lot of
when?
that.
And now would be the perfect time. Carrigan, position now noted, can get the AK, but should be traded. Should be traded.
Oh, Simple, the collateral damage.
Oh, okay, there you go.
He makes good
Kerrigan
of it
going
at least.
crazy.
Find himself another one.
Nice
a couple
try.
of casualties, but
I mean,
Mongols do
fuck
weather
it.
the
Kerrigan
Deagle
looks
storm.
switched on.
4 kills
Let
from
Unk
Blitz,
ride the
captain
wave.
that picked
Let
up
Unk
that
ride the
nice
wave.
Deagle headshot that started the House of Cards tumbling down.
See, FaZe could have hedged into the previous round with an investment, but they decided to keep it quite light on. Now they're able to get out all their goods. M4s are plenty.
Quick reminder, one of our sponsors, get up to $1,000 in bonus credits when your first deposit on Underdog when using the code BLAST.
Simple's got out his AWP and so does 910. So we're straight into the play. Could this be a difference maker? One-round game. Heavy towards A. Look at the radar. Everybody ready to pop in. And all of FaZe are searching middle. Out of position.
Completely.
This could just be a save.
This is the perfect call. Blitz has accelerated into the A site with that X-Sec, and there's nobody home. Unless you catch a crazy spam through the smoke.
What
Rain
the
has.
fuck? Rain
You
gets
might not
one, but
even
then
go
gets
for it.
straight out.
No nades for breaks.
4v4.
They'll hit on Carrigan.
Nade to the face.
Hit. It's available.
Simple might try a pot shot through
Oh,
the smoke,
God.
but
Guys, if they lose this when they go for it, this is like 6 rounds probably for Mongols.
a flash and a Hail Mary from Frozen. Techno's tucked. Elige is gone. Casualties racked up, and
Save.
Simple and Carrigan
Save.
forced to save.
Save.
Mongols have tied up this
Get
game.
the fuck out.
They need to hold on to these guns.
Need
Osborne to
these
start the build
guns.
now for the
Otherwise,
CT
this
side.
shit's going to
2400 going into
spiral.
the next.
Please don't lose
So
this
this has been a
up.
comprehensive set of rounds for the Mongols.
not
now
mad
they've
that
got
he's here,
into the
just like-
head-to-head on these rifles.
Can't lose it, though. Nice.
Beautiful work there, great call. Change of pace, very poppy, in your face. They've been defaulting, right? We're going into A splits, B splits, very heavy mid, top cap,
Let's
window
figure it
smoke.
out.
This time, straight in towards A. I love that call, now to Blitz there. And now we're going to find out if those losses are learnings. And so far, so good. You're going toe-to-toe with FaZe. You're holding your own on your map choice.
All right.
You're even hitting a couple of nice shots. The aim is never in question. It's if you've got those stage legs.
You fuck up anything, I swear to God. You got no idea how much shit I... You know what? Keep your drinks a little bit further. Like,
Already resurrected the Undertaker. What else do you need?
fucking truck's a
Timeout
liability,
called
bro.
This one by FaZe. Neo. The game on the
Why'd
mic.
they empty?
What words
Why'd
of
they leave
wisdom
it
can he
empty?
offer
Played
up?
for a retake.
They don't go
Set
for any
up.
investments right now with the Save Them 4 and the AWP. They can buy again into the next. But this is the moment where Simple needs
Silent
to insert
crowd.
himself
Yeah,
into
bro.
the round. Or
FaZe is
Carrigan.
getting shit on. Wait to
So been
fuck
having
up.
an
That's how it
impact
works.
in the early stages. 9 kills so
What
far.
are they gonna do? Fucking cheer for FaZe when they get
Oldest
deagled in the
major,
head?
Oldest player in the major remaining right now, 35 years of age.
Oh yeah, and then you got
Still
the
kicking.
youngest. Still kicking in Mongols.
Back to that default spread.
Wait, Carrigan is going for a bit of an all-in here. Just goes for answers and finds a little bit of a balaclava sticking out. It was Senzu on that headshot.
Well, if there's one, you'd expect more, but Carrigan's done it on his own. So this could force Mazinho and Techno to start looking into A, expecting it to be relatively clear, but the fact that they've hit the brakes, rerouting now, not getting ahead of themselves. They are going to execute back into A. And this is
Yeah,
where the
just like a
stack
little
resides.
fake,
Simples or
little fake in mid.
Rain and
A
Frozen.
contact, or are they
Carrigan
gonna
can
actually
chip in
throw a
from stairs
hit?
and connect it
They don't
quite
have
quickly.
util for like
Frozen's
a.
5-7 is terrifying.
They're gonna walk out.
Up close, he can win rounds
Flash for
alone,
ticket
but a
for the
5-7
op.
from under that dark position.
Here comes the execute.
Pushes forward, Reigns 5-7 does confirm Palace is occupied. Now ramp to be tested and Simple
Simple
can't hit it.
misses,
Whistles
and
one
9-10's
pass,
waiting.
feeds into his
He's been
rival
waiting for
offer.
that.
9-10, best
Stuck underbought, 2 underbought. It's literally fucking party. 50 seconds.
Rifle will arrive. They're spamming
Kerrigan
away.
gets
There
one.
it is. Kerrigan does
Nice.
put his name in the feed onto 9-10. Techno trying to
He's
advance.
got to stay active, though. He's got to
Punishable
find more
reload.
value with these
Rainbow
5-7s.
Soundkeeper betrays. Frozen
Nice.
again.
Frozen got a
This
gun.
5-7
Low
now
HP.
reveals
Kerrigan
itself.
knows.
The flash is good. Blitz isn't blind. And now it's going to be
fuck.
comfortable for Senzu. Up and about 5 for the Mongols.
That's the type of Counter-Strike I was expecting
Simple
coming
got
into
no
today's matchup.
fucking
Very
value
trade
out of that
heavy,
op.
in your face CS.
He needed to
So
just get
threatening.
one.
Save on those guns with some light investments around it, but again,
That was
bonus
into the
comes
stack
into
as
play.
well.
They will be able to get it by once more. Simple hits that first shot, could be a completely different story. But 9-10, he punishes. Taking the lead now. How many more rounds on this T side are the Mongols able to accrue? Nine-10 going for a pick on B. Kerrigan has to be careful with his jump spots. Hold it off for now.
Ah, shit. Careful. It's crazy to think that Kerrigan is the best player on FaZe at the moment. Oh, I don't like this jump spot. I'm not a fan.
This looks punishable. It's not an easy shot if 9-10 does go forward.
They were just seeing if they were going to maybe get aggro up or B. Oh,
Smoked off, seen enough, forcing out the
maybe a little bit of info, though.
It's in through
Heard
underpass.
somebody on Cat.
Senzu's been out towards the top mid box, so now they can go for this second wave again.
Yeah, new
Window
round
smoke,
getting called here.
Recon also available.
Bazinha's going back to A. Regroup in
5
mid.
CTs.
It's just going all the way back to A. They're trying to
Lining
punish
up
this
a
A
perfect
bomb
molly in
site.
towards that vent room.
Blitz is
Watches
probably going to
anybody
go
out and
late.
rerouting again.
Well, he might ladder. He might go
Right
early.
now he needs element. If they execute in towards A, it's frozen the unknown piece once more.
Yeah, he might go
Rain
early
will
just
have to
because like
bait for him,
lurking
or at
after
least
you've
flash him
sold your
forward for this
presence and then
fight.
the bomb site
He has a
gets hit
smoke if they
15
molly.
seconds later, your lurk's kind of shit. Unless you know you got somebody actively looking for you. What the
Good find from
fuck,
Techno.
man?
Short traded by Rain. They got 25 to get that bomb
Okay,
in.
nice.
Senzu feeling the pressure now. He's lost him.
There we go.
Blitz Linkers mid, catching this rotation, a double flank onto Kerrigan
fuck.
Rain, but maybe he doesn't not ready for
No,
Simple. Spots his barrel already.
Nice, let's go.
Not bad from Simple. They're closing the gap.
Fucking A, there we go. There we go. Dude, Kerrigan! Let's go, dude. Holy fuck.
In the 3-on-3 phase, tie us up 5-5.
Oh my god. I think he just tried to wee-woo.
There's the ambulance. Pulled up
Yeah.
in the building. We're going to tie things up as...
See this one from his POV, bro. Oi!
Yeah, Blitz was licking his lips right there. Thought he had the round winner. He allowed them to surge onto that site, and Mara, off the back of that loss, does call a tactical timeout. 5 rounds, T-half, Mirage. You're going to be happy with that.
Little FaZe clan energy here. Crowd trying to absolutely carry
Crowd support
FaZe.
rallying now.
Yeah, but up against Mongols, who, as we said on the way in, one of these two teams has been a consistent top 5 this season, and it ain't FaZe Clan.
Yeah, you can't argue with the numbers. 7 out of 9 playoffs versus 4 out of 9.
Yep. I was just... Hell yeah.
You let that guy in there.
Quick tech issue.
No, what'd he break?
Senzu has to sort out his PC, so we'll keep all the information regarding what's going on in game to an absolute minimum until we get back underway.
Masters, fuck you, Pick'ems.
Now definitely keeping Austin weird.
I like... There you go, dude. The big old couscous, dude. He's farming.
The world is watching. Some people way past their bedtime. I wanted to see this clash of Titans and the Olympians face
What
the
happened
old
to his
gods.
setup, dude?
There's a reason there isn't a single visible seat. That's because everyone is here to witness this final quarter-final live. from the Moody Center, Austin, Texas.
God damn.
If you're not here, what are you doing?
Senzu back in the server. And we're ready to get
All right, here we
things
go.
underway.
I wonder what the fuck happened.
Lige, the only American. Out on his side, but here we go. This was off the back of a tactical timeout. Then they had the tech to sit through. So what does Mara want them to open with? 9-10 using the spawn over towards ramp. On his teammate's head, looking for a pick. Nothing off it up. Frozen again. They continue to play him over towards A. And the fact that FaZe have only played this map once with Simple and Rain in the roster just allows Carrigan to have a lot of flexibility with his calling, with these setups, with his read of the play. I'm still down towards the back of the B apartment, so no finish for some time.
Oh, man. Double A.
Slowly working through this map control, and FaZe
Elysian
have
Con.
to give it over. Allowing Mongols to walk in through top mid, underpass.
They're set up for if Mongols try to go through Con, that's what FaZe is playing for this round.
Again, FaZe are happy to block.
But Mazinho is shifting away from A, and he's going to be probably a cat
You can see the
split
game
then.
plan there from Elige. He smokes in front, throws out the HE.
Kerrigan, let's go.
Going to catch Senzu progressing. Now, in the meantime, there has been a boost. Maybe Elige is responsible for that. He's playing
He
it
can
from the
sit
most
on this, though.
passive of
Simple's a B.
angles,
He
just
doesn't
ensuring
need
he
to
can't
leave this.
slip into his
Don't leave it.
teammates.
Do not leave this.
Gathering to test this line, helped by Simple. The lead. Oh, he wasn't ready. Blitz gives him a jump scare.
I think. Fuck, man.
No immediate movements. Actually, yes, Simple turned, draws his attention
Yeah, he's
away
gotta
from
respect
the
that now.
walk. This is the gap, and they're already passing it. Oh,
No,
he's
dude.
missed it. An opportunity.
Fucking aim it.
And
No,
he's squandered
dude.
it twice. Can't hit the third. Mazinho just spins around to open up the round and close down the site.
Have to save this one. It's going to be 6 now for Mongols.
Wow, that frag from Blitz really disrupted the setup.
Yeah, you can see
Mazinho
Simple
just
absolutely
fucking-
off-killed to that. The first one short, gets the surprise as he leers back in. The second one, you think he has
Dude,
to
it
get if
hurts.
there's any chance within that round
Kerrigan
win.
gets
So
an
Simple
entry, and Elysian
dropping the
Simple
ball
both
in that
just
one.
whiff.
Looking mortal.
Yeah, well, who would have thought it? 2 years off.
Yeah, how many days? 900?
Since his last major playoff, yeah.
That
Back
fucking
in
hurt.
Rio,
That
the
round
villain
fucking
against
hurt.
Furia. We all know how that one ended. On the hunt right now. If they can rip these away, it's 2,400 loss bonus into the next. This will mean an absolute bucket load to Mongols as far as what investment they're going up against. Mazinho undercleared, but the trade is there. Well done from 9-10. Frozen loses his rifle as well. So they lost absolutely everything there.
Wow, they could actually leave this first half of this quarterfinal with a lead on the attacking side.
Yeah, we're going to be talking MP9s and Famises, and right now it's looking very Famis heavy.
Carrigan is way at the top of the scoreboard right now for their first half.
And he's been doing a great job finding that resistance. Here it is from Simple's POV. The first, the mollies come in, the pathing's there, backs turn, missed shots, sight lost.
Yeah. Oh, bro, he knows
Can
it
they
too.
scrap together anything before we head into that halftime break?
Come on.
That signature Simple shake, you can see it's full body, not just in game.
That round
Okay,
hurt
that's
me,
a lot
dude.
of early territory gained by Elige.
Considering how this game started 6-5 for Mongols, this does not feel good right now.
Allowing them to take the space. Does Lige hang around, or does he need to hedge over and help his teammates elsewhere?
Yeah, 9-10, it does look like he's on the warpath here.
Oh, knows they can't have an AWP on the other side.
Shot connects, and actually, yeah, Mazinho does come
All
down.
right.
That was a FAMAS first
Found the
AK.
lurk. Found the lurk.
Elige, that's a massive scalp.
Unfortunately, right now, it doesn't give him much
Evasive
info.
maneuvers.
He's so
Position
far
notified
like
the spread of the
disconnected from the
flame.
round where
Wouldn't be the first
Mazinho's at. It
4v5
doesn't really
Mongols
tell him
convert.
anything.
You wanna get back into this one.
Just probably tells him it's a default. Simple's hands look shaky. I mean, he's always shaky. It's just sometimes he's shaking and he's hitting, and right now he's definitely not. He's shaking, he's missing.
First major, 7 years returning to the American shores. Boston feels like a lifetime ago.
It's a tough angle for Simple here.
Might catch them off guard on their progressions. Yeah, Senzu just walk in, define.
Oh
Simple
my!
down. It's Carrigan
Come on!
under so
Come
much
on!
scrutiny, but Frozen hits the shot.
Oh,
9-10
fuck!
The USP can finish it all.
Get his ass.
FaZe to tie up this half.
There we go. Ice cold, baby.
This quarterfinal
There it is.
has only just begun.
Chat, you know what time it is. Press 1 for me. Press 1 so I know when to run it. There's Troda. Let's go, dude. That should be good. Crowd's great, man. Fucking love to see it. Love to see it. Remember, this is Mongo's map pick, guys. I'm totally not fucking coping. I'm not coping. Oh, that's actually kind of sick. The illusion in the background is fucking dope. Bootstrap Howie. Envy hoodie. Holy. Hell yeah. Back to farming. Alicia's nervous, bro. I mean, they all are. It's like I said at the start. It's what I said at the start. You know, that shit just absolutely builds up on you, especially when you start playing poorly. When you hear everybody cheer for you, you also notice how dead quiet it gets. Kerrigan's the best performer right now. It's kind of a problem. You need a glizzy? Always. Oh, simple chat, dude. Oh, simple champ. Hell yeah.
First map, Mongols electing to take it to Mirage in this quarterfinal. We are live from the Moody Center. Austin, are you with us? Just the first map, Mongols, no pistols, 6 rounds on their T side though. They're looking stable.
What the hell, dude? Zylo simple, not now, man. Read the fucking room.
Work if they want to see the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, you knew the phase game
the
would
youngest
deliver.
team in the playoffs, hostile crowd, and they've struggled in these environments all season long. Blitz, they set the tone on this, straight up the guts.
His pistols are deadly. This guy's got aim. And he hasn't been able to put it on display. Nice tap and ouch! Instant goosh there. Long range clocks.
Nice,
Look at them.
nice. Followed up,
Both of them with
followed
their
up.
bell rung. Senzu and 910 limping back into the site.
Ooh, I think they're changing. I think they're changing the strat. Yeah, he wants to change around.
Spawn, so just making sure there's no aggressions elsewhere as jewels are being taken all over the shop.
I wonder if they didn't have a definitive call or if this is like what they planned. I feel like this is an audible. Oh
Senzu
no.
for a ticket. Mazinho going to tuck in.
They have the read.
9-10, not too far away from jungle.
Yeah, there is a way this goes wrong in the 4-on-4 despite those 2 headshots being hit.
2 through Palace, 2 through ramp.
Mzinho
Do they clear Mzinho
really
top
needs
out?
one minimum. Look at that HP on that CT player. And no, they're not looking at him. He finds Carrigan, an immediate response from Simple. Gets that trade. Important find from Senzu. Catches the aggressors. Oh, Messi! Rain couldn't finish it. Both of them got dinked and both of them leave with a double kill. 910 and Senzu get Mongols the split pistol.
pistols on Mirage.
And add another 4v5 disadvantage that they're able to claw back there. Blitz goes down early, he gets a lot of information, but there's some beautiful shots being hit. Mazinho pokes out, grabs one, but these two just absolutely dismantling at range, and there's some impact as you see them getting fired up. Representing a region, a nation, all of Mongolia right now, I'll be tuning into this one. Be the eco. Head towards connector, doesn't find his target.
Yeah, one of the most represented regions now. With a roster of 5.
Let's see if they can keep all 5 alive. That's the stable start that they need up against FaZe.
Well, it started fantastically. Simple doing cartwheels with his Desert Eagle. Blitz the one to make him do some gymnastics involuntarily. And just the one consolation frag out of the Eagle of Rain. Mongols flowing nicely here.
No.
Not all 5 alive, but you'll take 4.
Oh, bro.
Or 3.
Okay, there you go. Hold that. Hold that.
Certainly could be.
Maybe get one more? One more?
Oh, Mazinho. Yeah, you gave him a chance.
All right, gun round.
Gets
Let's see what they
spotted out,
got.
swings on in for another
Need
Hail
to win
Mary.
this round, said the obvious co-streamer, dickhead. Just please.
Not counting my
Otherwise,
chickens
this
too
shit
early,
could
but
spiral
Mongols,
real
this
fast.
is doing some convincing.
They can't even, actually, no, they can't even just win. They have to like win and get the follow-up round versus the
Concerns
Force.
of a blowout.
This could get bad.
Harrigan's opted in with a Mac 10.
Kerrigan is still the top performer on FaZe.
Something poppy.
Not good.
Well, as they head over towards
Elise
B,
playing
feels so.
rough as fuck right now.
Techno, the supportive
They need
piece of
Elise
this
to step
team
up.
might
They
be
need
tested
Simple to step
early.
up.
Under scrutiny. Senzu on social. Came to his side, but right now might need to do so in the server from Cat. Techno, they're coming your way.
Yeah, he needs help. Eyes on the floor, tracking Carragher, draws blood.
Good trade.
Elise will trade, but here comes Senzu into the side, ready for the swing, and
Fuck,
Elise already. Headshot provided, double kill out of Senzu. Perfect defense. They come and knock in and get sent back to spawn with nothing.
Techno does his job there, delays them, gets a kill, slows them for that rotation to get in, and then the teammate, they just absolutely maul. Mongols with a 3-round lead.
Mongols map pick, get the copium.
Boss bonus, sure it's in play, but it feels like you have to take a partial. Right now, Mongols, they are looking like the team that we see within the group stages.
They are. There's no difference right now.
They're hitting shots, they're playing aggressive, they're not backing down.
They used to completely, I mean, it was a magic trick in itself. They would morph and change into a team we couldn't recognize.
And what a contrast. You go back just a couple of weeks in Dallas, they're in the arena, they're the fan favorites. People are chanting their name. You come into this one, you're up against a Liege in the FaZe jersey with Simple.
Yeah.
It's a whole different kettle
I
of
was
fish.
worried.
Careful, you've got to be careful when you
worried.
say his name, otherwise we can't hear ourselves for a moment.
Who?
Elige?
I'm feeling it, dude. It's all
We're gonna
good,
need
bro.
that support now. FaZe on the partial. Off the tack. What's the call? Tech-9's Deagles.
Sponge and fucking Machine trying to do their best to get the crowd back into it.
Smokes being left for the A piece for Rain. Top cat lands, Simple, a stray bullet. Just applies presence. 9-10 ticket, Mazinho up close on the balcony. Senzu and Blitz dealing with middle. Techno on B again. Deep block smoke. Keep them at bay for a moment's
can't
time
search
to
for
allow that
Deagles over
rotation.
there.
Even
Gotta
peppering
hang out
through
for a
in case they
bit.
want to pop. And they give up their position behind it.
Rain's got 1 smoke, 1 flash.
Look at that. Techno's the
I don't
one locking
know
out
what.
harassment. Nice nade.
I don't know what he's throwing
Damage
that they
done there
think
onto
is gonna
Frozen.
like
It
pull
is telling that
anyone,
he's
but
pushed
it's
up, though.
gonna
Will
be
he back
interesting, I
away?
guess.
It's all about Rain's utility. How much of a rotation
Or
will
did,
that draw?
he probably has 2
Does
smokes.
Senzu
No,
stick
no,
with
I
Techno
lied. He
on the
probably has
side?
a smoke drop
Likely
on
to see
under him.
Blitz leave
Somebody
and
got
help
here
the A
late.
side.
I remember.
But it's all going to be
He's
these
got
B
to.
defenders. Techno and Senzu.
Yeah, he's
grouped
still on
up.
the right side.
Here's the fake. Perfect block.
Oh, it couldn't
They have
be
to come
better.
through.
It couldn't be better.
Senzu's rotating.
Oh man, Techno.
No, he's not buying it!
What a shot.
Bullet
What a
between his
fucking
eyes,
shot.
puts
Come
it
on.
Down, accelerating into the site. Senzu, the next man, the next port of call. Just misses his window of opportunity. A couple of tabs to Carrigan, but he's still kicking. Blitz will progress. Nice distraction.
Fuck,
Blitz
man.
removes Simple. Sideline another.
Nice.
Carrigan important. Gets his. 3 on the site. Make it 2. Senzu sticking around
No
and
chance,
just knocking
man. No
him
chance
down.
at this.
Piece by piece, but Frozen
Oh.
stubborn. Hits the Deagle headshot.
Don't.
Clock ticking in their favor. Spots
come
out
on.
9-10 up on his
Oh,
back, and
Senzu
it's
got
only
him.
Frozen.
Oh, damn.
He can't touch him.
That would have been some phase
Senzu at
magic,
9-10
man. That's what they
right now
fucking
are
needed.
delivering.
Holy shit, that guy.
Blitz
That
as
guy's got
well.
aura. That guy has aura though. Like I'm not gonna lie.
There's a couple of fans in here.
Couple of brave faces.
Well, especially when you consider that they may have witnessed playoff failings of Mongols time after time. To be witnessing Mongols find their stage legs at the culmination of the season. Analysts, pundits, fans alike have been begging to see that Senzu group stage form in the playoffs. He stands at the top of the tables alongside Blitz and 9-10.
Oh, that was a partial. It was a threatening round. The bomb went down, but still nothing for this T side of Karrigan just yet. His team is now into the full buy. Simple with the AWP out. Looking for the elevation. Can't find what he's looking for. Blitz has to be very careful. The more shots he pipes through, that opening
good
could
damage.
be punished.
Good
he's
damage.
very low now. We'll have to back off. 5 bit of util damage will take him down. 9-10's AWP starting on Cat.
Starting to feel a little timid though from Fizz. We're like top mid, we're hanging out. Karrigan's jiggling for like a push through A. It's like not bad, it's just this is where I was telling you guys before where I like to see when people just like call a little bit more like set pieces, because when your team's having a hard time getting into it, it can just fall so flat. We'll see.
Karrigan with bomb towards
FaZe
ramp,
has always
from
relied on
side.
individuals
Window now
though, so
blocked.
we'll see if it.
Cat will have to follow. They've done deep.
They can
That's
wake
to
the fuck up,
facilitate
'cause that's what they
Elige now
need.
to work through, get the key real estate. Senzu is the unknown piece on A. Blitz is low, and because of that, he's also gambled with this site stack. They have 3 players to deal with this.
I feel like Simple's going to be
Sorry about
responsible
that.
for just to hold 9-10.
Need a second coffee for the day,
Might get
man.
AWP's clash here as they start their progression. Simple, 2 minds, realizes he has to stay locked on. 9-10
He's
removes
through jungle
him.
though, he's through jungle.
And that Senzu reveals his position. FaZe empty hands. It's
Man.
just Karrigan, dead man walking. Mazinha makes it so. And Rain, too little time. And held by the AWP at 9-10.
Guys, they've
Impact from the
not won
short
a
side.
single
It's the
T-side
flawless
round
CT
yet.
side so
Please
far.
call something with some
5
pace
consecutive
together here
rounds, 2
on
of
a
them
gun
being
run.
rifles.
Well, it's already kind of late, to
Taking
be
care of
honest,
business
since
the
he
young
didn't call
guns
it
of
this
the
round.
Mongols, and I think Blitz getting put low on HP from window.
Because he didn't call it this round, they're going to have to half, and if they don't win this, right, then they're going to be on. They're going to be on 12. Then you're going to have 1 round. Then it just feels real bad calling a fucking hit like that,
Storming
and
away with
it
this one.
feels obvious.
On their phones, stunned.
The contrast.
Starting to get quiet out there as the reality of this setting in.
Damn, dude, production did him
Couple of
dirty.
rifles, have max loss bonus. They really need a plan, and they're trying to punish Techno again. He didn't pass it last time round.
Look at Karrigan go, just Tech 9 in hand. Senzu, though, is ready. The flashes are good. Good layering. Tucks in to get right. There's Techno, though. There's the defense once more. Rain, back of the head for 1, but Techno this time passes the test. A+. Goes down to Frozen at the same time. Blitz was caught by the Simple Deke, so maybe there's more to this round
Don't be
after
emo.
all.
Fuck. The hope, though. The hope is what gets
9-10's
you.
position is noted.
Molly's
Simple
bad.
punching
Wrong
the code.
spot. No,
Frozen,
cat.
not looking. Mazinha gets him.
Yep, the hope is what gets you every
Perfect play.
fucking time.
And Frozen completely overlooked him.
Oh, bro, he is
As touched upon, FaZe have only
looking.
played this map
That is not a
once
good
with
look.
Simple
Dude
and
is
Rain.
just about. He's
Obviously,
looking to
Dallas, that
recline
skull
his
standing in,
chair.
That doesn't count. The officials
Trying
you
to
see
figure
with
out how
this
to go
roster
further
at
back
the
in that
major
thing.
and only at the major. And this Hail Mary, this last-ditch attempt to be competitive at the major has gotten you this far. But going up against any team on this side of the bracket, you have the pedigree, you have the class. Right now, you don't have the rounds.
This is such an incredible haul from Mongols already. The question is whether they get into their heads right now at the finish line of the first map.
Nubis up next. That's going to be a really tough map for them. They were blown out in the match that FaZe won 2-0 to book them this spot. They changed it up in the veto. They didn't go into Ancient, they went into Mirage. That'll be our third and decider if we need it. But if you're Mongols, you must have been expecting that Nubis pick to come through. How prepped and ready are you? And take a look at the change for the final round of play, potentially on this CT side. Double AWP, Senzu, 9-10, bring them out.
Oof.
So they're going to be the winning recipe or the way to let FaZe back in. Hefty financial decision being made right now. Sure,
needs a bench this
leftover
guy.
cash to work with for a follow-up round, but this could be a slippery slope.
Honestly, man, they need Elige so
could
bad
be
right now.
a
Wow.
perfect second half.
Like Elige is playing the worst, but really,
One round
dude,
is all they
Karrigan
need.
cannot be the best player. It can't be.
Elige,
Like, it's
knifed out through a
Frozen,
smoke.
Simple,
Blitz is about to be
Rain,
positioned to
Elige.
disrupt this walk if he
Why is
dares.
Karrigan 17 and
And now he's
11?
been spotted. Good
Nice,
find.
there we
Simple
go.
saves Elige's hide. Pushing forward and another
Nice, there we fucking go.
Senzu brought down.
There we
Simple.
go.
His impact reverberates.
Now
FaZe
we're
with a
playing
two-man
with a little bit more
advantage.
pep
Can
in
they
the step.
really let this one slip?
Remember when I said they look a bit
Elige
flat?
doesn't
There we
think so.
fucking go, man. God damn. Only took the other team getting to
Mazinha
12
is
rounds.
wide open now. Techno goes down
Nice.
to the flame. grave. Carrigan takes one with him. And 9-10 peeks in, and Simple finishes it off with
Come
a
on.
quick flick.
Come on. At least fucking
21
show
MVP
up a little
medals,
bit.
Three-time world #1, major MVP, major winner. He doesn't want to be off the stage quick. Sure, this is late in the piece. It's your first T-side rounds. But a comeback has to start somewhere.
They break their silence in the last possible moment.
Come on.
Is that just a consolation round? Is that just a cosmetic round? Is that just something that you can
What was the money
throw
like
in the
for
highlight
Mongols? I can't
reels?
remember.
Well,
I'm trying to think about. They call it attack, so I
for
think their
Mongols,
money's got to
one
be
left in the
low, and it's
chamber
at
for Mara to
force.
call down the stretch. And that stretch can get real shaky if you lose this next one. You're already down to Techno on an MP9. 9-10 gets back out the AWP. Rifles for the rest. Util there, kit in play. But you lose this, 1900 loss. You will have to take the eco. At that point, Ace can start whirring back into action. It's not over till it's over.
Come on.
Into the window from Elige. And away we go. Is this one going to have pace behind it?
Yeah, this is definitely, this is the end of the, they got MP9 out. Low util already. This, $0 in the bank.
9-10's in con right now.
This is a huge fucking round. If there's any shot at this game.
Backing his aim, isn't he?
Come on.
So many possibilities of that first fight.
Come on.
He stays active.
He's in trouble.
Give us a fucking game.
They're ready for these
Oh,
engagements.
top con is scary.
Supported by that 9-10.
Okay, good. They
Close and
snort to.
personal sniper.
Oh,
Uncomfortable now. Covered
it's
by
coming
Blitz.
through.
Oh, he's hit the shot somehow. Oh,
What?
He's trying to trim his fingernails. Trying to trim his toes.
Oh,
How did that not
how
get
did
the kill?
that looked like it was right on him.
Nice catch.
What the fuck just
Three kills
happened?
in simultaneous
What just
fashion.
happened?
Bubbles disappear.
Come on.
Frozen
Oh,
footballs and
Frozen, you
Zinho. He
motherfucker.
was
Kill
supposed to be a
him.
dead man in Frozen
You know where
sights,
9-10
now
was.
lives
You
on.
know where
Well,
last two players were.
remember, the
Bomb, go
finances on the
B.
line right now.
You
They
gotta
should
hunt
say
this. Kerrigan,
they
please.
don't have
Please.
a right to be in this round.
Kerrigan,
Sure,
please.
Mazinho gets that kill, deals with the lurk.
Please
but
know that you
the
just
round
have the
is
bomb
essentially
site.
over. Those 3 kills come in.
Now
there's
you
too
know.
many
Now you know.
weaknesses.
Look for it.
It looks
Look
like
for
it's
it.
gone miserable after that missed shot to the toes.
The crowd just
Those
told you
steel
what's going
caps
on.
Extra strong for 9-10. Have to hold on to these guns right now.
There was flashes, smokes, Molotovs, and 9-10 still hits this. Look at this. Let's see it from his POV. Bang! 12 HP on him. What an adjustment. And against Reign of all people.
Scam.
Returns again
Actually
for a moment.
scam.
Carrigan
Fix
is
the
on the hunt
game.
for this. Remember,
If I
1900
shoot
loss.
someone
If
in
he
the
takes away
toenail,
this
they better
collision
die.
course with 9-10
You're
now.
right.
Might be
You're
able
right.
to remove this. Bomb about to go off.
Carrigan clearing. 9-10 was holding.
Held on to the AWP. That's a big save.
That was necessary. You've already highlighted the finances and the ramifications, but 8 for FaZe. 2 consecutive.
So this next round won't be a walk in the park. They will have to work for this.
True, Stewie, true.
They have to identify.
Stu, you gonna be here? Chat, let me
these
know if
saves
I missed his
reside.
message.
AK, you know it's traditionally on the A defender, and it all. Well, that's 9-10. Right now, Mongols are thinking call the ambulance, but not for us, because just one more round, they take us to map 2, 1 to the good.
USP's in the safe guns. USP, Deagle,
Yeah, very
safe
clear
guns.
game planning going on here from Mongols.
Zinho also going to start over towards Cat, so that's both of the weapons now identified head-to-head. It's simple!
Fuck yeah.
Lightning fast
Come on.
on the opener.
Pick up that op. Try it
He gives
again.
FaZe exactly what they needed. Round
He knew it, bro.
21,
He knew it. He
a
was
saved
ready for
AWP,
that.
and
He
just
wanted that
finds
fight.
it immediately.
Holy fuck. Simple's waking the fuck up, dude. He went back and he said, I know you want that shit. He said, I know where you're going for this pick, dude. I'll see you upper B.
That's been scooped up. Mazinho has company through underpass and top mid.
Doesn't move from his boosted position despite that flashbang. Rain's pathing implies he's ready. Oh, so ready.
Those
Come
guns
on.
dealt with now.
Come
Yeah,
on.
they take the head off of him, Zinho. Now don't forget there was a scavenged AWP.
Nice.
Blitzport crossing into the site.
CT.
It's Techno.
Wait.
And it's
In the crowd.
Senzu.
Gotta behave.
Now the AWP
Can't do
fires
it.
off a shot. Now they know it's occupied that CT position,
shit.
and just piece by piece they pull it across the line. 12 to 9.
Let's go. Come on.
A late resurgence, Mongols perhaps. Starting to waver in confidence.
Does Mara want to take that last tactical timeout now?
Here it is. Quick open at 9-10. Just got his eye to the scope and he's down.
And those frustrations are going to start to brew.
Great clear from Rain as well. Good understanding of the possibilities.
Get on Mazinho this time.
Mid
MP9
pick,
for him.
Simple going for it.
For the rest. No AWP for 9-10.
We got an aggressor and Simple. Oh, he's
Fuck, he knows though. He knows.
No scope required.
No!
Oh, no! A disaster for Simple. 9-10 just runs up the guts and it looks like he's put them to bed. 9-10.
Bro.
The talisman of the Mongols.
What a gut punch. What a way to drop the map.
He's hamstrung him there. How do you not get into your head when you lose a round like that? And it's a round for the map. He wants to finish it with the knife.
Oh my God, they're trying to fucking.
Carrigan goes down. Mongols take map 1.
The bigger they
Fuck
are,
me, man.
and the more it means for the Mongols. This is only one map, but this is where they've struggled all season long. And on the other side of that server stands FaZe Clan. That one's in the
Fuck,
back.
man, this is fucked.
Even with a crowd of 10,000 screaming against you, the Mongols do not crumble. That was an entertaining, that was a very chaotic, very messy game of Counter-Strike. But yeah, the Mongols surviving the first test versus FaZe, Maui.
What was most impressive is that they were able to recover from a hot start from FaZe. I mean, Kerrigan at the very beginning of that was blistering. I mean, the shots that he was hitting, the way that he was just willing FaZe into some of those rounds.
I hate it,
Mongols,
man.
they steadied their nerves.
Like,
they were able to follow their game plan
as
out.
an NA
And that
fan, you just
defense
get trained for moments like these, and it
really
still
was, and
hurts
I'm with
every
you, 'cause when I'm
time.
watching that score and like the early going, the first 5 rounds, I'm like, oh god, this is going to get bad. Please not again, Mongols. And then but you know, it's kind of funny. Like both the in-game leaders were the ones popping off in this start. Like Blitz was leading the way for the Mongols. Kerrigan was leading the way for the FaZe. It's like those two specifically, the leadership figures came in with their heads locked on and ready to party, and they had to kind of wait for everyone else
Kerrigan
to kind of
can't be the best player in the
get
server.
acclimated to that sort of attitude that they needed to have. I'll say this too, he didn't end with a great scoreline, Senzu, but towards the end, he had some very impactful rounds, which is exactly what we wanted to see out of Senzu and Mongol.
100%. Just looking at the two in-game leaders side of the equation, though, it's an apt point to bring up because it's not necessarily the two individuals that we expect when we're looking on both sides of the
three maps, right? Just like we wanted as FaZe fans,
Kerrigan
right?
was imposing himself from short. That's not something
like
that's going to last the
Leafs
whole
fan.
half, okay?
Oh,
I don't know what possessed him
No, I
other
don't
than really
think so.
the crowd just emboldening him.
Because that would imply that NACS plays good throughout the year, then chokes.
The occult magic that is reawakening Simple is somehow rearing its head again.
Well,
but
no.
yeah, things cooled off a bit. I mean, I feel like there was a regression
the
to the
toe
mean.
shot didn't have any effect, right?
I actually do expect Kerrigan to come out like that in most of these games.
who
I
won
feel
the
like
round?
it's something he
That
does
last
frequently.
round, I didn't
just
think
don't
Simple
expect him
hit
to be
those.
as successful with it as he was today.
Right.
A lot
And
of times it's like
no-scopes are
this
a
one
bit
kill here,
dicey,
and
man.
the next time he still has that same level of aggression and assertiveness,
Trying
but
to make
it's
sure I
more
don't
to create
miss anything
space
from
for the guy
Rory. Hold
coming
on.
behind him. Here he's just killing everyone. Blitz
Come
doing
on.
the same thing on the other side. Those two guys, the leaders, had a great start to this map.
Did you see any kind of key adaptations that the Mongols did? You know, you highlighting the impressive nature of the fact that FaZe, they had a great start. It would have been, totally understandable for the Mongols to get run over in that situation, but they didn't. Was there any kind of key turning point for you?
The keyest turning point was switching halves. I mean, I feel like that's got to be one, but we've got round 6. We got one where really, this wasn't to me really an adaptation. It was almost just a stroke of good luck, and it also kind of preys on the
That first op shot
deficiencies
hit? You
in
think when he
FaZe's
peeked
play
down
in terms of
mid?
teamwork, because you have a
Maybe.
5-on-3
I don't know, dude. He gets so
advantage,
shaky
and it
with
feels
it. I
like
couldn't
this
really,
is
like-
unlosable. That
I
there's no
definitely
chance you're going to keep
wasn't
in the
shocked
dirt,
that he
but
missed.
okay, a little bit of over-peaking
The toe
from people
shot,
like
for sure,
Elige. You know,
for sure.
isolated fights on the side of FaZe Clan, and that's really why we love FaZe Clan, but it's also what bites them in the butt the most often.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a great round. I know you mentioned it, at one point right before this game went live, is having some of the other guys on the team kind of bring up someone like Senzu, who struggled the most on these big stages, having guys like
that's how this
Nine10, having
game's got
guys
me
like
going right
Techno.
now.
That
Give
had
me
to
a
have been a
second,
sick
okay?
round for Mongols. Like when you
Should
hit those
be like
deagle shots,
5. As long
that
as there's not a
changes
line.
the energy in that team immediately, and they just kind of picked up and ran with it.
That's the thing, when we switch into the second half as well, that's where Mongols really go on that just crazy streak on the CT side. You got round number 15. What was key from this one?
Just textbook play. The fact that the Mongols are able to immediately read that there is a B hit afoot, that Techno drops the key piece of utility. I don't know if he meant for this Molotov to land underneath window in the way that it did. Like the trajectory that this bounces at seems incredibly fortunate. Like it lands at the feet of Kerrigan there. That's actually his Molotov.
That's actually not intended whatsoever.
I don't think so, but either way, the rotation comes in. Blitz is able to quell the fight towards middle, and everybody's just rotated into position perfectly for the Mongols. Great protocols, great anchoring from Techno there on the defense too.
Yeah, and that Molotov is just the cherry on top, because I think that just missed thrown and it just went out the window and landed in the perfect place. But I mean, their defense was rock solid, and that's where I saw the most out of Senzu. Like, I'm latching onto that because he was the guy kind of watching. It's like he's the one. It feels like, remember, he had that record-breaking or record-setting performance back in stage 3, and now you're kind of scared he's going to drift away. And he was quiet to start, so you could see some of the struggles are still there. They're still not quite over everything, and especially as we said, with this crowd being so firmly behind FaZe, it makes the job of Mongols 10 times harder. But the fact that Senzu on the CT side is able to have these impactful rounds, shut down these hits, he stopped FaZe from ever getting started in the map.
I just have to raise the question, are soundproof headphones getting too good? Like, he needs to hear more of the audience there, because that was unlike what I've seen from Senzu in terms of, especially, I mean, yeah, he ends with a 13-13 scoreline, but the crispness in some of the mechanics that he displayed, especially early on that T side, like the double entry he had from short, I was like, oh God, he's here. He's here. You better watch out, FaZe.
To round out the conversation about individuals from Mongols, 9-10, where would you kind of rate his form in terms of the AWPing department in this map?
Other than losing the single head-to-head with Simple, where he had the hero op, he did a great job. I feel like 9-10, I mean, he was able to even defeat Simple when he had a deagle earlier in the round. But in terms of just opping, mostly on the CT side, a little bit on the T side, I feel like he was rock steady for a lot of what they needed him to do.
Yeah, he was. And he doesn't have to do too much. And I think actually if you're 9-10, I almost, coming into this, if you're the Mongols, I'd almost tell him to like not try and do anything super crazy. Like, you want him to be confident and make his plays and take his moments. But, you know, this team on FaZe, super aggressive players, a really sharp opper and Simple as well, who all absolutely bodied Mongols the last time they played. I think if you're 9-10, you play more of like almost like a game management style with the op, and like you just seize your opportunities when they come.
Just to like look at the wider field of competition and the AWPers remaining in the tournament thus far. Obviously, Zyru is in a league of his own, but then you've got the likes of NQZ, you've got Torzi as well, really trying to break through into that top 5, top 3 conversation. Where does 9-10 sit amongst that when you've also got Simple waiting on the
with the ones left, I'd put him at 3.
Okay.
I'd have Zywu, I'd have Torji, and then I'd have 9-10.
It's very difficult for me to argue against that.
Yeah.
For what they've done in this year so far, I don't think that there's really enough of a case for Simple. Sure, this event thus far has been outstanding, but the body of work from 9-10, even all the way back at Yala Compass last year, like, he's the reason that the Mongols were put on the map. He won the MVP of that tournament, one of the few players on the Mongols to have won an MVP in general, and I feel like the stability that we've gotten from him for the last even 12 months has been a reason that the Mongols has consistently stayed in that top 5 level in the world.
He has takeover potential with the AWP as well. Like, he has games that he can take over. Doesn't need to happen every single game. I think the consistency is the big thing, especially with offers in today's Counter-Strike. Like, give me your 12 to 15 every single game. Give me 25 once in a while. That's cool. But, you know, more than anything, just be sharp and hit the shots you have to.
I think that's kind of my overall takeaway about the Mongols coming out of this first map, right? Because you were really praising them for the consistency that they've shown basically throughout, you know, the past year, I'd say. Once they kind of broke through the stage nerves, if you'd even give them that, I was ready to give them a free pass here and go, hey, you're literally having to go up against a crowd of 10,000 against you. The fact that they didn't crumble, I love this as a look for the Mongols.
So much credit for the growth of what the Mongols have become in terms of a team that you can't take lightly at any stage of the tournament. I mean, they've taken maps off of the best teams in the world at this point. They haven't punched through in terms of arenas. Like, so far in arenas in their career, they've only actually won 3 series total. They've beaten Aurora twice, and they beat Liquid once. So it's not really the greatest pedigree in terms of achievements at this level or with an audience roaring at you. But if they're able to get this one, it's a huge feather in their cap.
And we heard from all the Asian teams through the various stages of the major as well. The biggest obstacle, like Linvision, Tyloo, when they got eliminated, was the mental game. We need to get stronger mentality. I'll tell you what, Mongols are getting a lesson in it right now. If they can pass this test, like that mentality is going to be ironclad.
All right, I'm back.
Because this entire
Just pretend
place
you missed
is against them. And somehow, between the crowd, between Simple, between the conversation about FaZe, it feels like everyone's talking about this game as if Mongols are the underdogs, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy the aura that the crowd has just given us on this particular game. Tell me where this leaves you in terms of the takeaways for FaZe coming off this map. Sure, we didn't really know exactly how Mirage was looking for them in the grand scheme of things. Do you think this is going to have any effect moving on to Anubis, which is is a bit more of a known quantity, I guess, for FaZe.
In the words of Zontix, in his post-game interview with Stunna, after map 1 of them winning in crazy triple overtime versus Mouse, objectively, it does not matter what happens on map 1. I honestly think that FaZe kind of felt like they had a hot start there. They're the ones that are probably lightly reeling. I feel like, in a weird way, even though, in my eyes, they're kind of underdogs. Like, they're not supposed to be the better team, but they feel like the pressure's on them. And unfortunately, I feel like Elige really isn't used to being this hometown favorite. Like, he had a really hard time finding himself in that game. So I want to just see him show something on Anubis, because he was a reason, along with Simple, that there was really something to say about the Anubis last time.
Well, we do have to wait until the other side of this break to find out exactly what is going to be going down on FaZe's chosen ground. That's Anubis after this short one.
While you're gone, they subbed in Olaf for real?
This new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. I'm spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old position in Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking the coach, the second coach,
Dude, I do love this one.
Therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I will take one.
Who you rooting for? FaZe, man. But fuck, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't want to lie to you. Players are walking out right now. Hopefully they can get it together, man. Hopefully they can get it together. fl0m needs a therapist after eating all these casters, bro. The chances of a Mongolian blowout are high. I know, I'm scared, man. Lie to us, fl0m. Okay, lying to you is like, that was Mongo's map pick, and it's fine. The answer is Mongo's one of their best maps used to be Anubis. FaZe recently beat the shit out of him on it, and the chances of playing the same team twice on the same map and beating him in the same fashion like that are usually pretty slim. Wait, fuck, I was supposed to lie. FaZe has aura. Mongols, no aura. Should be fine. No, I didn't expect FaZe to make the playoffs, but that doesn't change how I feel. Okay?
The energy is absolutely crazy. The crowd is going wild. I had to grab myself a FaZe fan in here.
FaZe out, baby. FaZe out, baby.
What is this like right now in here? How good does this feel?
It's just wee woo, let's go. Absolutely love it. Simple. Everybody. Elige, the hero. It's just amazing.
Austin, you have been an absolute treat tonight. Would you like to hear some very exciting news?
Exciting news.
Okay, because Blast have a treat in store for you guys. You've been such an amazing crowd that they're going to be returning to Texas next year. Oh yes, Dickies Arena in Fort Worth.
That's cool.
The Rivals Finals announced here first. May 1st, rather, to May 3rd. So you guys best get your tickets fast. You have been absolutely amazing in here.
So
but we do have another game to be getting underway. Another map to be getting underway. FaZe, Mongols, Anubis, a bit more of a known quantity for FaZe. Is there hope for
Love to
this
see it.
crowd that we might get a third map?
I want to say yes, but I haven't seen much from FaZe
Yeah, I
Clan so
don't know,
far.
man.
A lot of weakness have been
Kerrigan's the
shown
only
so
one
far.
shooting.
Elise
Simple
didn't have a
played
great
for
game on
3
Mirage.
rounds.
Simple stepped up
If
later
Simple
in the
steps up
stages,
or
but
keeps
also
that
missed
form,
a couple of missiles,
and one of the
you know, where
rifles
he
pulls
should
their
have
head
hit
out
it,
of their
where he
ass,
should
there's a
have done better.
chance.
So
There's a
I'm
chance.
little worried
We can
here.
all start
I know
coping.
FaZe Clan, they played well against the Mongols on Anubis in the group stage.
That's
but
sick, though.
So far during the playoff right here, and from what
Another
I've seen
NA
tonight,
event, we love
I'm
it.
not really feeling it.
We need a lot more out of FaZe Clan. The one showing up the most has been Kerrigan, and this game has so far been the battle of the leaders, and Kerrigan has been tremendous in the way that FaZe has been playing. But obviously it wasn't enough, you know. He needs a lot more for his individuals to get the game going. He has done everything that he can, but he's been needing Elise to step up. He needs Simple to go in and hit more shots. There's a lot of things they need to do better to come into this game.
I agree, and I hope this man on your screen will free up all the individuals he has within his team. We haven't even spoken about Frozen, the most consistent player within FaZe Clan. I would like to see a bit more from him as well.
There's other
But at the end of the
locations in
day,
the US?
you speak Anubis, let's get particular.
It's New York,
in middle, that's his domain. That's where he's
California,
gonna fight. That's
Florida,
where he's gonna
Texas.
be aggressive. He's working a lot together with Simple
Right?
in that mid portion of the map. If they can get it going, if they can hit the ground running, so to speak, I still believe that FaZe Clan have what it takes in order to make this game competitive. But we also got to give credit to the Mongols. The way they played on Mirage, the level they've showcased so far, we need to see more from FaZe if they should match that.
Was there anything you could take away from that Mirage performance from the Mongols, right? Because yeah, hot start for FaZe, they were really rough out the gates, right? Anything impressive about how Mongols answer back there?
Like the Mongols just constantly showcase how good
It's
they are.
possible that there may be one not in Texas next year. Yeah, I think Dallas from ESL is in like a.
has been playing, you know, and
I think because like that whole thing is changing.
Know that they've
we'll see.
overcome this, and now they're not going to.
Where's the
move
magic
into
shoe?
like a certain area where FaZe Clan feel very comfortable. So they need to keep this one going. But obviously the mechanical skill is what they've been doing well. We've seen how they were really good at playing the reactive game. We saw Blitz having a good game, and it's so important to have your in-game leader play well. And that is why I think it's going to be important for FaZe Clan as well to have Kerrigan play the way he does, because the way that he can lead his troop into Anubis is going to be very instrumental. He's going to be making all these very it identically calls the Kerrigan knows he's good at making the small fake, and this is specifically a map where he can actually dictate the game.
Sort of hot take, I want Kerrigan to bottom frag, because if he's not bottom fragging, FaZe is not working out. You want to see Simple on the top of the scoreboard. You want to see Elise, you want to see Frozen.
He's
you
not
do
wrong.
not want to see
Kerrigan,
top fragging.
play
it's
worse.
Not supposed to be him
Play
sitting
worse.
with
You're
17
clearly
kills
affecting your
while Elise
teammates
has
by
6.
shooting
So
back. It's
at the end
kind of
of the
fucked
day,
up.
as much as I appreciate Kerrigan playing well, I want to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard, because that most likely will mean that there's a good chance that Simple and Elise have been activated.
Just sounds like you're preying on another Dane's downfall, Jacob. SMH. We've obviously seen this map go down between these two opponents already once. That was back in stage 3. Went very handedly in the side of FaZe. We're going to be seeing Mongols starting on the T side yet again. They were only able to get 2 rounds last time around. You've got to have a quicker start if you're beginning on that.
What if there's an event in Vegas next year?
You have to, you know,
that
I've
would
never
be
really
sick.
been the biggest fan of the Anubis map. Obviously, the whole T side is always where you're going to make the majority of rounds, because that's where you can dictate, and that's where you can play with the rotations. That is where you can actually have a better impact. And finding the solution in the CD side is going to be the very hard part of the map. And you know, we've talked about the map being more like figured out, and the way that FaZe can actually approach this map, that they want to play aggressive. And I think that is also what the FaZe needs to do. They need to go out and play on their strengths, play on the individuals, get things going, play off the crowd, play off these things that they have, so they can actually go out and disrupt the game plan of the Mongols.
Well, before we do dive into this game, I believe there
We'll
are
see,
some
We'll see how she's feeling.
fans out there in the crowd with Banks.
Nori doesn't.
We got a battle here between the Mongols fans and the FaZe fans. I want to find out who's the loudest in here. But right now, you guys are a bit outnumbered in the arena. How is it in there?
It's okay. We can manage that.
You can manage that?
Yeah.
There's a hell of a lot more FaZe fans, and you still couldn't even encourage your team to win. That's not a good sign.
Well, momentum is not a real thing, but I think I think our crowd's going to get them going, and I think it's going to hype them up. Win Anubis. We wanted map 3 anyway. We want the cinema, and hey, we're just taking the long route.
All right. Well, let's see which of you can be louder here. Mongols fans, make some noise. Woo! FaZe fans, let's go.
FaZe
You've got the arena right behind you guys.
Oh,
I am
shit.
curious to see exactly where the odds are sliding.
The
with this
hell
one,
trousers
considering
simmer
they were
down, buddy.
FaZe coming into it. Maybe that has changed
Magic
coming into map
Vegas,
number 2.
I know, right?
It has quite handedly, Jacob. Do you agree?
I think that's a fair assessment. So far, the Mongols have looked like the better team. It's fair to say that FaZe haven't shown up yet. However, the crowd have, and I think they need them right now. Kerrigan and the boys from FaZe Clan, they will have to show much more on map 2 if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, potentially last chance saloon for FaZe Clan. Is it all over on the grounds of Anubis?
Come on. Give us a map 3.
If history is anything
swear to
of
God.
an indicator, I suspect we might need 3. Is this really where it ends, though? Austin, is this where FaZe Clan ends? Is this where their major ends? Does that mean we need a 3rd map? We'll have to find out. Anubis,
Let's go.
do or die. Does the dream end here in the quarterfinals for FaZe and become a reality for Mongols, or do we go again?
There we go. Come on. Give us a fucking 3rd map. Swear to God.
Mongols a map away from a semi-final at
Man,
the
I'm
major.
actually nervous. What the fuck? Why? Why am I like this, man?
2-on-2.
I'm not even playing.
Oscar's control, but Senzu quickly in towards E-box now. Zinho to knock on the door.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Rain continues to demonstrate his comfort on the A site.
Only 2 on B. They still have a 2v4 advantage on this set piece. Smoking a flash. Where's the goal?
Right, they should be able to get in here unless Carrigan hits his first.
Full map
smoked
control.
off. What's his response? He's got himself a HG
flash
card
for this?
frozen to be set up for glory. Spam through the smoke. It does hurt him.
Fuck.
Forced
They
away.
tried to like set him up for like a flash through their smoke to peek E-box. We didn't find it. Wait.
And it's not going to be stopped instead. It's 9-10 with an equalizer. Rain
Where
trying
did
to
Rain
close that
die?
gap from A. Another one.
From A.
P250 versus Julie.
Nice.
But Carrigan is frozen.
Come on. B main E-box. You know where they're at. Gush. Nice. B main. Fuck yeah. There we fucking go. Chat, say the line. Say the fucking line. Ice cold, Biggie. Holy fuck. Come on. Don't you dare do the same shit you just did last map.
Back in stage
Oh, you
3
dare.
to book their ticket to the arena. Absolutely dominated Mongols on this map, and FaZe were even crazy enough to test Aurora, the best Anubis team on the world, on this throughout their campaign so far. They played it 5 times. This is the 6th. They've won it 4 out of the 5, with the loss to the Turks being the only one in that L column. That's a great start. Convincing pistol. Bomb does go down, facilitates the force. Couple of Galils, Deagle, Tech9, smattering of U2.
Can't quite believe Simple's elected to take the alligator route in such a high-stakes affair.
Hey, far out that cash for the AWP.
Alligators out A main on Simple.
Shallow mid-smoke.
Cinema.
Not going to be brave through right now.
3 on A.
Take your time if you're the
2
Mongols.
towards
Still
B.
35 on the clock since the
Oh, the nade.
Nice late nade. It just perfectly arrives.
Well.
Little shallow.
What the hell? How did that
Deep
only
as he
do
would have
15
liked.
damage?
Liege also
The
hedging
fuck?
over towards A.
They've
Staunch.
dodged?
Flash comes over. Bullet spammed. A deep incendiary to hold them at bay. Now they're going to turn their attention towards middle. So smoke has faded. Inherent T-side bias. That's touching upon just the lack of T-side rounds Mongols got last time. 2. That ain't going to cut it. Liege could get mollied out of position.
Oh, Liege has a decision to make and elects for a more defensive option. They want to accelerate.
Oh, they're going straight
Testing
through.
them. Rain under
Nice.
scrutiny.
Nice.
Goes down. It's a Liege to step
Okay.
up for one. Simple,
Auto
this
shotty.
is not the weapon for this kind of fight, but he's got blitzed.
Hey, fuck it, we take it. Let's go. Got his 2.
Take a breath. Time
12:50 in the bank.
Seconds. Needs to find that bomb.
Finds the M4. Needs to reload. Audible on that nade, not far off. Softens him up. Closing the gap is Carrigan.
Nice.
Fucking
Fucking hell.
P9, and he still controls it.
Come on.
All right, quite a few casualties taken there, but the bomb doesn't go down. Should be the eco now. But this is how Mirage started. No way Simple's not getting that kill.
Yeah, for the second, that wasn't so guaranteed. He's done well there. He repositions forward. Blitz knows there was a shotgun main, but wasn't ready for him to be so much in his face. The sole American representative with his first frag.
Deagles are still scared, man. Deagles are still scared. Respect the D. Respect the D.
At least gets a lick of info.
Rain's been holding this A main in a very aggressive way, and it's because he backs his aim. Techno slipping through the smoke and a jump scare. Elite wasn't ready, and Carrigan nearly went down as well. Saved by Frozen. Had he doubled up there, the site would have been really under scrutiny.
Yeah, moment of chaos there for FaZe, but now it calms down. And no over-rotation, everybody chill, let's go back, let's plug these gaps. So Rain will deal with A, Simple middle, and the other 2 currently marked on B. Simple, if he oversteps the mark there, it does open you another avenue back in.
Gentle, quiet peaks
And there's no rush if you're the Mongols. Just need to go down to make sure you get that loss bonus. But if you can take another kill, do some damage, get the bomb down, that'll be a massive bonus. Simple continues to call mid clear. That information keeps the extremities ready and raring.
Walk through.
Nice. All right.
Arrogant receives him.
They already knew that he was playing over towards Con. But Frozen's here as well. Should be able to swing this one under the rug. Frozen and Carrigan now both ready and raring. And, well, just the final frag. Going to be dealt with. Neat, tidy.
All right, say the line, chat. I'm not saying it this time. You guys say the fucking line, though.
No AWP. Oh, no, I say no AWP. I tell a lie. All power for Simple now. Not one for 9-10.
Yeah, 0 deaths for Frozen facilitates.
First full buy of the game now for the Mongols. Let's see if they can start getting underway. Sure. Lose the pistol, lose the force, lose the eco. You lose this one.
Fuck you, Mongols, chat. Wait, whoa, we gotta chill.
Nightmare fuel.
Guys, it's cool with Apex. I don't know.
Bottom map control comes for free on Anubis. But waiting out that CT utility, making sure there's no aggressive maneuvers. Keep them canned. Ooh. That's a fumble right there. Forces the rotate in towards B. Simple and Elise both rerouting.
Carrigan postures anti-flash. Anticipating more of those Techno smoke plays. Oh no, he wants to go fighting and Techno receives
Fuck, man, that flash got nothing.
Good catch, good pick off, a gift for the Mongols.
Info death, not coping.
B-Lurk's still outside of the site, so they haven't just completely
40 seconds left, lost mid's gapped.
Into middle.
What is that smoke?
Had a couple of fumbles there with the U-tilt.
I think they just missed it.
Can Blitz use it though? He certainly thinks he can.
Is he noisy? Yeah, definitely so. Blitz is hearing this.
Blitz, he's going to sideline
They
them.
know there's a gap. This is a crazy play to make it an arena.
It certainly is. Frozen seems aware. Walking into that sideline, Elige ready to. That's the fight. Elige will win it. Accelerating though. Elige is gone. Spread of the flames from Techno.
3v3.
Low,
Nah,
put
fuck.
lower by Techno.
Nice.
Shot. Simple re-aggressive. He's not ready for the Senzu headshot range.
Wait, he doesn't see rain. He might timing him. He could timing him.
Survives the passing
Oh,
gaze
come
of
on.
Senzu, closing that gap.
Come on.
They don't know. They don't realize that rain is right behind. Oh, he was spoiled for choice. Had 2 on his screen and leaves with 9.
Man, are you
there.
fucking...
Harrigan short gives
he
away
had
that
it.
opening death, but Blitz.
He had a shot at it at
Crazy
least. He at
flank
least
to
had a
make.
shot at it.
You know the crowd is going to surge. They're against you. That energy's going to be in the room. You're already knowing that there's a gap. They can't get anything done. Gets pipped at the post, but Elige burns down. This for Rain. He thought he finished his meal. Thought he could already track towards that second target. So first rifle round converted.
10,000 people face to palm in unison.
And the money right now for FaZe, it's already starting to get worked through. Smoke, lurk, blocked.
Does that change the call? Because it is just a bit of an all-in here.
Still going to back their aim.
This is not an easy site to defend with 2 of you versus 5. Carrigan. Corner.
Nice. Come on.
Oh, and the damage is there as well.
Fuck, the
Frozen
dink
doesn't
though.
find the lethality he
We're
needed.
coping.
Simple, not the weapon for a retake, but could fight well into Con. He's going to push through. He's going to push
Nice.
in. The flash from Rain sets him up. Now Senzu.
They know there's 2 coming from that direction. Oh no, Rain got
Tucked
bopped.
to the back of the side.
No.
Blitz with double kill in defense of this bomb.
Nice.
Simple recovers
He's low.
the M4
He's
and
low.
he can
No
recover
kit.
the round.
No kit. No kit.
Low
No kit.
HP.
Oh.
Senzu doesn't matter. Stands his ground with 4
Fuck,
HP.
man.
He ain't scared of you.
And he
Sticks to
does
the fight,
not-
takes the duel, converts the round, and ruins the money for FaZe.
He doesn't succumb to the pressure. He had 4 HP for
this
both
is
of those
not
last
looking
kills.
good,
Blitz
man.
first steps up and saves them. That was the damage from Frozen. This is great from Blitz. What an adjustment onto Elige. Oh, wow.
All right, well, it will be the eco. Deagle,
That's humble
5-7. 3 USPs.
Fuck, man.
They should be able to tie
This
things up
is-
3-3.
Yeah, there's such a chance
Same
at
on
that.
Mirage,
It's back-to-back
but Senzu had a
rounds,
really
and
impactful
Simple's
moment.
dead.
At that double kill coming
That
up
was
short
quick.
in towards the B split.
All right, Elise, batter
The
up.
Dominoes tumbling.
Batter
They
up.
win
Come
this
on.
round, they've got more than they did last time, Mongols. Blitz, this is scary, but deals with the Liege, no dramas.
One man mid.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that so far for the Mongols. They're only 6 rounds deep.
I mean, it's tantalizingly close, isn't it? When you pick up that first map, major quarterfinal, closer than ever.
And paying away, it's a very winnable game. This side of the bracket, it was meant to be all phases. That's by the namesake. That's by the players in the server. There's 3 more to get past. But not in a rush, taking their time. Using their supremacy as far as the U2 is concerned. And executing in towards A. There's 3 here.
A small glimmer of hope for FaZe, perhaps. Especially with a missed molly on site. Frozen allowed to tuck.
I mean,
the mollies are not landing. But the
USPs.
bullets are. No problem.
Yeah.
3-3,
Okay.
all tied up.
Come on. Back-to-back rounds. FaZe has absolutely just fucked it in the clutch. 2 real chances. This game could be looking completely different right now. Rain converts the 1v2 after dinking the guy.
This tournament is in part
Simple wins the 1v1 versus the 4 HP player on the eco.
Watch your predictions play out in real time.
All right, guns back out, and Simple is sticking to this auto shotgun. He is staying
bizarre
with the alligator round and round again. He's making it work. He's getting some kills.
I mean, his money's
Good.
like
I mean,
not
it's a great
great.
weapon for Con. Make no mistake. Up
He's
close,
been playing
perfect
some
weapon,
decent
but
spots
you're not
with it.
taking any deep lines with that.
Just not enough money for him to get an AWP, so I'm opting for something a little bit different. Shotgun on the major stage.
On the major stage.
And not being memed upon.
After over 900 days away from the playoffs in the majors, Simple now burnt out, forced into a fight. He can't win.
Shit,
not
just
at this range.
fucking stay
Senzu
alive.
cautious. He's actually waited it out.
Holy
They're
fuck,
just
stay
scared
alive,
of him.
stay alive, stay alive.
He gets away with his life after that. Senzu now closing the gap. Oh, Simple. A dangerous game being played, open to main, but Smokeston blocks.
Okay, so there's the pressure, forcing it out. That's exactly what we want, the seesaw between Connector and A main. Gonna flash through middle, might catch Blitz.
Been doing this alone.
He's ahead of it, he's ahead of it.
Yeah, they're just pushing out. It's a jump
Nah,
scare.
man.
Raised already.
Okay,
An
traded at
important
least.
trade.
Traded, cleared out mid. Penny drops. Yeah, they know Rain's not here.
Especially with that block smoke still down, they just threw that to
The
progress.
smoke timing is good though.
Util will affirm their suspicions.
They got to peek in front of
Leash
this.
and
If they sit
Frozen.
back, it's going to be really hard to hold.
A bomb site to be
Are
defended.
they just playing
and Legion
retake?
running
Okay,
away.
they're just playing retake.
They're
yeah.
not buying it. Frozen is alone here.
No. They're buying it. They just can't contest that. They can't sit in the site versus that. They would have. I know it looked kind of weird, but that was actually a great call. They would have just got mauled.
Jumping up. Zinho flirting with the idea of jumping into the heaven smoke as the bomb goes down.
Come on. 4v4 retake, hits on Simple.
4-on-4 favors that post plant, but now Senzu goes wide, traded by a Liege. Important, but
Is
Mazinho
Simple
lives
jiggling
on.
heaven with an auto
Can't
shotgun?
the spray, and a
What in the
shotgun retake
fuck?
is not
Brother, that is not an op in your hands. Why?
Rush that one. I'm surprised
No.
they took so long on their way in because the util fades. After them with a lot of those choke points, then they have to take those duels, but they're just showing, even in 3v5 situations on the T side, it can be quite easy to win those type of rounds. So Mongols,
Well,
putting that
feeling
aim
a
back
little
on the
flat
pedestal,
right now.
very well done.
What do you think Coach Neo's observed so far?
Well, this right now is just going to be talking about, the stretch forward on this CT side. You're going to say, all right, boys, it's fine. I know last time we got 10 CT rounds, that's all good. We know that the path of the course is 4 or 5, and we already have 3. We just need 1 or 2 more. So let's just take a partial now. The loss bonus is built. We're going to get 3,400 into the next. Let's get Sashiri's AWP.
Yeah.
He can be a difference maker once that AWP is out. In a round like this, you're just hoping for a couple of kills, maybe save an AK, keep the pressure on, because the momentum shift, 4 consecutive rounds now for the Mongols.
All right, sorry. I was talking with Nori. She's still flying right now. You gotta believe. You gotta believe, bro. I'm trying. There's just not the. We need Elise to wake
Mongols
up,
have won
man.
one of these in that
we need
first
him bad.
map. Often attributed to something FaZe. Pretty handy with the pistols.
The key for me right now is the smokes. It's where you're going to try and corral them. Are these just used to block as they come knocking initially? Try and force a fumble. 9-10 accelerating, has support of Senzu.
Yeah, good for like a jiggle smoke defense, and AWP can just peek you and
Oh,
with the elbow.
okay.
It was enough for Carrigan, he's seen it.
But that territory is now yours. Senzu just going to harass to make sure they don't creep in. Nothing too crazy. The late call of this will be, as long as they don't get picked apart, where FaZe can stack. They're going to get this back. Senzu, very brave, and doesn't want to risk it anymore, so knows that On's been removed. A-main blocked. It's a utility game right now, just vying for this control, but the reroute, there's still a lot of utility right now for a Mongols execute, but there's a push coming their way.
Yeah, but this is exactly what 910's waiting for. A little jiggle is all he needs.
What the
Good
fuck,
read.
man?
They still need to find that finish. Have to get past Frozen.
That a left side from close?
Has to be ahead of it.
Yeah, it was, I
Ahead
think.
of it he is. He actually catches 910, throwing nade. Techno, though, quick to sweep and defend his sniper.
Oh, Liege got one on the
Liege
fly.
and Rain, sure, you caught the A lurk, but that might be all you catch. Couple of sprayed bullets from Senzu connect, and Rain, nothing for him to do. Kevlar vesting at 5-7.
Still keeping the pressure on, making them work, having to rotate around the map. Doesn't come easy. You're not getting the site for free. You're not just saving. You're forcing them to continue to vie for some of these key positions, but it will be 5. 2-round gap now accrued. Expect to see this ult for Simple come out into the next.
Well, it's your fault, Finite. Grow
Does
up.
it feel desperate now that FaZe have to make an aggressive maneuver? They've been playing relatively standard on the CT side, just with the block nades. There's a kill.
There we go. Save the gun. Get
That's an
out.
AK.
Get out. Run. Run away.
Trying to cut him off with the pass here. Rain very noisy. Senzu's going to be able to track this. Should have him dead to right, and does. So no AK for you.
I'm not seeing any signs of
T-side and map, don't panic.
If this is the
It's the way
unlocking
they're
moment for
losing the
Senzu,
rounds,
the way
Heiser,
that
it's
we
the
built this,
way.
that you're taking on FaZe on the other side. We've got major winners on that side of the server, major MVPs. There's 2 of them, Rain and Simple. Elige and Frozen, they're championship caliber players as well. They know what it takes to win. This team, Hail Mary, last ditch
I skipped the
attempt.
gym today for this.
An all-in maneuver from FaZe to be competitive at the major, and they've come this far. They've got John on the stage
Stop
in front of his
panicking. We got him right
hometown.
where we want him. All right. All right. We got him right where we want him, boys. Get the coat. Let's go.
They awakened the Undertaker from his slumber and make the playoffs.
Yeah, no
but
way.
is that
No
where
way
the story
Mongols
ends?
lose this,
Can
bro.
Mongols
No way.
dispatch of the FaZe dream?
I love this approach, though. They're just going into the default spread. If you have anything aggressing, let's go. We like to take these fights, too. Just have their protocols in place to deal with the initial pushes. Through the map control. Senzu, nice deep nade. Doesn't find the target.
Any players that never won a major to fl0m stream that? Just saying. Actually.
If you got the util, you want
True.
mid, it's yours.
But they have won a major I've
Elige
watched
has to give
before
it up. The
and
stack this time
co-streamed.
over towards the B-bomb side. Elige and Rain total up on
Although
A.
it wasn't really called co-streaming then. It was all in game.
Carrigan looking to lock down the other side of the map.
Concedes the space with his smoke. Carrigan just scuttles one into the mouth of Con.
And the key there is there's only one left. Simple having the last smoke to block. That's just been lobbed out as well.
Nah, no way
Well timed
Mongols
because they're rerouting
loses
into
this
a B
chat. No
split.
way.
They need to fight
no
for this
way.
bomb control.
Jesus
Senzu
Christ,
losing this
I'm
fight could spell
fucking
disaster for
desperate.
the Mongols.
Carrigan. No, he's not going to get anything done. Simple sure, connects with the AWP, but there's a whole team coming his way. A need to break. 2 advancing. Just
Nice.
enough.
What a
Spotted
shot.
blitz.
What a
Finds
fucking
another.
shot. Oh.
Dancing around the side for another. Hard fight
Okay,
for
nice.
910. Retake
Nice.
looking good. They haven't even gotten the bomb down. Techno
Where's Frozen?
trying to buy time, trying to make space. Needs
Oh,
to punch in the code.
come on.
Another
Hit the
fake.
timing. Hit the timing. Hit the timing. Hit the
There's no
timing.
time. He'd have to kill them both. He's overthought it. Rain pulling the strings. Techno's not got the time.
Come on. Fuck. Please. Give us a fucking game, man.
Up to 4. Those smokes, Chad, you highlighted it. It becomes a factor.
Oh, well, they break the 5-round streak. Tense moment there. One player survives. You get the win bonus, but the CT finance is still going to be shrunk quite thin.
Second shot.
The AWP comes out, it finds impact. But you lose it, and you don't have enough money to afford another. So right now, Simple goes back to the auto shotty. Doesn't have this AWP. An MP9 for Carrigan, rifles for the rest. So again, it's just another buy that doesn't have everything that they'd be hoping for, where for Mongols, that's not the problem. They're going to take their first tactical timeout. Mara gets on the mic. They've got 5 rounds now on this T-side, 4 FaZe on the defense.
I can't comprehend the auto shotgun.
But look, it's simple.
It's simple.
It's simple.
Right?
It's
this
simple,
is it.
really.
This is the type of plays that this guy's known for, out of the box.
He was stubborn with the shotgun towards the end.
There's nothing left in there.
Before he stepped away. But to
Dude.
see it return
Why-
upon his
well,
return.
Why is Kerrigan
Such a
looking
big
so...
game.
Why is bro looking so out of it?
MP9.
He's looking more out of it than me.
Big round here.
No, it's okay. No way Mongols fucks this up.
4 rounds the minimum.
Do you have a tone shifter? Right now they're faking a bit of a B play. Early util, flash is thrown over, more pressure towards middle. So they are changing the tempo.
Can I explain why he keeps buying a shoddy? Because I think his money's kind of fucked, and I think it's what he feels most comfortable with because he likes playing these close positions and choke points.
In combination.
I think that's what it is. I don't think he's comfortable moving around with the rifle on this map.
9-10 just a snipe over the top of the smoke.
Like it's actually not. I know it looks troll, and it is troll, but also.
And it's Frozen that's ready.
If you've seen Simple Op on this map, he's actually made such a dramatic improvement, but maybe it's to a detriment in the sense that like that's all he's been doing in scrims and practice, and just
a well-structured CT side
using a shotgun in the meantime to play the closer quarter positions and not really trying to play a rifle game.
He just drives at him.
Come on. Come
100
on.
mile an hour into Khan. Senzu loses his life, loses his AK, and it seems Mongols will lose this round. The 10th of play, second map, final, quarter-final. Live from the Moody Center. 9-10 will peak.
Nice.
Wow, Rain up against the
Nice.
And he's the one that's the most
there we go.
5-5. Triple kill from
Come
the
on.
Norwegian Rock.
Instant there from Rain. Flash comes through. Simple starts shooting, but Rain gets the kill. Even gets Simple's AWP back in play. Money now a problem for the Mongols. It's 2 consecutive rifle rounds. This will be the 3rd. Working back into things the hard way phase. Taking middle on an earlier timing, essentially being given over to him. Simple from camera, Elige from temple side. This continued harassment and back and forth through Con.
It's not 1,200 a kill. It's 600 a kill. It used to be 900, but it's 600 now.
In focus when
it's still though. It's still good. Like, I mean, but
going for an A split. Was in your this time
look how he has an op though. I'm telling you, I just think it's.
Info play not really available.
I think it's when he can't get the op. I think he's more comfortable playing in these choke points.
The longest rotation point to help out this side. So Simple, Rain, they have to burrow down. Elige's on his way. He'll come through heaven.
Yeah, I mean, Simple has to remain responsible for that blitz late piece through mid.
Perfect block smoke on main right now.
Okay, right rotation as well.
HE on the T side to break through this, but there's one, and no information on the other side.
Oh no, I'm scared that they might try to push this. Wait.
Flash can be thrown behind him when he needs it. Big opportunity, and it does connect.
Flash only gets coupled though. Ah, the dinks on the transfer. No, he gave up the angle. Hold it again. Ah, come on.
Unfazed. He ain't scared. 2-on-3, face needs this, and Simple can't handle it.
Nah,
he gets taken down.
Come on, Simple.
Techno side by side. Karrakin on this retake. 14
he's close,
HP. If Techno wins it,
nice.
Damage. It's awkward.
Yeah, let's go. Come on. Fucking A, bro.
Jubilation in Austin. As a 6th CT round on Anubis is theirs.
Yeah, and they're just, again, doing it the hard way. You're up against this buy. The Util's in the mix. It's a nice little opener there, right?
Oh, that was you, Mythical, that did the interview? Thanks for the super chat, bro.
At least have a wolf at the gate.
Looking good, bro.
The retake on the way in, 9-10 and Techno. Both under pressure, both with isolated duels, unable to convert. Final round, first half. Plan comes through. Loss bonus does facilitate something threatening again. So these rounds, yeah, sure, the pistol with the conversions, you'll take those. But down the stretch, if they go 4 straight to take the lead.
Bro just accidentally fucking punches the guy in front of him. Holy
he didn't see much, did he? That nade looks good, though.
Okay.
It's a 9-10 softened up.
They've read this wrong, but the pop's coming.
Yeah, Frozen, Simple, where are you in the open? Oh, he's scared now, the whole team's coming. Frozen's done well, removes one, pressure.
Oh, let's go! Well,
he does
all
go
right.
down, it's Karrakin overwhelmed. Oh, he gets caught out, 9-10. Just walks into the site and claims another.
I'm in a roller coaster of emotion, man.
Uncomfortable retake. Audible now with the lead, throws out a spam. Incendiary doesn't catch him, Blitz allowed to relocate.
This is so tough on the way back in. They have to give it a go. Final round.
This might be something for Zenzu.
Nice.
Quick reactions from Rain changes the dialogue. There may be more to be said. Blitz hidden. In that blind
I think he
spot,
knows.
Leash
I think he
starting to ask
knows.
questions of Con.
Come on.
Blitz. Oh, he's ready. Catches the headshot necessary. It's a Liege. Last round of the half. Everything to play for. Everything to be gained. The flash, the swing.
Come on.
He's got it. The first is in.
Come on! Holy shit! Hold the fucking defuse! Come on! Fuck yeah, man. Holy shit. This fucking team's gonna be the death of me. Holy shit. Dude, this fucking place is going now. Chat, let me know when to run it. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Chat, let me know.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
It's 2018. Cloud9 had to grind all the way from
I
first
hate this
stage
team.
to stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final. And then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to full rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position. The Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards
It is really a North American team, bro.
And they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge. And then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to blow the bomb!
That's the bomb tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramids!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up Rain trying to fly. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out there. Chairs, America.
America is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. When you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them. He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mogged them?
I don't quite know. Perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate. You know, it's always important to kind of establish the vernacular of the youth, so as one can continue to relay the culture.
Nori has landed in Austin, chat. Let's go.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time, and that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
All right, let's go. All right, sorry, I was talking to Nori real quick. My God, dude. Just chugging a beer right now. Yeah, you heard that right. Cultural riz.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may have missed it, but Elige is in the building and he makes his presence known in that final round of our second map's first half. An impeccable 1v2.
Right.
He read the play, the flashbang thrown out by Blitz. He reads it and he secures a 7 as Austin takes to their feet.
Is it weird not walking? Oh, it's weird not standing.
Third map, Ancient lying in
All right,
wait. If
here we
FaZe
go.
can close out Anubis. Mongols are mapped to the
There you
good.
go.
FaZe
There you
seem
go,
to have
man.
found their individual form.
An eruption from the crowd there, giving the man his flowers.
Go! Let's go! Let's go!
Fucking Kerrigan, bro. Oh,
The
shit.
man's doing crowd work in a quarterfinal. Smoke on Con and Techno to be
Come on.
tested. Oh, he's done well. He's done very well in combination.
Well.
The whole team deliver.
Well,
3 down and only 1 remains. It's a Senzu cleanup.
Well, back to reality very quickly. Back to reality real fucking fast.
Anywhere. Top of the tables,
Real
map
fucking
1,
fast.
and again finds himself fighting tooth and nail to end this in 2.
You see the play, right? The confidence is there from Senzu now. I think he's actually emboldened by the fact that they're not the favorites. They have this crowd against them, and this is in spite of you. The quieter you get, the happier he is.
Absolutely. I mean, that's their objective. It can certainly psychologically either crush you or embolden you.
They could become the crowd favorites with this victory. Sure, they're the villains right now, but Mongols. America had a soft spot for them before.
How can you not, though?
Okay, so this right now phase with a couple of Deagles. Let's
Put
see if
them to
they
work.
can make some magic happen. Blitz,
Put it to
on the
work.
table. Rain's already forward. Frozen to oversee business. Arrogant outside of A. The other two were searching towards B. This is a must-win for the Mongols as with split pistols, the same as Mirage. But if it's the same as Mirage, it means the Mongols are just going to go on an absolute spree. I don't like the way that one sounds, but...
Nice. Ice cold.
Headshot
Ice
catching.
cold.
What
Okay.
did I just
Bald
witness?
Eagle.
His boots just left
Going
the ground.
crazy. What the fuck?
Bloody hell. That,
He's
I mean,
flying
one
high.
is great from Frozen. Elijah's just hit a miracle second.
This one's back on. 3v3.
Especially, now Carrigan's gonna, wow, actually spots out Blitz with
Ah,
his Glock.
Frozen's
Now
down
Frozen
low.
does get caught on searching A,
Hit this one, D.
and Blitz gets double swung.
What the hit another
Why
one.
is this becoming a conversation?
Hit another one.
It shouldn't. Mazzinho is in a position to ensure
Nah,
it
come on.
won't. He's going to have that fast info, nothing behind the smoke. No relocation from 9-10.
25 on the clock.
They have to be quick, but they remain silent. Mazzinho hasn't asked any questions of middle just yet. Starts to back
15
away,
seconds.
suspiciously quiet. It's only going to be 9-10 here.
Falling back to... Okay, he's going to get a 1v1.
2 unarmored T's running into your
Gotta hit the one
domain,
D.
and
Ah,
Elise,
nice try.
despite
Nice try. Nice
2
try.
clean
Good,
headshots.
good eco.
They'll be
Good
saved. Now,
eco.
economical damage doesn't feel like a win. At least not yet.
Boris the Butcher in the house,
Oh,
everybody.
yeah.
It's a very special guest. Let's see this one from Frozen, and then Elise just hitting that. Excuse
Fucking
me?
A. Dude.
He's
Insane.
doing tricks on it.
Hey.
Carrying again, first rifle round T side goes into the MAC-10. So last time it was very pack heavy. They tried to test Techno. Now they want to press mid. Nades land. I'll on through the smoke with the flash. So flash go, Elige, masterful at mid control.
And now he's the one that wants to take it away from the Mongols. And look at Carrigan going. Puts Blitz on notice, and he's run him down even more so.
He's in trouble.
It certainly is. Okay, Carrigan, cool your jets. 2 of them low. From a MAC-10 spamming smoked, and they
Okay, calm the
continue to
fuck
apply
down.
the pressure
Calm the
tempo.
fuck down. I feel like everybody's just...
So, both teams a little
That was
worse
giving
for
me
wear.
a lot
You
of
have to push out, man. You need
panic
some
energy
control
right
or
there. Everybody's
something
just
to
in
the
it just
Mongols. You
fucking
can't just
blasting
launch.
smokes,
You've lost
hoping they get a
mid, You're worried
kill.
about them trying to force through temple to B. They're going to try and retake middle. Smoke's faded now, but there's so much to worry about. Hayes on the reroute. 2 smokes, a flash, and a molly for the finish.
Here comes that clear. Elige is ready for it.
1 kill's more than enough.
1 kill would be massive. Who dares wins. And 9-10 loses out to Elige.
Nice. One more. One more.
Looking around in mid despite that low HP. That is the first kill of this round.
No, no, fuck it. Go for it, Elise.
Look how
You know,
worse for
you're
where
on the
they
lurk
are.
anyway. You got
Xenia's
nothing
got
to
help,
lose.
and he's
Go
managed
early.
to deliver. Removing Carrigan more
He
where
doesn't
that
want to
came
because
from.
he's
A
low.
second from him as
Understandable.
well.
I probably wouldn't either.
Double matches
Fuck.
his output, but
Yeah.
Senzu, he
Rain's got to
sneaks
win
on
this
in
duel.
for
He
another
has to win this
simple.
duel.
Forced to watch.
Oh,
Rain with
it's
the
so
bomb on his
close.
back. Elige has to push the camera smoke. 10 HP on Senzu.
Time.
Techno's fast on the flank. He can't cover all the options. Senzu can deny it, doesn't elect to swing. Rain spotted, doesn't go down. Senzu that low HP. Elige is coming.
Nice,
That's
nice.
the frag.
Come on! The perfect!
Feels good.
The perfect post play.
Feels great.
Holy fuck.
Rain again. CT side, the M4 in his hand.
Oh, shit.
Triple kill out of the Norwegian. Making good on what his teammates started. And a tough situation with the clock against them.
I mean, you can't fault Senzu for second guessing like a 10 HP swing in a 2v2, but I feel like he could deny that plant. A quick headshot, his pre-aim was solid. And you can see Carrigan, I mean, that face tells you everything you need to know. Maro has called his second timeout.
And this is where the ramifications of those 3 Deagle kills in round number 2 comes into play. Because now your finances are strung out. You only got 1,400 coming into this, get 1,900 into the next. Tradition says you're forced by in a scenario like this, but they are yet to invest. The timeout.
Man.
It's concluded. Putting up more of a fight than they did. Back in stage 3.
USPs, just tap it in here. Tap it in.
Just 1 Deagle, 4 USPs. One of the easiest rounds FaZe will be going up against in this entire map.
I like the boost idea, but Simples will quickly work that out. Will disrupt and force reposition from Senzu's Deeg. This is his second opportunity. Simple's position is noted, but no vulnerability.
This should be quite easy.
No utility. Should be absolutely fine. If anything, you'd like Carrigan to get a couple of Vicos with that Mac 10.
Just going through their paces right now, get to put their aim on display. Rain goes down short.
Okay, yeah. Just keep,
Senzu.
go get your
A couple of
eeks.
kills on the Deagle. We'll call
There you
this
go.
one done.
There you go.
Carrigan.
There you go. Get your eeks, son. Arm up. Win this spirit game. Yeah, soon, TM. Hey!
To see if the back of that eco, they want to go for a force that will be quite light.
True.
Got to get at 4 M4s. The util's the biggest problem in this situation right now for the Mongols. You're working with almost nothing. A couple of smokes, a HE, a molly, that's it. You don't even have a defuse kit right now. The game could get out of control if you lose this. FaZe can steam through, take us to Ancient.
Oh, looked like he almost had it. Oh, Ric Flair.
Solid connection from Mzinho. Opens up Rain on his progression.
They really want this main control, don't they?
Mzinho has to let him have it. Not in his best interest to do anything else. Oof. Yeah, that's suboptimal for Rain. Gets put even lower.
He does have this smoke to block, but the thing is, you're going to want to hold on to it for as long as you can. And well, apparently, he feels a lot of pressure. It's quiet on the rest of the map. There's no pressure outside B main, connector, middle. So the young gun has to deploy that smoke. Only 1 left with an incendiary. And they're hedging. Right now, they're not in the strongest stance to deny them coming straight through main. 9-10's middle, he's gonna have to cheat over and help Mzinho now, because if they just execute in, blitz with all this information.
Fuck. Okay, that's going to give him info. Rotations are in. But he's stuck tarp. He's stuck tarp. They can isolate it. Come on. Come on. Okay. Bad that he got a dink. Good that he's traded 1 for 1.
They can't seem to disrupt it. Frozen just rounding the corner willy-nilly. Double from Senzu. It's looking good.
It's just a lead with 21 health, bro.
Oh, he's in so much trouble.
Techno
takes him.
Fuck,
perfect
man.
timing on that mid push for Blitz.
Took too long to
They
cook.
got enough information for the rotation
Too
to start
long to
heading
cook.
in.
And then
Ahead of the
that
smoke,
tarp
they slow
player
things
getting
down,
1
pushing
and a
through.
dink and
That's what
another
Senzu
player
didn't
walking
do in the
through is
2v2.
just brutal.
He takes the risk, and this time it pays off. So back to just a 1-round game, and that was a tough buy.
It was. They managed to survive it. What did they come into that with like a handful of grenades?
I think it was 5 or 6 at max across the entire team.
Ooh, we've got a very serious game of Counter-Strike. Still unfolding.
My suite had to be moved because they had to give me the mix feed.
On the T side. Money will be hollowed out at the end of this for FaZe. Mongols will be able to take the lead.
I didn't know that's how
this
that
one.
had to be done, but I showed up and I walked in and the French guys were in my
Yeah,
spot. They're like,
Blitz,
what are you
Blitz,
doing?
Blitz,
Oh, no, dude.
They weren't ready for that one. A haymaker arrives,
Okay,
but
you know he's
hang on.
down, right?
We've got
Right?
an Undertaker
No.
in the server.
Do we not?
A quick response and slip.
Or is he just getting out?
Takes his shot as Rain says, I've got a real play to be made. Oh, God! 9-10 overlooked. Frozen with a twisted transfer. He can't finish his job.
Oh, man.
Techno with just 12 HP holds on.
Simple. Minute on the clock.
Money's so bad too, dude.
Down enemy territory.
This is likely, especially if Simple loses
this should be
this.
an impossible round to get back into, and he's probably considering
Simple's got to do some crazy shit here, man.
Considers an alternative. Putting on a show. Senzu spotted out. HE will soften him further. Look at their HP, but it doesn't matter when you've got an AWP. Begging for a swing. Oh, Senzu does get a pass.
He's trying, man. He's trying to hit that timing.
Angles open up for
Senzu's
Senzu
still
over the
actually
smoke. It's
looking
Simple
around.
still going for this. He seems to think so. Looks his nose out of the smoke, slipping through. Info on the fade. Oh, and a missed shot. Techno's got him! Mongols 9!
There goes the op. Money's gone. It's 10-9.
For FaZe fans as they can feel it. Mongols to take the lead once more, just like Mirage.
Fuck, man.
Look at this. I love this call. Right, you know that the money's going to be bottomed out after this.
The audacity, though.
Carrigan's either calling something direct or going into a default so they can play out a standard round. They just flood through that window. They make a statement, and then it becomes a mid-round situation. It's no longer the call from Carrigan. It's the players needing to play, and right now they're just going to be down to an eco.
Mongols. Every kill a step closer to the realization of a dream.
And they're getting more and more confident with these plays. They're continuing to just go
All right,
aggressive.
well,
right, this is a season.
Yeah,
This is
already
the 9th
3v5 and they got 2
tournament played.
digs.
They've been in the
This is
playoffs
not
of
looking
7
good, man.
Throughout those events, they've only won 4 matches within the playoffs. 2 of them were against Aurora, right? Those don't even count. This one right here can power them up like never before. 100%. And on this side of the bracket, there's no reason they can't be in the grand final.
These are 2 teams who both, by all accounts, are considered to change. When they get to the playoffs for Mongols, it was typically a loss of power. FaZe the opposite. But here in Austin, the Mongols slay their demons, slay the old gods. It's tantalizingly close now. And securing a semi-final. After being a threat all season long.
Look, if this was a 2v5 with Rifles and Rain and Simple, we've seen it before. He's got great synergy in the addition with the likes of Rosen and Rain in the server, but this is just too tall of a task, keeping it clean, all 5 staying alive. Double digits found
boys.
first by the Mongols.
OC. Y'all are stressing me out. Yeah, for real. Goddamn.
You think you're stressed? Think about the people in the FaZe Clan jersey on stage right now. This roller coaster of emotions they've been on.
The strike, dude.
Could be cut short.
Remember the most cursed WoW Vitality one, Honcho, so not quite.
It's showtime.
After upset, after upset. Wow, this isn't really an upset, though, right? Like, I mean, I get FaZe did beat Mongols in the group stages, but like,
I'm towards that mid.
You know, don't go full Delulu either. That's why this felt like such a trap, man.
Carrigan call.
Carrigan's down.
9-10 Zorb draws that first blood.
Bro got shot fucking so hard by that op, his X is out of the map.
Bro's going to head back, scoop up that bomb. A-split imminent. Run through the motions now. With the rotation point smoked off Temple. Needs to head back through Beach.
It's a good angle. Is Rain going to be ready for that? Looks like he was. 9-10, however, moving. Simple! Oh, he spins around for
No. Okay. 2v2, come on. Alicia's here, bro. He's woken up.
Quicker than he was ready for.
Well, he's no longer here. He's dead. On the ground, gasping for air. Come on.
Too many options. Techno
Bomb down.
Chances dwindle for FaZe Clan.
Fuck.
Bomb goes down, defuse comes through. Extra 600 bucks, 9-10. That was absolutely massive from him. Under so much pressure. He opened things up with the initial kill onto Carrigan, but right now the realization for FaZe might be settling in.
The Mongolian sniper opens and closes this one.
This is the toughest situation you're going to find yourself in your FaZe. Right now, you don't have enough money to go for a full buy. If you do, it's Galil's in lieu of AKs, or it's AKs without utility. So likely you have to find yourself in a half buy. And that means that you more likely will give over the 12th round right now. And if you do, then you need 3 consecutive rounds just to be able to push us to overtime. Now, if anyone can do it, it's the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike history.
Come on. Give us some fucking cinema.
Let's see if they've got what it takes. Austin wants it. Austin, can you will it?
Look at Odie chanting USA. FaZe hyped to loose in playoffs. Bro, we're getting real loose around here, man.
Will a Tech 9 half buy across the line.
Half of the Mongols through towards B. The range is going to vie for this control. Make it look like a standard round. They're going to go through the paces. It's all going to be at the timing on the pop onto the B side. Frozen Elige will be in through main. Another 3 in through connector. Here they come silently. Slipping up water. Simple will have the flash at the ready. And then it's the pounce into the side.
Senzu gets caught by that. Goes down empty-handed. Now they accelerate. The flashes look great. Blitz does 2 though. Back of the
Come on! Come on! Holy shit!
They're into the site. The hard part done.
Bro.
Just as hope was starting to be lost.
Please. Please. Holy fuck. That was actually so clean.
A glimmer of hope.
Down the stretch, the pressure will now be on the Mongols, the finances. Their lost bonus bottomed out. Having to build back into the game this late. FaZe have that in their favor. 9-10 and Mazinho called off from giving this 2v4
Oh
a
man,
look.
I'm stressing out, bro.
The hunting party of Rain and Simple is already trying to track them down. Bomb goes off, not going to be able to get there to snatch these away. But double digits. And that's what Austin wants to see.
Hell yeah, there you go.
This is what you have to break through if you're the Mongols. A hostile crowd.
Preying on your downfall.
Great flash, great work from Carrigan, just surging in, making so much space, even gets the double kill.
I have to compliment the flashbang work, not only onto Senzu, but you saw Techno's POV there on the plateau, completely blinded as they push out Con. Perfect layering and timing from FaZe. They turn that low buy around.
Last timeout called now by the Mongols. Mara feeling the pressure, understanding the financial ramifications of losing these down the stretch.
Oh, shit. fl0m about to crash out. About to.
The next. They lose a side early. We might just see another save, and then we're all tied up. Legs 11. But both teams with full buys to lock horns. This is the way you want this one to go down. That was direct. We've seen both teams starting to change the tempo, change the pace. But double orbs. It was brought out on Mirage. Senzu got nothing done. This time, can he be the difference maker? 19 kills for the X Factor. Nine-10 stubborn for this. At least he was. To retain control. Goes back to a more passive angle.
B end.
Watching 3 towards B.
Rain gonna regroup with Carrigan. Walk into E-box.
Call his team into this.
Wait. Simple running back.
Now in the fog of war, our face.
What's Simple up to?
Don't have any information.
He's got a smoke fly. Is he gonna just post on this so they can go?
The confines of Anubis. Here's this secondary AWP.
He's setting up the flash for them to get in.
Oh, he's flashed off the line.
Good flash from Simple.
Pressure.
Backside.
Ooh,
fuck. Nice shot, Elige. Come on.
demoralized as he
No, he's
finds
running.
Simple.
Come on!
Back, it's a lead, claws them into the site, enables a plant.
2v2.
This has got
2v2.
some
Let's go,
serious
boys.
ramifications, Chad.
Remember the finances. These two saved last time round. There's kit in play, no smoke.
Come on, man.
These young
Win
Mongolians
this fucking
trifling
round.
with Frozen and Elige to
Do
put
some
12 on
unspeakable
the
shit.
board first. He's looking the
No.
wrong way.
No, 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 no,
Elige
no.
is in trouble. Goes looking.
Come on!
Completely punched by Elige, and it's only Mzinho. What have you got? What can you do? Elige
Fucking
is
do it.
dancing around the bomb site.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Playing
Stay
wicked
alive.
games. And now
Don't you-
Mzinho just has to defuse it, just has to sit it, just has to accept his fate.
There it is! Come on! Holy fuck, let's go. Oh my God.
And the Mooney Center makes a collective wish
Come on.
for a third map.
Shit, dude. Oh, shit.
Can't believe he got away with that one.
This is crazy, man.
Already low on HP. Mzinho not able to find that kill. That's his undoing. But the cash, it's thin.
All to play for now.
These
Come on.
double offs just not working out for the Mongols. Twice they've brought it out over both of these maps and can't stick the landing.
It's an expensive risk to take.
Yeah, and that's why we see a couple of MP9s. An AWP still for 9-10. 2 M4s. This time, they've been berating B time and time again, but Mzinho, the youngest member, I first saw him in this jersey, having a tough time now. He looks right at home, but he's going to have to step up with one of the weaker weapons if they continue their onslaught towards his site. This is information. This is a boatload of information. This will liberate the rotation. Blitz puts on his runners, Senzu as well. Techno plays to contain. Level head. 9-10, perching at the ready.
This is exactly
Bro,
where
I
it
hate
needs
that
to
they
be.
waited 45 fucking
He's in
seconds
the
to
right
move him.
place.
This is
He's
fucking
got
me.
the right angle, and
fuck.
he's got the frag he needs.
Do they follow through or do they call this off?
That's the question. That's the question. It's suspicious.
No,
the
they
odd
were
lies
setting
there.
this up. They were
Carrigan,
setting.
he's
This
gotta call the
wasn't
shots,
a
pull the
full A
strings.
hit.
Heading back. They're heading back now.
They
Techno's been
pulled the whole
lying his
team.
way from
No,
B
the
main.
crowd's
This
gonna
is a
sell it
quick
though.
late-stage pivot.
Fucking fuck.
Techno will tuck.
Well, that's gonna
How good is
tell
the
them.
cover on Carrigan's plant? It needs to be perfect. They cannot be caught.
Man, they're not gonna expect to be main. They have to.
Techno reveals and FaZe collapse. Elige is so detached. He hasn't got
Oh,
a
they
chance
played that
in
so
hell.
fucking well, man.
A 1v5, an unwinnable 1v5.
Oh, just save it, man. You gotta keep that AK. You're the only one shooting hard
An
right now.
shot connects on A. They get channeled into Techno.
Hopefully he can keep shooting
And
hard.
Mongol
We'll see,
sees
man.
the lead. FaZe, one single round separates them from elimination of the Blast
What is the
TV
call?
Austin Major.
What is the call?
You want to talk about pressure?
I don't know what it is,
You
but I
wanna
almost
talk
want to
about
leave to call his
making
own
it
shot.
count?
It's
Then
not.
you
He's
better
not
win
going
this
to.
round.
But it's not a movie. So,
Financial
like,
seesaw.
I kind of would
That's
probably
the
prefer that right now.
conversation phase. They save this timeout for a rainy day. 30 seconds to talk their tournament life over. The Hail Mary, the all-in, the gamble on can you resurrect Simple? Well, he's been powering up throughout this tournament. As a unit, you've gotten this far. Can you take us to overtime on your map pick? 3 AKs, Mac 10, Tech 9, 30 seconds worth of a conversation. Just one round, just 5 kills to extend play.
Crowd ruined that last round,
to blow
honestly.
the roof off this place.
Genuinely,
And to give
that
the
guy was
people
B
what they
main long
want.
before anybody made noise. And the rotates didn't
No
really.
way. Tag to tag.
I was definitely.
Just to amplify
I definitely
the
feel like
pressure
it
further.
rotated them out of A earlier,
Mike's
but they just lost that
muted.
round because of losing the pick early and going back, and Mongols took B main
More time
control.
to center yourself.
Mongols won that round.
For the Mongols.
And I'm not saying
On the
that to
cusp
cope
of
for the
making
crowd. I'm saying
history.
it so you don't take away.
Shanghai, a major playoff debut. Austin could very well be them taking that next step, the semi-finals.
Champa taking down Shanghai Grand Finalists.
Oh my God! Hold on.
And Simple, I'm sure he's enjoyed being in that chair, in that jersey. The super sub could be his last round in Austin.
Now, the future's uncertain on that side of the server. Who knows what FaZe Clan are going to look like after the tournament break? Who knows where Simple's going to find himself?
How do you stay in the flow state here?
Okay, sorry about that.
Hey, Austin. Times like these, all they can do is look up at the crowd. Why don't you get your flashlights out? Let them have a show. Fixing a coaching headset. Look at that.
Sorry, I'm trying to help Nori.
The stars shining brightly on the server and in the arena. Let's get this one going, Austin! Are you ready for this?
Let's
what
go.
Could be
Come on.
final round?
Come on. Let's go.
And so it begins.
What do they call? What do they call?
Is this the
3
beginning of the
AKs,
end?
Tech 9, Mac 10.
Of the quarterfinals.
Double ops are out.
Oh, that's
nice
a lovely
nade.
Hard to throw. Senzu
They're just B main. They're just fucking B main. It's just gonna be a B main hit.
Okay, they want to punish. Techno's here though. Up close and personal. It's a perfect angle so long as he's not flashed incendiary.
Oh fuck me, man.
Deters them. They may have heard the impact. Blitz with a supportive flash. Relocation from Techno. That's not bad. Anti-ready.
They're cancelled. That was their execute. They've just been held at the gate. There's no way in. It's a smoke.
That was actually a good cancel call though. Like this is hard. This is so hard, but they had to. They had to.
You've got to call them out of this.
Oh, they've not got much to work with. So much invested into that failed attempt onto B.
Immediate reroute. No second guessing. Not a moment wasted.
Elige, the spearhead of the assault. America's
fuck,
finest.
that's info because he shot. They know it's coming. They're ready for this. This is so bad. Oh man, I think this is it. Oh, fuck me, bro.
The Mongolian delivers, and it's only rain, and he's not got it in him. He hasn't got it in him. Mongols have done it. They slay the old gods in this generational clash.
Fuck me.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and the Mongols, they save their moment for the biggest, the baddest, and the best events. The major is where they find their stage breakthrough.
Well,
they've had their heartbreak, and now they hand
well
Austin
played.
one.
Well played, man. They deserve that win. They deserve that fucking win, bro.
Favorites in 2-0 fashion, individuals playing
There just wasn't enough firepower on the second map. I mean, the first map as well, but I'm just saying, like, the first map was genuinely
What a time to
not
find their
close.
form, especially Senzu. Big questions when it gets to this type of a stage, once you're on the arena, when you're in front of the fans. But this team representing a region, a nation, Mongolia. They get it done today.
The Mongolian flag is firmly planted in the Counter-Strike map. A 2-0. Dreams crushed as dreams are realized.
It's too predictable.
Let's hear from your winners.
Techno.
Wow.
Congratulations.
I had to go
Techno.
for it, man.
Hello, hello. Yes, congratulations, Techno. Unbelievable victory here. What does it mean to you to beat FaZe in Austin and make it to the major semifinals?
We lost against them in the group stage at the 2-0, and we made so many analyses and discussed about our mistakes, and I think we fixed our, the mistakes, I guess.
I think so too, and a lot more than that. In Shanghai, this was your final stop. Now you have made it further. What has changed about your team? What have you been doing better on the big stage?
I always say that tournament by tournament, we're qualifying playoffs and playing on the stage. I think we're maybe being comfortable on the stage, I guess.
We can definitely see it. It's about 8
No, they deserve this
back
win, man.
home for
They
you.
deserve
Is there
it.
anything you
I
want
want
to say
FaZe
to
to
those
win, but
fans who are up very early, but also Mongols fans here?
I was gonna say the crowd will cheer for them now
Keep
that
still
I
supporting
think
us and cheer for us. Thank you. That's all.
crowd doesn't
Awesome.
dislike
Thank you very much.
Mongols. They just wanted FaZe to win. Oh man. Well, Vitality going to add another one.
Well, none of these are going to be easy, I can assure you that much, but I do have the man of the hour. Let's give a round of applause for Elige and FaZe. I'm going to come around here and your side.
Oh, man. This is going to be brutal.
Elige, talk to me about some of these emotions, but it's been a long career for you. Tell me a little bit about what's going on today.
I mean, definitely tough. Probably one of the best chances that we had, I think. We definitely had it in us to win this game. I mean, Anubis was super winnable. I don't know, just really disappointed.
Build up to this. You had 291 rounds played. You had 14 maps right here in Austin. You build up to this series
I am
itself.
happy Elige bounced back from map 1 to 2, though.
I felt like we were powering up every single match. You know, I felt like we were getting better, vibing as a team. The chemistry was working well. We had a great CT half on Anubis. It was looking like we were going to take it to the third map, and yeah, unfortunately, just a lot of rounds didn't go our way, but yeah.
Elige, you put Pennsylvania on the map, you put North America on the map, you continue to truck along, you got quite the career. And let me just ask you this, man, you've got all these people standing around here. They want to hear from you. So what are you going to tell them?
Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the love that you guys have been giving. You guys have been a great crowd. Thank you for all the cheers. You've been great, really. Love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Give another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elige. That's FaZe Clan.
That's tough, man.
A crushing way for FaZe to falter, but for the Mongols, they make history in Austin tonight. The deepest the Mongols have ever made it at a major. Dupree, semifinals, third or fourth, guaranteed at a bare minimum for the Mongols.
It must mean so much, you know, having an Asian team making it to the semifinals of a major, and the first one, you know. I mean, the guys in the Mongol side, you know, it's a team that has been gone through such development throughout the history of Counter-Strike. You know, maybe like a couple of years back, people didn't expect much of them, but they've constantly grown and grown and grown, and actually, they just deserve to be here. And I like the way they approach, you know. It's not a team that has so much tactical depth, but they're just like mechanical, it's so good. But it's like they're starting to get to the point where they actually also understand the game at a deeper level.
Sorry,
and that also showcased today. And I think we talked a lot coming into the game that this is FaZe Clan. You know, maybe we even came to a point where, Jacob, you didn't want to glaze FaZe Clan because they have some big names in that team. But names is just
Mongols
not
major?
enough in Counter-Strike
Mongols
anymore.
major? Fuck it.
We are seeing a new generation of players showing that they deserve to be where they are.
I think we got to cheer for Mongols, right?
That I was right about that, but let's be
It's
completely
too
honest.
like,
the best
dude, we
team
can't
won tonight.
have
There's no
Vitality
doubt. The
just
Mongols played
have a perfect fucking
superior,
season,
better
dude.
Counter-Strike than FaZe Clan.
With
A couple
one
of
loss
moments kept
being
them
a
alive.
best of one
Elige
to
had a
legacy.
fantastic showing on Anubis as well.
That's like
where
not
he
even a
tried
loss,
to keep them
man.
alive. He tried to be that player who stepped up to
I mean, it is, but like, you know what I'm saying?
brought a bit of life to FaZe Clan, brought a bit of life to the crowd as well. But if you isolate that and you look at the two teams that went head-to-head tonight, there's no doubt that the Mongols deserved the victory.
Looks like
They
we might
were
be
the
getting a
better team.
Kerrigan
A year,
interview,
9
maybe.
months that they've been together and managing to break through to this level in Counter-Strike after that commitment as a roster. It's just insane.
Oh, man.
Because we are joined by Mazinho. I'm sure you probably can't hear us. There's a lot of love for you in here.
Oh, shit. I turned it down a little bit.
Emotions.
Yeah.
What are you feeling right now, knowing you're going through to the semifinals?
Going through semifinals. We're just winning on a major stage, like in the stage, major playoff stage, winning against FaZe. It's feeling very great, yeah.
How was it to play in an arena where the crowd was so much against you guys? How did that feel? Did you feel the pressure in the team, or how did you cope with all these feelings?
I think it wasn't against us. They were just cheering for FaZe, not booing us, and that was fine. We don't get nervous, and yeah.
You said you didn't get nervous and you played like the best team
See,
tonight.
even
Did you also
Mzinho knows,
believe
bro.
coming
He'll have
into
the crowd
game
with
that
him.
You were the better team
You guys
compared
leaving?
to FaZe?
Yeah. At the stage 3, actually we fight really good, and then Ancient, we got just making a lot of mistakes on Ancient and just lost our lives at the second map. And the first at the beginning of this major, we were the best. You know, I mean, better team. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you, in your wildest dreams, imagine being part of a semifinal? Like 2 weeks ago when you got to Austin, now you're standing in a semifinal. It's a dream coming true for you guys, yeah?
Yeah, it's the dream coming true. Like, I never think about I was like playing in the major stage and winning. Yeah.
And tomorrow you will go up against Pain. How do you see yourself against them? Do you actually think you can go all the way to the grand final now?
It's like 50-50, I think. Yeah, just try our best against Pain. and the Guzera, DGT, they were Snow and Kizzy. They're all pretty good at the moment. Yeah, just trying our best to win and to the grand final. Yeah.
Mazinho, it's been beautiful to watch you guys developing as a team, flourishing. Anything you want to say to all your fans you have at home? You can say it in Mongolian if you'd like.
As a man, I said we're gonna 2-0, and I kept my words. Yeah. And pray safe for FaZe and your pick'ems.
Thank
don't be
you
weird.
so much, Mazinho. We'll let
Still
you
the
get
major
off
after
and
all, bro.
celebrate with your teams. And we'll see you tomorrow for that semi-final versus FaZe.
Semis, man.
I mean, despite taking down the crowd favorites in FaZe, there's still so much love for the Mongols in this
Yeah,
arena.
bro. Nobody hates the Mongols. Nobody hates the Mongols here, man.
Moving forward, despite
Now's Vitality.
I was just about to say, from this very moment, there's no doubt that the crowd favorite are going to be the Mongols. You
Yes,
and I, we were in
yes.
Dallas a couple of weeks ago as well, where,
Yes,
let's
they
be
will
honest,
be.
the crowd
Pimp
were cheering
knows
for the
game.
Mongols. It's such a likable team. It's such a likable story.
He knows
a
game.
small country like Mongolia producing so many great Counter-Strike players that is being put together. And as you said now, Peter, in a major semi-final, a dream coming true from a very small team, from a very small region, from a very small country. Well, I say Asia is a small region, but at least that part
clears
of
out in there
the
so
region
fast.
is very small. It's impressive
Yeah.
that they've been able to foster such a
It's like
high
every
level of Counter-Strike.
event.
But I absolutely love, they deserve it so
Bro, I've
much.
seen
they've
shitty
been
hockey
fighting for
fans
this,
leave,
and
like,
they have
fucking
been struggling in the
playoff
playoffs,
games.
but now they overcome. Sure, maybe it's not the best looking FaZe, but the thing is, they go against like the crowd favorite. That's also a challenge in itself, and that's one they stood and they fought. And even with how Anubis played out, they still came to a conclusion that they were the better team. They kept their composure, and that's what Counter-Strike is all about.
And I loved getting to hear from Mazinho that he didn't feel the nerves up on
You
stage.
heading out?
Because I remember interviewing him, back at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice at
Yeah?
the beginning of the year.
You gonna be back
Nerves
tomorrow?
were a factor alongside Melbourne,
Yeah.
which was just a couple of months ago. If they
Yeah?
can get up on a stage this big and not feel any jitters, that says wonders for the side of the Mongols.
They've gained a lot of experience, and we may have been harsh on them, been saying that they couldn't really perform in the playoff to the degree that we would like to, but every single time they've been there, they've gained some more
just shooting the
experience.
shit. I'm seeing if
Up
you
until this very moment, where they
You
were
hear
able
it?
to overcome that a bit, take
So
down
they
a
were-
face can.
you
I
can
agree
talk
with
now.
you, not the best looking
Yeah,
face,
yeah.
but it's a massive
Yeah,
win.
yeah.
and
So do you want
let's
this
be
set up
honest, I know
tomorrow?
he didn't want
Yeah,
to say
we
it. He said 50-50.
I definitely would like it more if I could hear the
Tomorrow,
casters in the
they are the favorites.
headset.
Right
Yeah.
now, the Mongols are the favorites.
Yeah, dude,
out of
that's
the two
crazy
teams
that they
to make
didn't
it to the major
give
grand
that to you.
final. So
Okay.
if
I'll
that
see
doesn't
you.
make you nervous, nothing will.
I'll see
Was
if you
there
got
a
it. All right.
clear
I'll let you
MVP
get out of
for
here.
your
I
money
was just
coming out
curious.
of the
You can hang out too if you want.
Or was it more of a team
no, it's okay.
synergized effort?
Well, obviously,
Yeah,
Sensu
yeah.
is maybe the obvious choice, but I think 9-10 was so
We can
good.
figure it out
Obviously,
tomorrow, though.
on Anubis,
Are you
that's
still
why he
on
had a lot of
delay?
impact.
Yeah,
He had
you gotta be.
multi-frags,
30
and,
seconds.
He's just in a position.
30-second delay, baby. There you go. I don't know. Yeah, wait. Hold on. I don't have that showing
Today
right
was also
now.
just like a team win. Like everyone on the Mongol side contributed. We saw Blitz playing really great on Mirage. We saw Mizuno
where is
having
this
some moments here,
fucking
but I also
thing?
think the Techno stepped up to the occasion as Anubis.
There you go.
A guy that hasn't been criticized a little bit, and maybe also been having some bad numbers, but he's
There
also
he
been
is.
praised
I'm
by
here
his
hanging
teammates
out.
saying that he's
Too
doing
damn
such a
tall for
great
the
job,
camera.
that they like the way that he
What's up?
contributes to teams.
It's too damn tall for the
Well, it's because I'm a gnome. You know what I'm saying?
No, dude. I got so lost in fixing all these knobs. I was just pushing buttons and knobs up and down.
Dude, yeah, it's a lot. When I saw that, I bought this for my house. When I stopped.
Picked out and saying, yeah, a bit of a group stage warrior, maybe doesn't have the level in the playoff. I think what he did against G2, major history. What he did
Wait,
tonight,
what?
another step in the right direction. So this whole story that is unfolding in front of us, that is the Mongols right now, is just highly inspirational and nice to see.
You brought up the point
For
that
the future, yeah.
50-50
30
between
seconds
them
ahead.
and Pain tomorrow.
Yeah.
You buying that? Sure.
No, yeah, this is.
The favorites, right?
Actually, you should go ask him real quick.
Yeah,
if you
where's
can
he
get-
at?
He's right here. You should ask that guy. Talk to him. Yeah, you're good.
Before he even answered the
That way he can
question,
get
I honestly
the
believe
setup.
that he's
Run him
that
down.
better team, and they know that. But it's gonna be interesting to see tomorrow when they're like maybe the clear favorite.
Push my knob. Yo, don't be weird, chat. Luckily he left. He didn't see that comment. You're lucky. You should join Talking Counter. I think so. That might be on Sunday.
How's that gonna be looking for them?
I'll translate, sorry for you guys. What he meant to say was, yeah, we're 70 to 30 favorites. No doubt. The Mongols are the better team. They're high on the world ranking. They're doing and have been doing a great job so far. So has Pain. But tomorrow, the Mongols are walking into that arena with the crowd on their side, but also as the main favorites.
The crowd's expectations of FaZe obviously shattered after this quarter-final exit. I think it's totally fair to lean into your point maybe a little bit, Jacob, that perhaps we were overhyping the side of FaZe Clan, but there was a reason, because you have names like Elish, the sole North American representation. You have a
Skillshare, dude. It's because of the fucking headset, bro. Plus,
one of the greatest in-game leaders of all time in
Headset
Sure, okay, maybe this is a little bit of a motley crew coming
is-
together for this very major, but
It ruins the flow,
I don't know, the
man.
individuals
No
on the side
flow.
of FaZe, I
Negative
thought they would
flow.
show up better in this
Ah,
arena,
man, that's
and
tough
they
to
didn't.
see.
I
I
think
feel
we
bad.
were all hoping FaZe would show up stronger.
No,
We
I'll
were
try
all
to join
hoping
talking
Simple
counter.
would
I
have a
think
little
we're
more impact,
on
and I
pace
gotta
to do
say,
it.
as
I
much as we
think
praised him for playing well in
the only
stage
tricky
3,
part
tonight
is
he had an awful lot of misses with the AWP. We saw moments in the game.
Yeah, I don't
where
know
he
if they're
could
trying to
have been
run
the
it live or
difference
not.
maker, where 2 years ago he would have been the difference maker. No longer the case, and
That's
it's not
wholesome.
to take anything away from FaZe, because I think in isolation for them to make the playoff, that's a success in itself. I think they would have sold
Okay.
that coming into the major, but tonight they didn't deliver. And as I said, Maui as well, you can chime in. You know, there's no point in glazing a team for what they did 2 years ago or 1 year
Damn,
ago.
bro.
Fact of the matter is, FaZe is in a crisis, and that crisis didn't stop right here. Just because they got to the major playoff, they're still walking into the summer break with only 4 players signed to the team. Stand in Simple, go back to Navi. We don't
Well,
know
they
where
have
he's gonna
broke
end
you.
up, and I don't know where FaZe is going to end up, and that is not a pretty looking heading into the summer break.
No, of course not. But regardless of the fact that he played badly, I'm glad that he was able to play or tried to play his signature style. Going for the 1v3 from B main, even though he missed the guy pillar, dies, it looks foolish. A lot of other offers would have saved there. So if he actually does level up his abilities, because let's be real, he's not back yet. Okay, he's not back yet as a complete individual.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to sit here magnanimous, not even worrying about it.
But if he actually does get his mechanics back to what we know he once was, then we can start talking about FaZe, if they sign him, of course.
I mean, bro, it's super impressive the level he was able to play on, considering how little he's actually competed in the past year and a half. That alone is just like, goddamn, dude, I didn't even know you had that in you. Like, I thought that'd be way rustier. I think there's a new level to Simple. I think if Simple continues this battle of trying to be back, and we try and force Simple to like match up with who he was when he was the #1 player in the world multiple times, I don't think you can succeed in that fight. I don't think there's any way for him to actually battle against himself and win that. So for me, with Simple, I think the future has to be, he needs to find out how he wants to reinvent himself as a player. I think there's a lot left in the tank for Simple. I think it was really cool seeing this team, this FaZe team, with all the experience and all the trophies and accolades they have as individuals and as a unit, say, we want to impress Simple. I want to be the guy that Simple, Kerrigan's like, I want to be the guy that Simple says is the best in-game leader he's played with. Frozen's like, I have to show that I'm valuable to Simple. I think if we can tap into that energy with Simple, that's going to give us a new Simple moving forward who can even be greater, maybe not as an individual, but as a piece of a team and make them greater.
See, you're selling me that, Jason.
I know.
I wanna
I'm selling
believe
you a
it.
dream.
I want to believe
Come
it.
on this dream with me.
Yeah, but I don't, you know. And I don't want
shit.
Don't give me device Simple.
No,
Don't give me passive Simple.
Exactly, and I want Peter to chime in here as well, because one of the most difficult things as a player is to accept you're not the player you once were. I agree with you. It would be great if Simple could transition into be a guy who could be, I guess, decent, you know, and be a guy who could
He was
share
decent,
his
though, to be fair.
experience and be a reliable
He was top
guy
5
on the team.
until
If you once were one of the best,
it's his first stage game in 3 years, dude. Even that takes time, you know.
Role where you're not anymore as a player, Peter. You wouldn't want to do that yourself, would you?
No, I think maybe, I don't necessarily think that it's Simple that's trying to put that pressure on himself. I don't think Simple maybe...
We are.
Yeah, I know that we are doing it. Everyone is doing it. Everyone wants Simple to go back where he was when he decided to take a break. And
nah, dude,
I don't
it's
think
not.
that's going to be possible.
Also, Simple is a grinder.
Simple as of right now,
Like,
if
Simple
I were
didn't
Simple, I would
do the
try
Zyro
maybe
route. Took him
find
a while
team.
to
I would
really
need
pop
settle
off.
down somewhere, because I don't think these stints in playing as a stand all the time does the job for him. I think he needs to find a place where he's actually can get comfortable, can get like more frequent play time, can jump in, you know, have a sing in how the team should work. Right now, he just jumped from team to team. Lately, he's been obviously in Falcons and now with FaZe, and God knows where he's going to end up next, right? And for me, at least, every time we see Simple go in and he doesn't deliver, like he's just going to take like an edge of who Simple is.
Did you get
all the
vac
time.
banned?
Like eventually he's going to lose that extra
No.
spice that he's always been bringing. And when are we running out of opportunities? And when is he running out of
This
opportunities?
is poetry to my ears, Dupree. I love you. I love you. I'm going to clip that whole thing.
I don't necessarily expect Simple to pick up right where he left off, but also saying like,
Jason, I feel like I'm going to hop on your train.
I,
Production just
the
confirmed
way
to
that
me
Pimp
that
just
Simple's
presented
lowest rated
Simple,
player
it's
in
like
the
he
playoffs.
forgot that he was
The whole
actually in like the
quarterfinals,
top
he put up
5 or
the
6
least
players with the
numbers,
major
which, yeah,
heading into the
Jason, you
playoffs.
told me on that snake hole that I didn't want to be drinking it.
He hasn't played on the stage in 3 years, and yeah, he had a bad day.
Honestly, I take like no pleasure
But
in
like
this kind of a performance. I want Simple to show us all. I love
I
this Simple
mean,
that says, I don't just want to win the game. I want to put on a show for everyone.
he's not the first person to be humbled on stage or like by pressure, you know? Like pressure is a privilege, but also when you're not used to it,
found this situation yet for it to occur, and I think a lot
it
of
can
people
crush anyone
Hopped on that a little
or fuck with you. It didn't really crush Simple, I would say. I just you saw him really heat up at the end of that Mirage game, but I just mean like you know it plays a huge part.
That's all the time, right?
But you know what? The charm of Simple is that he did make us all believe.
Yeah.
He did make us all believe for a moment that it was possible.
He did.
And that's what Simple is.
I mean, we didn't just believe. We did see it. There were glimpses. Okay?
That's what I'm saying. We're talking about it like he wasn't fucking top 5 or 6 at the majors. I don't understand.
In that group stage, it's just weird for us to recognize that.
I know this lost stings and it was like bad, but
You would have thought that the group stage.
the way we're talking about it is kind of crazy.
And then the arena, he would power
They got a stand-in, boot camped, and made it to the playoffs. With a guy that hasn't been on the stage in 3 years.
Because he was overextending. But the thing is that when he beat Mongols the first time and was the highest rated player, he was.
I mean, even Elige, like I think Elige played fantastic on map 2. Elige played out of his fucking mind map 2, dude. Sheer impact, the clutch at the end of CT side really felt like it was gonna do something. And yeah, but he was bad on map 1, and like Frozen was like missing. Kerrigan was the only one playing on map 1. Rain was basically just like kind of felt hot and cold, flipping a switch when he was contributing.
You know, we need to have a conversation about Rain at some point. He got an extra shot when they brought in Elise. I personally was pretty vocal about the fact that I thought that should have been the moment where FaZe probably should have gotten rid of him. Say maybe a bit crazy to say out loud, you know, get rid of Rain. He's a fantastic player, a staple of all these teams.
Chat.
This one particular team for many, many years.
I got to wrap it up.
I think Rain is also over it. So if FaZe want to get back to a point where we talk about them being title contenders.
I got to wrap it up. I have a thing I'm going to do here with Liquid. I think I'm recording something. I'm not sure what it is for some content.
In Austin with a quarterfinals exit. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Carrigan and James.
Perfect time.
FaZe Clan's Hail Mary here at the Blast TV Austin Major doesn't pan out the way they would have wanted it to, and that's what I want to start with here, Carrigan, right? You said since the beginning it was a Hail Mary, it was a risk you were taking with this. You still made it through the playoffs and quarters, but here, when we hit the playoff stage, it wasn't the same for, I guess, of what you wanted and what you expected. So what's your initial thoughts?
Maybe some air of the balloon went out with 4 days of break, 5 day. Maybe we got a little into our own heads or whatever, you know. Because I don't think we really turned up so much in the first map for some reason. I think we had a good start, which makes it strange that we couldn't withstand that pressure that Mongols played. But to be honest, Mongols are a great team, right? And the way we beat them last time, I knew that was a one-time off because they kind of broke down completely last time on Anubis. And this time they withstand the pressure because I think we came back really good on the CT side of Anubis. And yeah, I don't know. I think I'm a little disappointed how we reacted as a team today.
Talking about that reaction, we got to talk about it, how it started on Mirage, because it's a strange one where it's you that's the one leading the charge in the fragging department, and I guess you're waiting for your individuals to step up. Did you notice why they were off? Could you understand why?
No, I couldn't understand why, but I feel like during the whole game there wasn't these multi-kill rounds that we needed. We don't have the synergy, the teamwork to withstand us not getting multi-kills, and I think we were in good position. I'm not sure. It felt like there was some unlucky rounds from our POV doing Mirage, but in the end we had a good chance on Anubis, and I don't know, maybe we got a little bit scared in the end. I'm not sure. It's very hard. It's like first time we're playing on stage with Sasha, so everything is new, or second Mirage officially. But I'm really disappointed that we couldn't close out Anubis and see what could happen on Ancient.
You had a lot of cheers, a lot of support from the fans as well, right? No matter where you go, that happens. And obviously the Elige crowd buff as it was, none of that coming together. I just want to get your points on the crowd's reaction and how you felt about all that, because it was a lot of love.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't played on big stage since Shanghai. That's half year ago. So coming here, I just knew I would join in a moment. And I remember the first few rounds on Mirage. I just love what I'm doing. You know, everything else doesn't matter. It's the game that matters, the emotions. And I just live the game, to be honest. And playing in front of this crowd with so much support, I wish there was another day. You know, that's the beauty of the game. You are never guaranteed the next day, and you're never guaranteed a trophy. But I enjoyed playing on the stage, but obviously disappointed that we couldn't do it better on second map and get a banger third. So, but congrats to Mongols. They played really good, and I think they've been underrated the whole year.
What does this mean for FaZe now going forward? Because obviously Simple's on loan, you're waiting to see what happens, you're going into the next season. Is it trying to sign Simple? Is it looking for other opportunities? Can you give me some info?
I can't really get info. I think the most important thing was get Sasha on alone, see what happens, figure out the team dynamic, what has happened this year. We have to go back and review everything. I mean, the whole year has been really bad. And again, disappointment, don't go further here. But it was a Hail Mary. We knew that we don't know how to react there. So for the future, a lot of things to think about. To be honest, like the results this year has not been near what FaZe Clan needs. Don't need trophies like Vitality every weekend, but we need to be in the big stage. We need to play for trophy. We need content, and we haven't done this year, and that's a disappointment itself. And we need to go back to the management, and I need to give my view of different things, and we see what happens.
Do you feel that you're in a position where you might need to make not just more changes on players, but also just a style change for you and how you approach things with individuals?
Oh, it's so hard to say, right? We tried something out this season with Rain in a new position. He has done great, in my opinion, growing into the role. Took some time to adapt. John come in with a lot of different stuff, and we have tried to improve on that, and we have done great in some department, and some department we as a team have failed. And that's my biggest disappointment. I feel like mentally it hasn't been that phase bends, but it never breaks. I feel like we've been breaking a lot this season, and that for me is a big warning sign, as that was what we claimed on to for the past 2-3 years, the mentality as a team. And we have to see what's wrong and analyze it. It's very hard for me on the spot to say. And before the major, everything was just focused on getting Sasha up to date, getting focused on playing so good, and then we see what happens. And now it's time to think.
Well, I'll give you that time to think, and lastly, I'll let you say anything you want to say to all the fans out there, all the people cheering and supporting.
I just want to appreciate everyone. There has been so many people following on YouTube, here in the arena, so much support, and I love you guys. And it means a lot to me for you guys to follow our story. And this is where the story ends, but make sure to tune in for the upcoming games. I think it's very important to see who wins the major, and there's so many great teams and great stories, so make sure to tune in, and let's break some viewership records.
That's what
viewership records.
Do, true advocate for the
probably
game,
won't without him.
We love him, and we're sad to see him go.
That's why we needed you, big dog.
The Hail Mary move for FaZe.
That's why we needed you.
Not paying off coming into this event.
All right, that's it, chat. That's it for me.
The next half of the season. What do you think?
I have no idea, because I don't know where
I gotta go.
I
got a couple of things I gotta do real quick. Couple obligations. Nori will be here tomorrow. If you guys are watching and you guys meet and greet tomorrow, if you guys are here, doors open, 11 a.m. I'll be there as long as I can. Hopefully, and it seems like I'm an audio wizard. Everything was fixed today, yeah? So I think, well, I mean, we had the one little hiccup, so I still don't know if it's like a power thing or what. But yeah, today was great, man. Today was great. I appreciate you guys watching. It's a shame we lost FaZe. Yeah, man. Appreciate you guys being here and watching with me. You guys are always making this possible. Stewie or Steve? Probably Stewie. Do Stewie today. All right, I got to go, guys. I got to go. Take it easy. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for liking, subscribing on YouTube. Thank you for following on Twitch. Thank you for just being here, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Got more shit I got to do. Got to go. Bye-bye.